took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful you gone, cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful you're gone. I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful you got to spend time with an angel. You would think about me, dream about me when you're asleep, then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you, I barely even started. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you, I barely even started. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you, 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you, I barely even started. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you, I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you, I barely wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I want a lover. I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay, yeah. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back. Cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live alone for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time, yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up, gonna take it all back. Cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around.
It has been a wonderful showing of Valorant so far here in Super Week, but now we are coming to a near close. This is the final day, but of course, some special occasions for us all. My name is Connie, debuting in Polaris today for you all, but two, of course, you're out on the screen, is a man that is pretty much Mr. Polaris, if you will, Mr. Challengers North. He's got so many titles to his name, but his proudest, I think, is Meg's boyfriend. So, Marcus, how are you, good sir?
Yeah, Meg's boyfriend. We'll accept that one. It happens everywhere, it happens on VCT, it happens here, so we will keep with that narrative. I'm happy with that. But no, today is obviously going to be a super interesting day because it is the end of Super Week. We have some important games, I would say, and I honestly don't think any game today is going to go 2-0. I think we're probably going to go the whole slog.
I'm kind of in agreement as well because I feel like Super League's brought out the most in teams. I feel like we're in this spot now again because we're near the end of the regular league phase. Everyone's kind of fighting for scraps and kind of fighting for their slots. So it does create this narrative or this line where you do think, right, anyone could be anyone. And that's always the coolest story to really bring for you. But I mean, in terms of casting talent today, I mean, listen, we've got two of the very best on show for you today. And they have been here for the entire time. Mr. Hazard JC and Cairo, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi mate, it's good to have you here. I feel like it's another Epic Land meetup. I don't even know if I left Kettering Conference Centre at this point, but pleasure to have you on the broadcast.
Yeah, it's almost like a dream, right? You're still to wake up. We're still in Kettering Conference Centre. It's been a long road since then, but I mean, it's been a long road in Polaris as well. And I'm glad that we're finally coming to an end, and we've got some ends to what has been some great stories.
Wonderful. Well, I mean, yesterday was full of action in itself. We had Apex Metasport and we had OnlyFins NXT, which again sort of secedes to what actually happened. I mean, honestly, Apex is still Apex, and there's no denying that there, has it?
No, there definitely isn't, right? And as I was saying, Epic Land meetup earlier on, Stike and Marky in the server, you would think it was 2022, but these guys still showing up. Sure, Kayak outmatching Marky on the duel list, but it's just nice to see the talent that we've got here. And again, you've got to remember some of the other names on the Metasport side, because this is the main takeaway for me, just the fact that there is still so much talent here. Luca, before this one, had 34 kills in every series he'd played up until that point.
Yeah, and I think for me, Hazza, like coming out of that series, it's not necessarily about Metasport and what they're trying to build with a project. We all knew it was going to be long term, but Apex are starting to get worrying for me as we get towards the end here. I'm expecting them to blow Metasport completely out the water, but it ended up getting close towards the end.
Honestly, you bring up a good point there, Kyra, about how Apex aren't looking like what they were during Split 1, let's say. And obviously when we spoke to Avova yesterday, I did say, like, what's happening? And he gave me a very nice example, saying, look, sometimes discipline goes, and unfortunately it happened yesterday. Did it make Metasport look better? Yes, but I also think Metasport brought quite a lot to the table.
Yeah, and to just bounce off what you said there as well, Marcus, in terms of it being worse than Split 1, you've got to consider this is a team which not only didn't lose a map, was losing 5 rounds on average per map, dropping 7 and 10 against a team which only has 1 win against a team with a sub, NXT. Yeah, not ideal.
And I must say as well, for the OnlyFins NXT match, there was a little bit more tension in the air when this one played out, because of course, when it comes to standings, nothing's really for certain just yet.
Yeah, yesterday was... Oof. I mean, we saw... It's one of those difficult ones, really, because we saw good things from OnlyFins, especially starting off the series, but unfortunately, it just went dire. It's like they gave us 110%, and then next game they were getting flanked. Their awareness was at an all-time low, and then they couldn't bounce back. Was it because they know that they're kind of locked in play-ins and they weren't trying their hardest? Probably not, because you still want to show what you've got, right? You still want to solidify how good you are. I just think it's, I don't know, something wasn't clicking for those guys as a team.
NXT for me, I've really turned a corner for me though from Split 1 and now towards the end of Split 2. They keep finding a way to win even though they are having setbacks like map number 1 and how poor they were there. I think like that's the biggest point for me, is that they keep finding themselves in positions at the end of series where they have won it, where they may have sweated a little bit, but at the end of the day it's the results that matter, and I still could see them making it into playoffs after play-ins.
Yeah, you're also talking about Devo, a guy who has the most appearances in all of Polaris, 40, but only from regular season games. These guys have never played in the playoff stage. The play-ins is the closest that they've got. And to just speak about what he was saying in the interview, going back onto the duel list, seems to have worked. And I wonder if they're going to keep that moving forwards.
There's still much more to come though, right guys? I mean, yesterday, of course, in itself was incredible to watch, but now we've really closed things out. Apina Orchesteri, Formulation Gaming, and our latest match as well as Sweet and Sour versus Requiem. Now, these are 2 matches which I look at and think, well, I mean, there's different stories for everyone, but for Apina, there's quite a lot on the line here.
Yeah, I feel like obviously the main thing that we're all thinking about and that you guys at home kind of want to know is what do Apina need to do to solidify their play-ins, right? And it has a very kindly really got it into my brain, because you know trying to work with one brain cell is not good, guys. And Hazard gave me that second brain cell, and quite simply put, if Apina win, they're gonna knock Metasport out, and Apina will then go into play-ins, right? But then if FMG win, you've got Metasport, they will stay in, and then Apina go out. So I would say a lot does, you know, ride on this one.
Yeah, I can just imagine Marcus having the dizzy going about his head going, shoo, 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 you know what I mean? But like, for these two, it's still a big matchup, right? Both at the bottom of the table. And on top of that, there's a real history between these two. Apina and Formulation both came up in the same open qualifiers. They both played in the same beacon circuit where they were both finalists. Like, that's a real history one from the beacon circuit. And it's one which Formulation have never lost.
Yeah, and to bring it back to the second game that we've got today as well, Sweet and Sour, as you can see, they weren't able to win Split 1, so even if they win the group stage with a victory today over Requiem, they will be slotting in second place on missed points. They have confirmed playoffs, and for Requiem, it's important that they did as well as they did, because coming in as a promoted team from Eclipse, they started on a big fat goose egg, so the fact that they're even here, I think, is a testament to how good this team is.
Well, some wonderful foreshadowing there, fellas. Thank you so much. Now, off to your booth, off to your casting stations. We see you two very, very soon. I think the more important objective point here, Marcus, would be, right, got Apina, Formulation Gaming up first. And in my humble opinion, it's going to be an exciting matchup. And that's just because not of the stakes that you guys mentioned down the desk, but just the play styles and how the teams have changed, really, over the last 2 splits.
Yeah, and it's honestly the first thing that comes into my head when I think about these 2 teams, and I know I don't want to get too carried away, but I instantly want to know what the map veto is. I know obviously we'll get to it later on after we've spoken about the teams, but I when you look at both teams, I feel like some games they're like, okay, they're gonna win this, right, and then they end up losing, and then sometimes they pick a map that you're like, okay, why have they picked this? And then they've won it. So I feel like today, especially in this first matchup, it's going to be very, very hit and miss, I think.
And more or less, it's just lots of dichotomies today. But there's no catch-22, right, Marcus? You're kind of sensing that, you know, there's so many assessments for each team and what they view success to be. I mean, Apina are the biggest one, because last split to this split is night and day in terms of what they wanted and have not achieved yet. And there's still glimmering hope, which, you know, kind of mirrors onto Metasport a little bit. But Formulation Gaming, I really want to point out to you as well, I've made a great adjustment for this split. But Apina or Casteri, I mean, Brady's got a lot on his shoulders here today.
Yeah, and of course you have that roster change that they did have throughout, and it's obviously losing Chuckle and now Stolen's here. But I think I remember actually watch partying their qualification game into Polaris, and they actually have a solid fan base behind them. Like,
that's true.
When I was watch partying, my chat was just like there were Apina chants. It was like I sat there and I was like, wait, why there's so many Apina fans? And genuinely, they impress me, and I would say I'm happy with their performance, but I know they can do a lot more, especially when they're coming up against a team like Formulation Gaming, who, of course, they are. Well, they've got to fight. They've got to fight. I think Puggy tweeted it. They've got to fight again for relegation, right? So when you go up against a team like FMG, I think Apina really want to be showing everything they've got.
They have to. There's no other option now. And that's why the end of Super Week is so exciting, because now you're really putting everyone's backs against the walls and you're forcing the first instance or the biggest heads-up play they can make. But Formulation Gaming from then to now, I mean, of course, me and J-Real, we watched them throughout the clips and we watched them by the skin of their teeth make it back into Polaris. And that's a team that's been on a journey, and a team in which now, where everyone's kind of marinated themselves properly. I think when you look at last split to now, the changes are drastic in terms of performances and results. But I mean, when they lose, it's not like they're really down about it. I mean, you have a guy like Jaff on this team who is a great motivator, great second or third caller that just helps out where it needs to be helped.
Yeah, Jaff. I don't know if Jaff is Polaris cursed. I just don't know what it is.
Of course.
But it's like, I don't think there's anyone in Polaris that has gone up and down as much as Jaff. It's like he's fighting to stay in Polaris. He then goes into the relegation. He then gets straight back into Polaris. He then gets relegated again. And it just feels like it goes A, B, A, B. And I'm rooting for Jaff to come back into Polaris through relegation to actually then solidify himself as a middle, maybe even a top table player and team, because we know he's a smart man. We know he brings a lot to a team. It's just something isn't quite there when it comes to Jaff and his teammates staying in Polaris.
And I feel like that's also a conversation that's floated around the FMG camp quite a bit. So us mentioning it is actually a great table setter for really what are the metrics to look at. Well, stats are one for sure. And I mean, in terms of head-to-head and Puggy and Brady, you have to keep in mind again, Marcus, when it comes to analysing all this, the most impact you can have, again, is almost the eye test, my good friend.
Yeah, and I wanted to pull this head-to-head up because these two are the IGLs for either team. And I think it's very important to note that Brady hasn't had, I wouldn't say one of the greatest splits, but when you do compare him to Puggy, and we've seen Puggy have some absolutely incredible rounds, I feel like their stats are similar, right?
I agree. Yeah, no, I have to agree with it because it's completely logical. And we're in a spot now, again, where it's the end of Super Week, and logic might be thrown out the window a couple of times. Yeah. And you kind of lose your head a little bit in the madness of all these matches. But you have to remain keen on one interest. And for me, again, it's just, like you mentioned, how are these two going to fare up against each other? Because now the leadership in question isn't more valuable than it is right now. And this veto, Marcus, only alludes to what could be a banger of a matchup.
Yeah, so obviously FMG banning Split. We said on the desk yesterday with Twiggy that Split seems to be one of those maps that is just nearly always banned, especially by Apex, but by a lot of teams as well. When we look at FMG, I feel like we should. I would have said they're probably wanting to pick Ascent, Sunset, maybe Lotus, but Sunset it seems to be. Oh well, look, Sunset and Lotus.
Yeah, and I kind of get it in a way because when you're throwing Lotus in the mix in the middle portion of this series, you're kind of throwing a roll of the dice here rather than a calculated guess. But if the team's really good, why not play it? I think as well, when you mention again the recent moves and Haven back, I mean, that's the biggest thing. Haven's back.
Decider.
But Decider.
Do you know, I think
they want to toy with us on the desk.
I think teams right now are leaving Haven open to be a decider because no one wants to instant ban it because because it's been played before and people know how to play Haven. I feel like it's not an instant ban because if it does end up going to a decider, Haven's one of those maps that most teams can whip out something interesting, but the first two maps, I do have a scary feeling that Apina, look, they've played Sunset 5 times. They have 5 comps on Sunset. That's all I'm going to say.
That's a lot of moving parts.
Literally, it's like Na'Vi. It's like they will play so many different compositions and just the exact same as Apina right now. 5 Sunset games, 5 comps.
Have you also noticed as well, Marcus, that Ascent isn't really being floated in as much? And I also note again, because Breeze is out, there were lots of teams in this league in particular that were wonderful to watch on Breeze, even, you know, taking extremities against the top 4 teams, per se. That's what the bottom half of the table really capitalized on that map. Now it's out and Haven's in. I think one quick question is, I mean, in all honesty, what are the emotions? What are the behaviors now?
Do you know what you mentioned? You mentioned Ascent, and it actually just tilts me even listening about Ascent. Of course, I'm
so sorry. Touch the subject.
I hate Ascent. I think it's very one-dimensional, and Sunset is kind of becoming more one-dimensional as well because all we ever see are retakes from main on the B site, and it's very triggering to watch. So hopefully we're going to see something different, right? Like formulation, Demiurge on the Neon. It's going to be, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of pop flashes from Riyadh into Demiurge, sliding in, you know, even getting the ult online super early, just going absolutely crazy. And Apina, they've kind of gone for, I would say, a more vanilla. I mean, look at this. I hate it. Comp pick percentage, 0 times. You're telling me this is their 6th time playing this map in Split 2 and they have got a 6 different comp.
Yes, because they're a team that haven't figured it out yet. And when you're a team that wants to improve something so badly, change is necessary. But overchanging is a bit too much. I mean, of course, the only moving parts of both compositions is the duelist, a Jet and a Neon. So, I mean, the most important thing now, Marcus, is let's just watch and then let's review. Okay, that's all we can do. But that is beautifully what we do best. Now, let's get it over to the casters, the guys you actually want to see on camera today. I mean, Hazard, JC, and Kai have been itching to get stuck into this one, so why not bring them back and let's get right into this first map of this first series of Super Week, the final close.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that's right. It's been a difficult season for both of these teams, that's fair to say, since they first entered the league as promoted candidates in the first split that we've seen. Up until now, it's been a difficult road, but still, Apina hang on by a thread. They are masters of their own destiny, and a win here will be enough to keep them in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard, you look at this, and this is the one that everybody's been looking forward to when it comes to this specific day of play. I mean, the thing for me about Apina Orchestrating is the fact that it is in their own hands, right? They can do everything that they can to win, but the thing is, though, starting off in Sunset, we've mentioned it before, Marcus has been mentioning it, 6 different comps now on Sunset. We've seen Formulation have great performances here. In fact, 2 days ago, Hazard, we've seen them go 14-12 loss against Requiem. Yes, it was a loss, but it still went to maximum regulation, and they have everything that they need to win out this map. What does Apina Orchestrating have?
Both of these teams with a negative win rate on this map of their own choosing, but they're looking to get off to a positive start. Demiurge is fast, but quickly flattened by Brady.
Immediately reset here by Formulation, moving away from the A main. And Apina Orchestrating are hot on their heels, looking to be proactive, clearing it out. No one's there. And you look at Stolen, Hazard, immediately towards the back of site.
Has to play this one out solo. Could very quickly be put under duress, and already a couple of shots to the side of him. Trying to work this one out solo for now, holding on to the space. It's a late retake here from Apina. Formulation already with the spike down and expansive control towards mid and market.
Riyadh still holding in towards mid, looking to play a late lock, and he's routed out the remaining 2 towards market, looking to play a double, and it's just not going the way of FMG at all. Has a Poggy out in main, well known about, and an easy pistol round in the end for Apina.
Strong start from Apina Orchestra, and to go back to the historics of this one as well, 4 times these teams have met one another. Apina yet to record a victory against FMG. Some really key duels in there, from promotion tournaments to the grand finals of the Beacon split that we had earlier this year, Cairo. If there was one way to vanquish the ghost that's been haunting you for all of this time, it would certainly be now.
And what a storyline as well, right? Apina Orchestra, like, had, well, let's be honest, a disaster of a split, because we were expecting them to come in and really light it up, being towards that top side, almost like we expected NXT in the split 1 to be challenging Apex, right? Now they actually have a chance to rescue their destiny towards what is the play-ins.
And for people who've been following Apina Orchestra, they'll know that this is a lineup which has not been the best in terms of consistency. In fact, far from it. They've been plagued with roster changes, the latest of which Stolen, the current Cypher player. And to me, I want to open this question to you, Cairo. Who would you have brought in? Because this is an anchor when you already had Drog in the lineup. You know, you've got Viti on the controller. What exactly is it, do you think, that he's going to be able to offer here? And what do you make of Drog being on info?
Yeah, I think the thing for me is it's about moving what is a star player who has been towards the top of the pops in terms of performances away from his main role. Obviously, we don't know what the decision-making process was at the back of it, but I feel as if when you see like clear, concrete success, why would you change it?
There's questions yet to be answered. This round, pump fake if you will. Puggy, rank strat, everyone else go A, I'm going to plant on B. Fortunately enough, Brady is acutely aware of it and bests his opposite number. In the sense that both are in-game leaders, Riyadh trying to find something from the remainder of the round, but nothing to be told of it. So Apina, second round to write home about. For Formulation, still trying to find liftoff.
Well, I guess the positives off the back of it for Apina Orchestra, the ultimate orbs, slowly creeping towards the null command for Brady, 4 off of which could be alive in 2, maybe even 1 round. But it's more about the guns that they got through into the next one, Hazza.
Think of the different agents that Brady's played on this map and the various compositions Apina have shown as well. We had him on the Viper for a period of time, also on the Deadlock. And that's something else I wanted to wonder, you know, are Apina changing so often because they do have the poorest defensive win rates in the league? Are they just trying to bolster it by finding something more tried and tested? Questions which we'll maybe soon find the answers to.
Desperation.
What exactly the crosshair settings of our observer are, though, I have no idea. Formulation in the sight.
Creeping round, and you know, Orchestra, they don't have an idea. Riyadh should get an entry here. He's walked right by him. Fair enough, Viti reacts. But still has it. How does Apina not know that they'd walked out market? Viti finally routed out. And still, you're seeing Drog just hanging about on the edges there, known about, pinged out. And the spike should go down easy enough.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Drog there. Not fully facing market, so it was left open, like you say. Perhaps a slight lapse in communication. It does go traded, but still a 3 versus 4. Apina trail, mid-control, still a point of consistency here for FMG, as Demiurge with a rifle in his hand should also always be guaranteed to find a kill or 2. Headshot, head off the shoulders of the captain, and now Drog left in the clutch. He finds the first, 3 more to go, and Jap on the backstab means that this one should be written off entirely.
Time's ticking away. You look at the utility that's still in Jap's pocket as well. I mean, Poggy's got an info, even an owl drone if you want to invest it, but I imagine they're looking to keep the paranoia, etc. in their pockets to make that economy go a little bit further. Little, what is it? Every little helps, is the saying, and yeah, definitely will be for Formulation here.
We had that one in the interview the other day. I think it was Devo from NXT. They're already secured for play-ins, of course, and something to mention here is that whoever ends up going through, be it Metasport or Apina, will be qualifying in the final position, 6th place on points overall. So that means they'll be facing only Finns. A Finnish derby in the opening fixture, single elim, I think, would definitely be an exciting match. But for now, we focus on this one. And Formulation, with a round in their pockets, go back towards A. Demi struggled with the entries here before, but not this time. Kalkuna is down.
Yeah, playing anti, not looking the right way, and the flash is still a little late. Veto, though, able to get one, but stunned up and easily taken out. They're biting right into this, but Formulation aren't going any further. They're waiting to see what the response is from Apina Orchestre. We even still got Semburn waiting in mid. A late backstab could be a disaster.
It's understandable why they'd want to fill this gap on A. Brady walking out, spots the first player. Riyadh forced to commit to the fight, but he goes solo. Stolen, finding his first. Back to an even playing field. Like you say though, Semburn already making inroads towards this side of the map and will be peering over the trip for a kill. It's not quite gonna get it. Brady's managed to find him, so with that, Apina just about hanging in there. Not too much health to go off.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing though. One spray could be enough, and finally they'll get rid of that trip, but it's enough delay to allow Brady to get into position here, has it? Although elsewhere, Drog is pretty slow.
Oh, Brady. 33 points of health, no issue for the Finn. Demiurge put down, so Puggy in a 1 versus 3. As I already alluded, health is something which works against Apina here. A drone of his own in Puggy's pocket, but Drog the first to use it. Clears out a number of angles, and as Apina close in, it is a simple collection for the captain. 3 kills for Brady and 3 rounds for Apina.
Nice from Drog, not deep Drog, but Stolen holding on towards Market, not over peeking, holding on. They know that there can't be anybody else in Market, has to be on site. The two players play off of each other and force them all to peek together. Nice stuff, simple in the end, and the big win off the back of that has Brady's null command now online.
It would be a huge counter to Demiurge's newly available overdrive. A duelist which has a lot of promise, and you know we saw that even last split as well. We're trying to use it here, but that immediate counter comes through. So halted in their tracks, and Kalkuna making certain that this one goes no further. Viti by his side, a choice to be made whether to disengage, but they'll continue to plow forwards into the offense and shut them down to find a 4th.
A lovely crunch. An ult for an ult. I think you take that in the end because it stops Formulation making anything of that round on the eco. But on top of that, Hazza, is what you look in the ultimate cycle here.
Yeah, there's a couple of factors there at play. Didn't quite have enough time to flesh out the Demiurge point, as he did just run straight in. And that goes back to exactly what I wanted to say. This guy is clinical. He has some of the best first kill statistics in the league, but the worst for first deaths, and that is always coming back to bite him. If Formulation can't find a way to effectively trade this Neon player that's always going to be, you know, a few meters ahead of the rest of the pack, they're going to struggle.
There's a big duel here. Riyadh first up on the play, and well, he's been truly finished off there. Meanwhile, the reaction is to send it straight towards B, and Jack just does have no idea. It's easy enough, and Apina Orchestre have Formulation. It's almost like they're reading out of their book. Hearing the calls, it's coming through. I mean, what more can you say here, Hazard?
5v3, players a little bit split up. That is a freebie for Demiurge. He can get out scot-free. Apina can't afford to give away too many more of those. Neither can Demiurge. He's trying to disengage towards spawn side. Drog gets one. Stolen on the flank. Would have been good to lock in another, but we're down to a 2v2. It's an even standing. Puggy with supportive fire from the Hunter's Fury, but may just need to call this onto the spike. It's quite a way ticked already, and Brady flashing in means that in that head-to-head between the two shot callers, he'll be landing his yet again.
And again, they're able to prioritise the ultimate off towards Brady. 5-1. That gap now starting to really build between the two. It's becoming worrisome now, as we've already seen plenty of mistakes from Formulation. And again, although this is the 6th comp which Apina Orchestre have run, I have to say this is the cleanest they've looked.
It does seem to be most convincing so far. I'm still, you know, not fully sold on Drog Sova, and that's not to be sort of hypercritical of him. I've just not really seen enough of it so far. It was his Cypher, which looked so good on this map before.
Yeah, I was about to say, and I think when you compare it to his Cypher as well, Hazza, it's hard to see the highlights of the Sova, right? And especially with how well he's played.
But you want to give him time, and 16 years of age, youngest player in the league, always showing the attitude to improve. You expect him to have those lineups nailed. The only one who really can be too proactive about this information right now is him towards top mid. Market's where the push comes in. Demiurge, what on earth is that? 2 sheriff shots, 2 kills, and another open B site.
I know exactly.
Still though, Apina Orchestraria are not looking to head to the site just yet. Taking their time, scared of mid, because we've seen, for instance, Jaff hiding there. In fact, they've got 2 kills previous, but it is finally going to be towards B site where they're stalled out from a smoke.
Viti even doubling back to clear out through mid. Apina very tentative with this one. Finally, Jaff gets spotted, but no kill picked up. Might just have to throw in the towel here if you're Apina. It doesn't feel like there's too much time left to be giving this one a go. Sure, Viti has his smokes up to deny line of sight, but that fog of war can be intoxicating.
Can be. Straight on towards the site. Demiurge just fighting away, but it's the time, Hazard. It's the time that ticks away. Yeah, this is done. This is looking to be it. There's no more time left to defuse the spike, and while they still try and fight for ultimate orbs and the like, and they're the ones that end up last men standing. It's the spike that takes them down with an explosion. Formulation finally double the amount of rounds that they've won.
Yeah, and as I said, that intoxicating feeling, Apina wanting to charge in and make the retake happen, where I just don't think there was enough time left to do it. They didn't have enough time to be re-clearing mid. That's just something you'd had to have had in the back of your mind should you then decided to push forward. Something I wanted to credit them for is the fact that they've been able to play off of one another much better. That's where we saw the improvements made towards elbow side on A, and one of the reasons why a team like Olefins looks so good is their A control on this map. Again, slow start for Formulation though, and mid control being the crux of every success they've found so far.
And Apina are looking to fight it. You can see the blue or turquoise figures starting to surround. The entry pick has already been found. They're backing off. They've already got what they needed to. Created the pressure, forcing Apina to use utility to clear it back out. In fact, they're even getting ultimate off the back of it.
I'm not sure if Formulation noted that, but the paranoia was used by Viti, so he's not really got too much stopping power here to actually prevent them scaling up. Calcutta, not someone to bring the op in play, so no big blockers here to deny this execution. Demiurge still with a full belt, and the rest of the team moving up behind him. Viti will drop deep into a position familiar for him, but nothing he can do to stop this site push from happening. Demiurge and Semburn, the 2 top dogs combining, and Drog out without a chance.
Yeah, probably already thinking about backing away, but the entry into the retake might be something to play off of. Has a little bit of utility to work with as well. Camera's seen them, noted the position. It's whether he continues to go for it.
Still thinking about it, tentative. You look at the money, Stolen could probably do with that rifle, but doesn't feel like saving is a word in the dictionary of Apina. Drog will just run himself into the ground, and with it, a 3rd Formulation attack-sided round. They're starting to build up momentum now.
They are, and I think it comes from this mid default that they've been running a few times, and off the back of it, they got so much. Like, you get the entry pick, you get all the utility that was invested by Apina Orchestraria to come back into mid and re-clear it, right? I think that's the biggest point.
Well, the fact that Apina are 5 rounds up, again, on this struggle point defender's side that we've seen from them before, is promising. They're yet to play on this map with Stolen. It's the first time we've seen it from them. Maybe the slight roster shuffle can find added benefit. Again, it's that mid-conversation. Are we fighting solo or are we playing together? Because the results have been night and day. Drog has the reveal prepared. There's a trap for the early contact. That's now broken. And, oh, I said it should have been. Demiurge not able to get out. The shot missed. And Stolen, full capitalization.
Yeah, exactly. Getting the pick, and they've still not cleared Drog, who's hiding in the smoke, and he even gets 2 off the back of it. Finally, Demiurge and Riyadh will get the numbers back in their favour, but Demiurge still continues forward. The flash catching him, and then the 2 versus 1 is up to Riyadh, who's been good for it before, but not this time round.
Yeah, on that special day when Formulation want everything to go their way. Again, a grudge match more than anything else. No take-homes from this one other than the fact that they can confirm to themselves that this hasn't been the worst of second splits. The fact that they only had 5 missed points on the tally from split 1 was the real kick in the teeth in terms of their qualification. Requiem coming in with 0, as I said before, are already qualified, but those performances far outweighing what we've seen from the Norwegian organisation so far, and the first time out being called by Farden to have his say on things.
I actually really like the adaptation there from the Cypher of Opina Orchesteri has it. Just because it was actually just something extremely simple, nothing like juggling the traps for when the shot comes in. It was actually just moved into the choke. Usually it's the unbreakable one that we see so often. Sometimes just a simple trap like that can be the undoing.
Also, Drog preparing the recon, you actually had his teammate smoke in front of him so he can just get out that little bit more. And it's holding down those pockets where he's looked so good. It was standing on the same hallowed ground where he netted an ace inside one of our split 1 play days. But again, the prodigal son still on his warpath. Opina making their way into this game, taking it a round at a time. We've seen them lead matches before and fail to convert them, as is the case for a lot of teams in the midfield. And again, why it's stacked so competitively.
2 splits now where we've had everybody going for it. Hazza this time no command to deny Demi-Urge, but there's a trap to do it instead. There goes the ultimate. There's still 3 rifles to play with though. Spike goes down easy enough. Little utility being used to actually gain that sight and the space that they needed to get it down. So the post plan could be really good here.
Yeah, the traps were actually for the mid-split when you look at the one top mid as well. So they're prepared, already in for the retake. Paranoia's traded, but players right at the mouth of main. Jaff Sheriff will try and deter them for a little bit longer, but they're already inhabiting the space right in front of him. Drog holding things down, but no defuse just yet. Brady will finally get on towards it. Bullets trained in his direction, full sticking the defuse. Smoke is nearly gone, but he's holding on. Brady managing to clutch it out against 3 players. He called the rest of his team out of the trenches. They died on his behalf, and he defused to take them home.
And the worst thing about it was a formulation smoke that denied the line of sight. The spike plant was there for the spam, right? That's what they call like the impossible defuse spot. It didn't happen. It's horrible for formulation now because you look towards this round here. Yeah, they have a bye, but when we get towards the end of the half, if they lose this, they might not.
You want to know what the worst part was?
What?
The smoke blocking line of sight was Jaff's. It wasn't even an Opina smoke. But like you say, that's exactly how you try and play the post plant for spam. Just didn't work out this time. Viti and Kalkuna already getting investigative. And so is Stolen and Drog on both extremities. Opina converge, finding kills towards the left and not the right. Kalkuna goes down. Viti swinging back and, well, hitting formulation right where it hurts. Onto the canvas they go. Demi-Urge sprinting him down, but running into support.
Yeah, it's just a high-low setup now as well. That should be easily converted, but it's not. Riyad opens it right up. 2 flashes and a Kamali to play with if he gets to it, but he's dropped to 15 points of HP. You're against Drog, who's done many clutches before, and we'll put it through right here. 8-3, a massive advantage for Opina Orchesteri, who are fighting for their chance for play-ins.
Again, it's double trouble from Riyad. Even with the understacked setup, he's able to find a couple. Can't convert though, and that is the bottom line. Opina, as many rounds as we've seen go down to the wire, they've kept their heads above the waterline and then some. They're in full breaststroke now, freestyling their way to the finish line. 8 on this defender's half. And with ultimates to counter what Formulation have up here in the final stages, they will want that null command available.
Kalkuna trying to be aggressive as possible. In fact, Hunter's Fury being used extremely early, and while Brady tries to counter it, Puggy's downed him in a DB&O state. Can he get rezzed? Well, Stolen can't either. The numbers are dwindling here for Opina Orchesteri, and it continues to be Formulation Gaming who plough forward. Drop though, with a winning, potentially winning double. Something to fight back with.
This is his 3rd 1 versus 4 attempt. And having already found those first 2 kills, it's as far through it as he's got so far. Recon, Shock, Ultimate, all available. But you've got to beat Semburn and Demiurge, the 2 highest rated players for ACS on the team. The Duelist and Sentinel Supreme. They pair up and push forward. Drog knows nothing about it with his back turned, but the timing is just off, and they won't spot him just yet. He'll be in position to greet the market, and the steps confirm that. Demiurge goes across, and Semburn cleans things up. A formulation 4th, keeping them in this game.
Yeah, but Hazard, it's now the defensive side, which Apina Orchesteri have actually won out, right? You were already talking about how they've been having the poorest of defensive halves. They've fixed it here on this map, which is Formulation's pick. Their attack is always the better of the 2 sides. So is this the winning formula? Finally, are we going to see Apina Orchesteri win out on Sunset?
At the same time, though, they've not looked as sharp offensively as they had previous. If you want to flip it the other way, yeah, Formulation are actually better on the defense here, statistically. So, I mean, it's anybody's guess. It all starts with the pistol. That's the best way to look at it for now. But in terms of the eye test, Apina doing a lot better. Will they appear as disconnected as they have before on this attack, though? Calcuna's solo. This is one that they'll be looking to hunt down, and Demiurge already doing so. That's the first on the board.
It's deja vu from the way Apina played their pistol round, isolating the single player and then using it to go back in towards the site. Jaff up high, fighting in towards CT. The fight's not going their way as Jaff just hangs up on high. An elbow drop now, and it almost seems like a knockout. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Punching drunk. Apina laid out flat, but it's just the 1 round. I think that's how we put it for now. We will come back to that conversation when round number 14 has concluded. And we're looking at the gun buy and how exactly that's going to shape up. Puggy still in good faith, and I think Formulation will feel this way. They know that circumstances completely out of their hands. No chance that we see anything more from them than this final official. But plenty of eyes will still be watching. Roster shuffles to be made in the off-season that we've got. I know there's rumblings of that event later this year for North as well, so, you know, give yourself half a chance there.
That's it. Still, though, executing into the Cypher set, but at least getting close out. Calcuna, you forget how good this guy is. We've missed him a few play days. Well introduced here as Demiurge sends himself through mid. He's dancing through the walls, but again, he's found.
Yeah, Demi's pretty much playing his own game. As Calcuna felt to be on the pistol, but now, with support by his side, can they trade? The answer is simple. Not when Riyadh and Semburn are around. Spike on the back of Brady still. Work to be done for him. Jaff equal to it, but his head has been spotted.
Well, his footsteps have been heard also, so this should be a quick pivot towards A, but it's misinformation.
Yeah, Jaff holds the cross. Riyadh knows anywhere Brady goes is in danger, and so he'll get taken out as well. 3 for Riyadh, and to just go back on what I was saying there, Cairo, Calcuna, you kind of want to see him playing side by side with everyone else. This is your jet player, you know, one of the only agents you've got for gap close other than Viti. Should be making the absolute most out of his traits rather than hanging him around in mid. I know that was just the pistol, but already you see the benefit of them just grouping up on the B push that time.
It's not only that though, Hazza, like, we should be seeing Calcuna tied to Brady's hip, right, and just playing off of one another. I think this was something that, like, Shaw did really well last year, the Portuguese team, where Tomasi came from and Fizzy and all that. Like, the fact that, like, Tomasi was always set up perfectly by his support players, always tied to his initiator's hip to get those kills, and that's why he was so high on the kill statistics overall in EMEA Challengers.
Yeah, that tandem line's been pulled a little tighter. Brady wants his duelist in tip-top condition, especially when you look towards those games in play-ins if they can get there. You have to remember the only win Apina have so far is with Otom in the roster, but Calcuna's back now. Brady's certainly gone. Demiurge finding one, but again, it's that classic 1-for-1. Doesn't feel like the Duelist's been good for much more than that so far in this map, Cairo.
Yeah, only the Jet's actually been found by this knife, so in the back of Formulation's head they could be thinking, is it a fake? Have they just deposited the Jet on the A side and going towards B? You've also got Stolen just hanging around in mid. I actually placed the cam just in case there is any flanks.
Jaff's Outlaw is huge here though, because every single player is within one-shot range. He's also got the TP to jump on the mailbags behind him. Whatever you want to call it, box. Looks like mailbags to me. And those shots aren't quite delivered where he would have liked. Still a 4 versus 4. The flash in was good, but no capitalization from Riyadh. It will just be Jaff here. And with the pistol at his hip, there is nothing to be collected.
The only issue for Sandburn here is even if he gets 2 clean kills, he's going to immediately need a reload. Could easily be flooded. There's Kalkuna, lovely shot, but that's all it is going to be, a highlight reel moment. Zapina will convert that round.
That highlight's more like a TikTok, mate. I don't think there's going to be too much to take away from that one. And yeah, again, just coming into this, as I said before, win rates for both teams. Formulation, 1 win out of 3 here. And that came against OnlyFins in, the dreaded 9-3 reversal that we saw. They put up decent rounds against, both Apex and Requiem. It still feels like something is missing. Demiurge with the Bucky. The overdrive in support. A side step of the knife means that he still remains within striking range.
He's hitting the Bucky as well. That's the
I like
issue.
that. Now the counter KO dagger there just to stop the drone from moving any further means they don't actually end up losing that space formulation. It's a key piece of utility that gets wasted, but Apina are quick to react.
Straight through. Trap's still not broken though, that's the issue. Using the cages to break through, and you can see there's players getting caught here. This is a real stall out now. And there's even more so. Semburn gets a kill off his kill trap. Spike will go down, but it's a man disadvantage here for Apina Orchesterian in post.
Yeah, Apina used quite a few abilities to get into the site there. Viti clearing backside with his ultimate, and the trap still getting one onto Kalkuna. They fall back into the main post plant now. What more can they find from this position? It's that same smoke that we saw win the round for Brady before.
Yeah, but it's the same plant spot. Can Apina do what Formulation could not? It seems to be the case. So Jap by the trip, gets a kill of his own, but he's all on his own. And it makes it easy for Apina Orchesteri to convert it in the end. That is double digits, Hazard. They're looking to close this one out.
Look, other than that slight mistake from Kalkuna not to notice the trip humming in front of his face, that was really diligently worked. I think the fact Viti's happy to just invest from the shadows to clear out those backside angles as well, really nice. And you can probably even stick it if you pair it with a recon. So, looking well orchestrated so far. A little bit of German efficiency was stolen in the roster. Not too often you hear me be complimentary of Dak, but the only German player we had so far seems to be doing all right.
Yeah, well, Jaff though, who's been in Polaris for a long time, will shut down Kalkuna, who was all on his lonesome.
True. Spent some of his time in Project V, can't forget.
True. Winner?
The two-time, was it?
Yeah, the two-time, yeah. Can't doubt my man Jaff. I know we've got Hearthbeat who's won plenty, but so is Jaff in tier 3. And it seems to be continuing here. Up to Stolen now, and it's just as easy as that. Has a thrifty round after what was a Peanut Orchesteri. Starting to get some really good momentum.
I mean, just as soon as we're waxing lyrical about Jaff and how good he can be in different regions which are superfluous to the round itself, it's those sheriffs. And I mean, look, that is the buying trade of this guy. Jaff's always been good for some sheriff shots, and Riyadh, to be honest, hit and miss. This guy's like either sharp as hell or missing out. Like his Guardian, his ISO the other day, world beater or big sleeper, one of the two.
Listen, What I'll say about this round though, Hazard, is really important here for Apino Orchestra to win out. One, you've got Demiurge as op who's been introduced, but on top of that, you look at the money, they're close to having their buy broken. Real big swing round if they lose this.
And already, Demiurge's debut op is dishing out damage. On the mid angle, drone there with him. From the headshot, Kalkuna taken down. Still
There.
immovable. What do you have to take him off this angle? It's a dry swing from Jog. No drone, no recon.
There.
He's got to put his brave face on and take this one out himself. Brilliant flash from Brady to just move that line further back, and it leaves Riyadh hung out to dry. A 3 versus 4 still presenting itself, and no real map control other than mid right now for Apina. The round is very vicariously hanging on what little they've got.
Yeah, Demiurge pushed all the way back, players not knowing what's happening in mid, and Apina Orchestra found a gap on A.
30 seconds
Nice
left.
protocols from Jaff though to immediately pivot in towards A main and control that space, so it's almost like the site is flipped. Thing
They've
is,
cleared
though,
it
is
all
this,
out.
Yeah, in fact, Apina Orchestra have found this pocket, just whether they're careful of it main.
You already have to trap the cam, all the info's there, but Apina should know that players can be pretty much anywhere right now, and Jaff, caught by the dagger, confirms it. Semburn will be by his side to back things up in this round of all rounds. Still formulation with the numbers, but Apina using theirs to great effect. The double up elbow brings down Jaff. Semburn still not noted, but the utility is doing its job to clear him out. Drog goes solo, Viti left alone. 2 players on islands trying to fight out for one another. Brady back sight, dealing the next blow. No scope Demiurge wide of the mark, and Brady still going, running steadfast from the backside. Machine-like, the engine continues to whir away. Apina finding the 11th and moving themselves within touching distance now.
And Hazard, we talked about the importance of Apina Orchestra winning that round because of what Formulation had invested. The operator going full in on the rifles. They had to, of course, but the thing is, though, if Formulation had won that, it would have swung right back in their favour. Now it's on its head. It's anybody's game. Oh, if it's anybody's game, it should really be Apina Orchestra's when you look at these ultimates as well.
Look, I'm putting my money on the monkeys. Seem to be singing from the same hymn sheet right now. Kalkuna at the front, the conductor of this operation. We're up against a scrappy buy, and looking at the guns on the site, it's Puggy up close with a Stinger, and Semburn from deep with his Guardian, which we know can be good at times. What version do we get? Well, there's no answer just yet. Apina have backed away, and Puggy filling the pocket is left empty-handed.
Taking a timing, it's a complete gamble,
I know exactly.
and he's been
where you are.
absolutely costed for it. Neural theft as well compounds the pain because they know exactly where they need to fight, exactly who to fight as well, because there's Demiurge in market with only a Sheriff, and at the back of sight has a Semburn, has a Guardian, which could be the winning solution here. Still, Kalkuna doesn't find Demiurge, but he'll find his opposite number, the opposite duelist. Brady winning back sight, and Viti compounding that. Doubling up. Now it's up to 2. The remaining players for Formulation, and Demiurge seems to be so much better with a Sheriff than he is an Operator.
Well, how much better is he going to be with this ultimate? Because he only needs one more Sheriff shot to land and he'll be there. Rifle in his hands already. Same can be said for Jaff. First defuse tap. Spam coming through from Apina, but nobody will answer. Nothing to write home about just yet. Defuse now finally starting to go in. Jaff halfway, nothing more. His parting gift for Demiurge is 50% of the job, but he needs to do the rest by himself. The wall goes up and he's right back on it, holding the line to the very end, but stolen will stop that story from concluding. He writes the chapter himself. They want this one to keep on carrying on in play-ins with 12 rounds to their name. The possibility of it gets ever closer.
Yeah, Formulation have given themselves a half chance of keeping us alive with their biohazard, but it's most important that Apina Orchestra just continue on the momentum. The ultimates again is what I put your eyes towards, because the biggest one, the null command, is available for Formulation. That can deny any sort of execute, stall out if it's needed, or even retake. Back towards mid for a Pino Orchesteri.
Take flight.
Drone coming in from Drog. All of this is a ruse, trying to sell as much of a fake as they possibly can. Formulation have already bitten down. Demiurge is the closest to the A site as the spike heads on over. But now what can Brady and Drog do? Because they're so separated from one another. There's the first loss, now Drog's left by himself. They don't have the numbers here.
He's played
How
this
exactly
before,
will they
hasn't
try and find it?
He's played the mid before, the mid luck on his Cypher days.
Two
High
blind
flash
players.
from Veto. Oh, and he's missed out.
He managed to catch both of them, and nearly Demiurge on that transfer locks it in. As you said, the former Cypher player Drog, happy hunting grounds through middle. Demiurge trying to chase him down, but Drog buying all of the time in the world to sell out the rest of his team. Formulation in this 2v2 need Demiurge to light the way, but he can't do it this time. 13-7, Apina with the perfect start against their rivals in that push for play-ins.
And has, I think, Pino Orchesteri were electrifying, pardon the pun, on how they played that attacking side. They had the plays down to a T. Everything they wanted to do was effectively done. And on top of that, formulation has it has to be said, but they were outmatched, outgunned. I don't know if it was Kaisigo who had done a lot of anti-stratting or whatever for this game, but it's a great first foot forward in what is the most important game, because if a Pino Orchesteri win, just to remind you, they are qualified for our play-ins.
Apina looking a whole lot better in this one. Whether that's due to the fact that Formulation have little left for themselves to play for, or they just want it more, it's difficult to say. But certainly improvements made, looking good on the whole, and to bring a statistic in that's going to be pretty decent for people who follow Apina, is that this is only the second time of the 4 meetings where they've actually taken that first map. A map at all, they've only played best of 3s. The only time that they did, though, in what was, of course, a loss as they're yet to beat Formulation, was also during the Polaris regular season last time around in Split 1. So whether it repeats itself or not, we'll have to see. Their own map pick will be coming up next, but first, a break and hearing all of the breakdown from the analysts.
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you. please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever, whenever, I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever.
Welcome back, everyone, and what I can say, and Marcus as well, is, oh my word, the subheading for that, Apina Carestri, mean business today.
They certainly do mean business. We saw some rounds in here and we were shocked. There were so many individual good plays coming out from Apina, but also some of their team play was incredible. Even when we're looking at post plants, we're looking at retakes, everything was just exactly what we wanted to see for a team that are on the verge of either getting into play-ins or being put down to relegation.
And my biggest sort of point as well is just how they were flowing around the map as a team. When we were in the green room, we were just looking at how they were moving, what their set strategies were. The stats as well reflect it so gorgeously, Marcus. I really think it was a map in which Apina Carestri, despite numbers, despite whatever you might assume, it just didn't look like a sort of fall by the wayside.
The table looks kind of flipped right there as well. Usually you'll see your Julius be on top, right? But Kalkuna did not really need to do much. He was dashing into his smoke, he was getting the information, he was making the space, and then it was literally just the cleanup crew from the rest of them, especially Viti. His aim was impeccable. That whole series, his aim was beautiful. And also, we spoke about Brady kind of having like a tough split too, and you said it perfectly. You said how he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders right now, and I mean, his performance right there, can't fault it.
It's a good wake-up call, and what Azra and Cairo noted wonderfully is that Formulation Gaming have consistently beaten Apina or Casteri. And this is a spot, again, where if we look at the previous scores, basically, they're not at the woods yet. You know, reverse sweeps are still possible. The last two fixtures were a 2-1. And I still have to hold out, just for general logic and general feel of the story, Lotus is going to be quite a good indictment of just what have formulation got left in the tank, because I think in terms of morale and what the comms must be alongside the Pinnacle Terrestries, it's two different stories, two different camps. And I'm honestly sensed now that Formulation Gaming, you pointed out to me in the green room, really are not really waking up. You know, they're not really woken up just yet. So hopefully we're going to see some positive turns of light for those guys.
It's funny because when FMG took that second pistol, you were like, right, Marcus, this is the wake-up call they needed. And I was like, look, just hold back off just a second, wait for the buy round. But we do talk about some good things from FMG, and there were some individual shockers, some nice plays. And round 7, a super short clip, but I just want to highlight how nice this entry was from Demiurge. If we can run this one back, it was quite simply I don't know how we got the second one. He goes bang, bang, like not even resetting the recoil of the Sheriff. It was beautiful. And there were times we saw Demiurge dash into mid when the enemies were on an eco, and you're like, okay, kind of what are you doing? And that was a very close round. That was like it went to like a 5v3 or something, and they ended up winning it. But you know, you don't really want to put your team in situations like that, not really, do you, Connie?
Why would you? I mean, it has to be a situation that you can assess as a team from the hierarchy down. Above all else, what the IGL has to think of it. Yeah. And heading into this one again, we were comparing Brady and we were comparing Puggy, my bad. Particularly around lots of their own personal preferences and leadership, but at the same time, what today means. And I feel like round 10, of course, is a very good talking point, because round 10 to me and to you was a very crucial round for overall play and feel.
Yeah, it was. When you asked me about how Ascent was, and I said it's one-dimensional, I obviously then said that Sunset is becoming very one-dimensional. But the one thing I want everyone watching right now to know is how the gap between the bomb and main is closed from Apina. They aggress so hard, okay, on this retake, that when Apina tried to defuse, okay, watch, Apina tried to defuse just as the rest of Apina push into the smoke. So they can't defend the bomb because they've got to try and kill the people in the smoke. And Brady just sits on the bomb. Obviously it was close, right? But it's that dynamic of, okay, they keep on doing this exact same thing. So how about we change it up? How about we put the pressure on them? And you mentioned back in the green room as well, how FMG, they play not the greatest Valorant when they're put under pressure, right?
Of course. And it's only really a sort of tendency that we've spotted throughout both splits. Yeah. And it's something they're still working on behind the scenes, and I can reaffirm now that they also gave the first sort of losers interview. So they're a very unique team in a sense of, like, in win or lose, we have to learn always. And that's that right there is a good motto to live by in Polaris as well, especially that they've been through it all, this team. But that right there is a situation where Pina Terrestri in that round, they just capitalized on the distraction play. They had the objective in hand. It's easy to defend, but why not throw everyone at it and make it as mixy as possible? Because it will just completely dilute your thinking process in Formulation Gaming. But the nail in the coffin for me, I mean, round 18. Let's talk about round 18 particularly, and just exactly how things succeeded to that. Again,
a short clip, but Riyadh falling right at the start of this clip is vital to the whole play, because we don't actually get to see no, we do get to see Riyadh, sorry. It's him going out of that smoke and falling, but then also the beautiful flash over the top like that, just to get Demiurge off the angle and to miss his shot. Both of those things combined were literally the turning point for that round, because you have the flash to get Demiurge off the angle, and then you also have Riyadh falling. And all that does is opens up the A site for Apina to go and split from middle. Jaff did have a very nice reactive play. He fell back towards Apina's spawn and towards A main, right? Because he knows they're heavy pressuring mid, so if in doubt, he might just have to take a 1v1 in A main, but there was no one A main. So all they were doing was playing pretty much a pincher play on the retake. But again, Apina had such a beautiful way of working that round out, because once the bomb was down, they then double pushed elbow, and Jaff did not really have a leg to stand on.
it felt like on both sides there were moments where that play was executed, but it was the movement that really came to all the difference. I feel like Demiurge as well, when we look at the likes of Formulation Gaming, is so separate from the rest of the team. He isn't really joined by the hip like the other 4 players, but as a solo artist, incredible, and is a duelist that can really get you out of wit's end if you need it. Was it really good on that map? There were moments for sure, but there were bad moments, and now on the last day, you can't see bad moments. You've been playing now for 5 or 6 weeks. You have to kind of, you got to kind of, hone it in a little bit. But I mean, it has to be now analyzed in a sense of, let's look at Lotus. Let's be really present-minded here, because when it comes to this particular map in the likes of Challengers North, it's hit or miss. But at the same time, the best teams on it, the best teams on it.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus is one of those ones where, and I said this on the broadcast yesterday, and I'll say it again, you have to play the whole map because it's very easily doable by faking a bomb site execute, or just trying to pull a rotation. But the last time these two teams did face on Lotus, it was a 13-6 win to Apina, but also very key to note that it actually was FMG's pick back when they last played. So yes, right, FMG won the series 2-1, but it was a reverse sweep after losing their map pick, which was Lotus. So that series when they last played, the pressure was on FMG, especially going onto Icebox and Sunset. Now, the tables have turned. This is Apina's pick, and they're 1-0 up in the series.
Yes, that is the most important thing. They have the lead, but they've also lost the last 2 matches 2-1. So they have been drilled constantly in the thought process of, we cannot give up maps, and we just have to think one more map at a time and be present-minded for that aspect. But in terms of their pool, I mean, fair play. I'm loving what I'm seeing here from Pina Carestri.
Yeah, the double duelist comp, the Jet raise. It's not like you've got a Jet and a this is hypothetical, a Jet and a Reyna, for example. One duelist who can kind of take that space, the other one that is just purely based off aim and kind of self-sufficient. This is 2 duelists that can take a lot of space. You've got the dash, you've got the satchels, and then you've got the Fade who can do the reveal at the same time. As long as everything is in sync, I think Apina could have a very solid attack half, and it would not surprise me if we actually see FMG struggling on defense here.
Absolutely. And I think as well, to mention, Brady's been mentioned so much today, we have to mention him again. Really on form today. Yeah. Really an informed player, and definitely here for the occasion, given just what, FMG have been like all split. And now they're in a spot again where, yes, you can throw everything at them. Numbers, stats. You have to kind of go by the eye test at this point. And you have to respect the fact that the one thing FMG, and the only criticism I saw again, was that Demiurge wasn't really joined with the team. It was lots of individual moments that were really good, but it was just, at what expense? Losing the round?
Yeah. I think when you look at FMG and when you kind of think about the way they're going to have to play this, I think it's super important to note that when you do run a double initiator comp, you have to rely heavily on supporting your solo duelist. And I feel like if that solo duelist falls, you are going to be in deep water, because you're not going to have anything to take that space. I mean, last time these guys did play, we actually saw Riyadh. We saw Riyadh on the Raze, but that was prior to Demiurge coming into the squad. So, are they going to kind of use Riyadh's ability on Raze, do you think? Or are we going to see Demiurge take it?
I think that Demiurge might be shoved off it, because there were moments in that Sunset where I think the teams had to have a chat with him individually, because the performance was okay, but it just wasn't the impact they needed to get the rounds to claw it back. And you'd have to rotate accordingly. Maybe if he's feeling too energetic, put him on Initiator. Why not? Yeah. You have more support that way, and you can really utilize a lot more for your team. Because now we're going to be seeing potentially that shift. It will be a different look for FMG. Might reinstall some confidence, and it might uplift the team, because they've always been slow starters in Challengers North, right? There's no denying that. But when they perform, they're taking the top 4 teams to the sword at times. So that's why it's so formidable to have them as your first match of the day, Marcus.
Yeah, and when it comes to, before we jump into Agent Select, I want to talk about kind of the aggression on A main. Okay, no, I won't talk about that, because...
No, fit it in, mate. You got it.
I haven't. When I start talking about something, we'll be sitting here for a good couple of hours. So let's just look at the actual Agent Select. So Apina, they're not actually running double duelist. They have gone solo duelist on the Jet, and they've got the Breach and the Sova. Okay, which is I mean, it's kind of similar. Demiurge has opted to go for the Raze, so it is Demiurge on that Raze. Kind of, I mean, personally, I think I expected it. I think a change this late into at least Super Week is probably not wise. Again, I think Demiurge is going to have certain plays where he is also disciplined. I think he needs to be able to show his finesse like he did on Neon in some rounds, sorry. But other times there was a lack of discipline. There was very solo plays. So let's see how this one pans out.
Well, without further ado, throwing it back to Hazard and Cairo to walk you through Lotus and walk you through some even more exciting Valorant than that first map. But still, Pina Crassery in the lead, Formulation Gaming looking for a way into this series.
A way in, or they will very quickly be shown the way out. Along with Metasport, they wait along in the wings to find out what exactly their fate will be. It lives and dies on Lotus, of course. Cairo, heading into this one, do you have much expectation left of Formulation Gaming, or are we writing this one off and looking towards play-ins?
Nah, I think you've got to expect Formulation. They're playing for pride at the end of the day, Hazard. And there's a lot of prideful players on that team. Jaff, for instance, probably one of the biggest ones. I know everybody talks about him, right, and it gets a bit boring, but you have to for how long he's played in this league and the personality of the player.
Yeah, again, like you say, the fact that this guy is top 4 for appearances in Polaris in the Northern region when he has been relegated on 3 different occasions tells you a lot about the character, the persistency of Formulation, whether he's letting out a yawn or not, making sure that he's in fine form and ready to go as we head into map number 2, Lotus. Apina's pick, but will it turn sour for them, or is there still a chance that they can see this one through in 2?
That's it, Hazard. For Formulation, that series doesn't really matter for their fate at the end of the day, but for Apina Orchesteri, it means everything. It's their chance to get into the play-ins, it's their chance to have their season go on a bit longer, and just maybe there's that Cinderella run at Ascension, and maybe even Ascension play-ins if it gets to that. It's Lotus, where different results have been for both teams, but it starts here on the pistol.
As it always does. A Rubble, no less. A place that we usually expect. Kalkuna taken low but not taken out. It's Demiurge, the first one to go yet again. And Apina begin proceedings in the best way possible. Riyadh is solo in Hobbit. They may look to challenge him with a spike on Braddy's back.
Seems to be the case. They're flooding it through, creating the pressure, but already Formulation reacting to it, delayed by a smoke. But Sember, he had the clear line of sight and didn't get it working at all. He might, well, it seems as if it's going to be stolen to steal the round here. This is just up to Riyadh, all on plat. Spike will go down fairly easily, and Riyadh on 18 points of HP will have given the round up.
Ooh, a couple missed shots there, had a chance to take out Viti. The second just as good as the first, but Jog denying this one moving any further. And so, another opening pistol round for Apina. They kicked off their defender's side with it on Sunset. They'll do the same on the attack half of Lotus, with it being their own selection, and having won it with that being the opening map that we saw in what was the opening series of Polaris as a whole this year in 2024. Putting them in a good place, and 3 rifles on the board to back that up.
I mean, that's the thing for me though, Hazard. Like, Apina Orchesteri's like, how to put it, like the comps that have been here or there, like they've played 3 different comps on Lotus. One of which was that Deadlock comp, which I was surprised to see go, considering how effective it was against Apex. Maybe it was just a bit of anti or whatnot. This round, it seems as if they're going to have a clear go at the A site where Formulation are already hot on their heels.
Again, the changes that we saw to the Killjoy turret means that you have to be aware of the fact that a flank is in play, and 4 players towards Stolen means that that alarm bot is impeccably timed. The Hawk will reveal him, but he can call to arms the rest of his team. Semburn sitting away from the rest of the pack's already used up his cam. Now needs to use his head and find the right timing.
Best thing about Stolen being in this position is he is only on a pistol. Drog also on a pistol. And, well, at the end of the day, everything that's been bought up will get through to the next round easy enough. And that's a fair few pistols now that Apina Orchesteri have been able to win in this series, has it?
And converting those anti-ecos as well, which is a big thing to note here. Formulation, of course, missing out on play-ins with the loss to Requiem the other day. 2 close maps that they played, but always felt a step behind. And a reason for that was that they lost 2 of the anti-ecos out of the, 3 pistols they round. They won 3 out of the 4 series pistols, sorry. And yeah, couldn't convert 2 of those anti-ecos. It's just frustrating stuff, right? They haven't even won the pistols here. They do have the guns now.
So does Apino Orchesteri. Trap's gone. Calcuna just checking the corner. Elsewhere though, formulation route out that B main. Completely clear. That C site is not, and it's been easily taken by Apina, although there is utility being sent their way. So is those bullets. Seems if it's not going to be direct gunfights that we're seeing as Apino Orchesteri get pushed back further and further, spiked down, becoming even more difficult. It's going to have to be a brawl if they want to try and have a chance at this round, but I don't think it will even get to that. Calcuna making a good effort of it though, and it's Puggy's Odin that will smite him down.
Yeah, strong pre-fire there. Puggy retaking with the Odin through the CT spawn side. Not usually a position which we see too common for that weapon. I mean, pretty much the whole of the site is wall-bangable, but it's through Waterfall usually where you want to deny the plant, and actually Riyadh does a pretty good job of that himself. Didn't do too much to bait out that utility, Apina, went straight for the jugular and found it out. Found themselves on the chopping block instead. Another gun buy coming through though, and an Odin of their own in the hands of Drog to try and counter this A play early.
Many an Odin have we seen on Sova and Lotus, has it? Calls back to Enzo of last season.
Yeah.
And players, other players as well.
The crazy thing is too that we barely saw it before that point, so a real trendsetter. And Puggy showing exactly what the merits of this gun are. The spam through the walls, headshotting Viti. He's down to 1. Drog is gone, and there's just a slight sinking feeling there that Viti was up next. He will get out with his life, and it's a good thing so, because with him gone, it's just the smokes that they have. This is no double controller setup.
That's 4 rounds in a row which Apino Orchesteri have started on A. Sember is all on his lonesome and is going to get stolen pretty easily. Here the Omen TP as well. Now Viti is easy pickings, so you would think has a bite back and even spotted Riyadh. The nade not quite hitting either. There's a chance, even though it is small, for Apino Orchesteri to get this over the line.
30 seconds
They've done it before on the C site, on pistol rounds.
Yeah.
They can do it here on the rifle.
These same 2 players against Apex. Round 23, Lotus. We all remember it. It does also feel like Viti gets a passive buff every time this guy goes low on HP. Survival instincts kicking in. But Brady may even struggle to get the plant here. It's another for Viti. 3 versus 2. TPing up on high and looking to make the best of this aerial position.
See it happening here. The chances, it seems to be happening. You couldn't believe it. Oh, the best you didn't, because that is formulation to end it out in the end. That's nearly a 2 versus 5, has it?
It's crazy, man. And Viti, again, if you want to talk about this Apina roster and names that people should be thinking about coming through and out the back end of the season, if we get a roster reshuffle in the so many months that we have, this guy will be on the top of quite a few scouting lists, I'm sure, because he has been a highlight piece. And to spin that back to the region as a whole and historically where we've seen that happen, think of the Hookahs playoff team that we had back, when all the orgs were in the region, your XLs of the world. Those guys made a top 4 run, and even they couldn't stand the test of, the 6-month break.
Yeah, it happens very easily. At least this time it isn't 6 months though, has it?
Of course.
Again, that's the 5th round though, has it, that we're actually seeing Apino Orchesteri start on A. Again, for the past 3 rounds, it's went wrong. There is something to work with though after Calcuna gets the trade on Jaff.
Yeah, and in terms of why that is, Puggy's Odin's been doing a lot of work in the previous few. Viti's gone, so they don't have the smokes this time. Riyadh finding one onto Stolen, who tried to play that lurk ahead of time. See if he could catch a player in transition, perhaps. They commit the ult, but I'm pretty sure Drog is caught by this as well in stairs. So it's only Calcuna that can cross with his dash. And a Rolling Thunder to come back through from formulation themselves.
Yeah, as well. This has been really heavy on the ultimates. There's been a Nightfall invested as well. Now it's just Kalkuna. 4 points of HP, and there is an Odin still in play. 1 bullet would be enough. Yeah, look at this. There's even a double stack. This is very well done by Formulation Gaming. Again, has to be highlighted. The mistakes that keep happening on this A play.
And you sort of look as well at Apina being this team that's yet to beat Formulation. They can't afford to get ahead of themselves. So timeout coming straight through. And I back this decision. Kaisugo,
Yeah.
the coach of Apina, and a guy who's always been very transparent about their performances on social media, sort of saying it as it is. You can see the call, get those fluids on board, maybe drop them off if you're drog. He's not in his seat for now, but he'll be back in just a second. You've got to hope that headset's wireless.
Yeah. Oh, I hope the mic's not on if that's the case then, mate. But yeah, I think like if you're having problems to either towards either C or A, and it's consistent, it definitely calls for a timeout, right? Because it's the most important pressure points that you can put your finger on. And not only that, while we've been highlighting A as a main failure point for Apina Orchestere, the luck on B main a few rounds now has been getting found out as well. Just peeking out, playing it too early, whatever it is. So it makes sense.
It's just general map pressure, right? You're on the 3 map. You're on the 3-site map, and you're trying to fast push every time. I think Apina are rushing things. They just need to figure out what their openings are, what that looks like, and make use of it. It's a chaotic one at times, and I think you see that reflected in Brady's misplaced ult on the previous. You only had one guy to follow it up, and most of them were low then anyway.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a boring guy, I do love good slow map play with good macro.
I mean, I've seen your playlists before. You are a little basic. Oh,
that's not basic.
No, it's not.
That is. Oh my god, maybe not. What's going on?
What's it? This round is out of control. Demiurge finally getting a grip on things, as was Riyadh. That one's pretty quick in the end. It was Route 1 stuff from Kalkuna, sending it straight forwards with the blades. The response from Riyadh was picture perfect. 3 heads, all of them his. Really warming into this series, I think it's fair to say. Like, when he's playing at his best, he looks like the kind of guy that could fill the shoes of a duelist, and we'd seen him do it before, but sometimes it doesn't work, so...
I think as well though, like sometimes while you're fragging out on an agent doesn't automatically mean you'd be a good duelist, right?
True. Demiurge certainly is. He does try and take the space mound and gets away with it as well. No work for the meddling kids of Apina to try and do here. Oh. They've been sussed out immediately and reacting in towards A. It's no surprises who's going to be here. Yep, no mystery. It is Puggy's Odin, and he's gone. Viti snoops him out. And with the rest of the team backing this one up, they're in a good position to just keep on plowing forwards. 5 versus 3, but Body's on the A site.
Oh, the paranoia is picture perfect. It's got both players, but nobody to follow it up. Now that allows the players to create the cross, and look at Riyadh getting into position.
Time to freeze up. You've got Stolen in play, you have a lockdown. Play this one airtight, no risks taken. Ready 1v1, but always favoured on that angle against the player coming out from Blue Room. Nice stun onto Semburn. Jaff filling in the gaps. How much more can he possibly do? He can't bail out his teammate, and Brady has a round of it. 3 for him, a 3rd on the board for Apina, making good use of that timeout.
Yeah, Puggy's stuck with a decision to make. Does he either go forward off the back of the reveal, or does he drop back on the site? He makes the wrong decision, plows forward, tries to get himself into box, and then tries to get a teammate to bail him out. That was him. His position was doomed after taking that first step forward.
In terms of what Apina did differently, it's just contacting different areas of the map. Not going straight to your primary objective. You know, how many times do you see a team default towards C mound and just threaten the possibility that there's more player presence there? Because usually it's your weak side. It's why you're seeing the Cypher setup here from Semburn. Got to play his bluff and hope that he's going to call for a rotate. It's Demiurge's advanced op here, which is the main issue. He'll be the front man of the defense for now. And the poster boy as well, because he's been spotted.
Well, it's the Odin that's trying to get more off the back of it. Trog's just taking too much there. I mean, that's the thing with Sovas, they always like to try and get a shock dart off, but sometimes you can just find yourself in an awkward position. Now Kalkuna, he's the one in the awkward position. Caesar solo on site, no player close. Has a Pino Orchestrated could go back here and just leave him. No, lockdown in, clear the site out, allow Kalkuna to get support, and that spike to go down easy enough.
You've also got Viti's ult to capitalise off of any extra space if you want it. You know that defensive line is pushed back. Coming to the retake, man down, but Demiurge is on the open with nothing else to work and play his hand off of. Just got to hope that he can hold an angle, play in the rest of his team.
Eddie's stuns, probably the only big stalling power that they've got. Yeah, there's one nano swarm held in the pocket of Stolen, but that's about it, has it?
Stun looks to have connected for now, and Stolen, off the back of his own utility, picks up Riyadh. Numbers on the line for Apina. They've got to converge, and they will. It is a team performance on the C site, and Demiurge's off is extra. Doesn't count for anything here. His work cut out for him means that Apina have tied up the score with 2 rounds of their own off the back of that break in play.
I think the thing that I like about that the most, though, is how much Apina Orchestrated are on the same page, right? They know that they want to fight for the site. They know that they need to hold the crosses. They play for one stun off the back of Brady, and the rest just chime in, taking head after head. Simple stuff, but even the best players struggle at it, has it? But now, when you look at the ultimate game, it's not looking good for Apina Orchestrated. They're almost reset all the way back. It's going to be a long time until they can get towards 4 of the ultimates. Brady, though, he's 2 off of his. That's the only saving grace.
And again, to just compare with OnlyFins, the counterpart to Apina in many ways, something that they do well on this map is when they don't have the utility. Yeah, it's that protocol to just keep fighting sight. You give up the space, Formulation going to fill the gap and make life difficult for you. They stand their ground. They're looking a lot more united in this performance. That's got nothing to do with the poster on the wall behind Kaisigo. 5v5. Spike going down again, but there is a flank in the mix this time. And that alarm bot isn't going to do too much to stop them out before shots start to get fired Brady's way.
Aftershocks both being taken away, it's the flank that is threatening Apina Orchestrated. Finally the alarm bot reacts, and so does Brady. Oh, what? He's even going to invest the Rolling Thunder to try and get Jaff. Knows it has to be left side, shots will connect. It's on the site though that all the action happens. Now Puggy with just an Odin against 2, brings it down to 1 against the IGL, the leader of Brady, who wins out against them. 5 for Apina Orchestrated. Since that timeout, have won every single round.
It's insane. And again, it just comes back to defaulting more effectively. Brady as well has just shown such an upswing in terms of individual form, despite the fact that Apina haven't been doing so well as of late. His decision making looks better. This is a guy that we were criticizing so much before for his errors. But even against the best clutch performer on Formulation, Puggy, it's the Finnish leader which does best. Jaff out in the open, easy pickings. Formulation left without an idea. And Viti even doubling up in that ambition. Demiurge going quiet again. 1 is all he gets.
Thing is though, right, you're Apina Orchestrated, the smoke's up, you've already got your pick, and they're cutting noise. Semburn's going looking for something to get back. He's caught by the alarm bot, and he's getting nothing from it but damage.
He peeks in while vulnerable as well, so Drog only hit 1 bullet, but down to 45 points of health. Riyadh, this B defense has been unstoppable so far. Finally, Viti gets some work done of his own. Talk of individual rounds, this guy's always good for something. Prowler not going to clear him just yet, and in fact, they take the high road towards A. Puggy won't get there in time to stop this one. It's already set in motion. But that motion,
out here.
just like a metronome, back and forth. They've dropped the shoulder, Semburn, none the wiser. Could even take this as far as C if they so choose.
It's the engagement on Plat. Drog's taking an extra couple steps. Puggy knows it, must have heard something. Doesn't get anything from it though. Drog tucks, and essentially you've got two 1v1s, but it's now to 2v1. Drog known about up on high, but they don't know where Vitty is. Semburn already, we've noted how much damage he'd taken earlier when he went on the flank. For him, an impossible task. A body which he could perhaps ult onto, but you'd only get one ping off on it.
Yeah, he does want to look for the kill here, but the plant isn't ideal, Cairo. Vitty's got to swing first. Or Drog comes from up top. Flash comes in, Semburn sticks it half. He is still going, but they will clear him out eventually. So, no trouble in the end. Very well worked by Apina. Both players left standing once the 2v2 concludes. And it's yet another round which they've managed to put up on the board. After that timeout, 4 in a row.
That's it, has it. 4 in a row indeed. And when does Formulation begin their timeout, their stop to affairs? I mean, they've already had what is a decent half in terms of getting 4, and it could get better because you're looking at the ultimates here.
Sure, and that's the thing, right? If you call the timeout, Apina are kind of expecting it. It's the same reason we saw Brady use that Rolling Thunder towards Mound a couple rounds ago, because they know they can break the buy. This is the low investment. Jaff revealed should be a dead man, but he does TP out in time and force those players away. And well, in the process, the momentum pushes him forward into Brady's aftershock, so he's gone.
Yeah, but Riyad's actually had to use his Rolling Thunder as a stall measure, not even as a measure to go off the back of. Demiurge, though, has pushed all the way down A.
Yeah,
big engagements there.
Well, Apina have found this space through B and A, but Demiurge, like you say, is the one that can just cut the rope. The lifeline which was extended. Both players in the ground.
Spike.
3v3 from this point. All of the ults available on the FMG side. They can't play together for the time being, though. It's a long rotate when that spike comes in.
Oh, Semburn knew that the fight was coming, but wasn't good enough for it. And Drog's even going to take it further. We know he's good for it, and maybe not this time. Gives a chance. Demiurge Lone does have the ultimate and knows that a player is deep on site, doesn't expect Kalkuna so close, and now here we go. A 2 versus 1 in favour of Apina Orchesteri once more.
They're both split up again, though. Puggy has the Terror Trail. He can use this Prowler to split them up.
Doesn't take it though, and chooses to go, opts for the gunfights. Taking it, jumping up, giving away sound. It's so easy for Apina Orchesteri, and they're just hiding. They're playing delay. Puggy though brings it down to the 1v1. Kalkuna already bringing him low, but Puggy puts Kalkuna even lower. 6 foot under, and Formulation up to 5.
Formulation making the most of the situation because Apina was so split for that whole post plant. And to be honest, the same for Formulation. If you want to talk about playing by the book, both of them are tearing it to shreds. It's sat on the floor. The dog ate the homework. And yeah, Puggy able to isolate those jewels. He had the chance to do it earlier with the Prowler, but instead it's the full wraparound. And the win with just under a second left. Final round, guns all across the board, but those ultimates, not really a quantity that you can fall back on here.
Just trying to give away the audibles about the TP in case anyone was up close. The closest to an engagement, Demiurge, supported by a one-way has it, but he is all on his own. If he gets caught here, that's the C side of the map open. You're already seeing Jack trying to get into position, trying to see if he can support his duelist. He is going to get there in time, and somehow Demiurge gets out without a spot of damage.
Kalkuna burnt the dash to try and chase him down, so again, missing a bit more of that gap close when you come towards the site. Vitty no TP either. A few concessions with this Apina buy. So much utility used to try and crack the nut there early. And the difference with this round is that Semburn's playing towards A, so actually it does look completely different in terms of the C site. It's well populated, this left-hand side.
I was going to wonder if it was the Hunter's Fury and if it was to come through on the execute or wait for it to be used on the post plan. Not this time. Vitty though at least gets the trade out, and you know all 4 players are there. It's action time for Formulation Gaming to react to the pressure Apina Orchesteri are making, but time is getting low and they need to move quick. Into Puggy's arms they go, and he's only good for 1. Demiurge doubling up and at least puts him in towards an advantage. There's tricks that you still have to manoeuvre, and you've even got The spike down on the ground. This needs to be done quickly for Apino Orchesteri. Well, this is going to be all even. Demiurge has been found, has to commit to the spike. It's only Brady on site and he needs to win this 1 versus 1, which he cannot do. It is going to be even. Formulation rescue, which was a treacherous affair, and put themselves in prime position in the second half.
Finally able to stem the bleeding just a little bit there. As I said, Apina invested so heavily into these first couple of engagements, had nothing really to go off to get themselves into C, despite the fact they found the picks on spot. And as you highlighted, the spike gets dropped on the B side of the door, but Drog the opposite way, so can't even play off of him with Brady. Sure, he'll get the plant in, but the 1 versus 2 was a write-off. So 6-6. In what could be the final chapter of the regular season for both of these teams. Apina looking to end it on a high and close out 2-0. It's these defenders' side again, though, which has been their Achilles heel.
Yep. And it's for Apino Orchesteri has the way they win this series doesn't matter, right? They've still got a second go of it on Haven, but I will say that is a very big formulation map. We've already seen it. It looked decent. They did lose it, though.
Yeah. And again, when you look at this comp, it's a like-for-like swap. You've brought Stolen in on the Killjoy. Same role Drog was playing before. But if we can say anything about the defenders round so far, it's that they've looked decent. At least if that first map is anything to go off.
Thing is, though, that smoke doesn't do enough here to move Apina because they've got the alarm bot.
Alarm bot is everything. And so is this setup on B. You've also got Drog just playing passive. He'll have the recon for C. If he feels there's contact, the rotate is swift. That spike is heading right into the mouth of the beast itself. Not going to be able to disengage, and the stalling utility does come out. Still Apina with some key pieces. All of those flashes reveal everything in pocket when this A execute comes through, and with the Killjoy setup no less. Rotate to B here would be perfect.
It would be, but they're committing forward, Hazza. They're going straight into it, into the deep, the Viper's Nest, the Lion's Den, and it seems as if Demiurge is the one who's going to try and roar, brings out his knife. No, Brady's managed to get this back, jumping, dashing, hitting everybody in sight. Vitty helping out, Apina Orchesteri win 3 out of 4 pistols in this series.
Yeah, and the difference between the round that you just saw and the final gun round of the first half is that Apina still keep their stocks high. They had that paranoia. Both of the flashes on Brady, Vitty, Drog had his reveal. And yeah, the Killjoy setup was left majorly untested towards A. Puggy was trying to make so much noise as the B play was coming in, but Apina, with a very strict set of protocols, kept themselves regimented. I'll swap it up again here. Kalkuna remains to be well supported, but on the opposite extremity this time. Oh, Stolen's not spotted. He's got to jump back in. Yeah, this is risky. Already covered a lot of ground here, formulation, but support is arriving.
With the alarm bot being triggered, this could be a good fake if they get the chance. No Stolen, actually using the smoke against formulation here, and he's dancing through, waiting for the support. It's easy enough in the end. Yeah, it's going to be exactly that. Waiting for Riyadh to dissipate in the site, and plenty of those buys will get through, majority of which from Apina Orchesteri.
A full save from formulation, no expectation there, just full pushing through. And Apina, a decent go at things so far on this defender's side. Have they made the improvements that can keep them competitive come the playoff stage, should that be their fate? And formulation falling short for the first time against this formerly finished team. Gun by, and it's Puggy zoned in on A again. A problematic thing for them in the past. Can they deal with it here? Vitty's got off to a great start.
Apina Orchesteri have well fought this, and Demiurge has been hit for a load. This is it though, you've already won A main. Now you're forcing a formulation back. To go back in would be so expensive in utility that when you hold the site, Hazza, you might not have much.
It's another round as well where for me, Demiurge is null and void inside, 10-15 seconds. He's got 13 points of health left. You're really just looking at that nade right now being the biggest tool that he still has and can help the team here. Brady in a tough spot, but it goes back site.
How many times have we counted out a player low on low HP in this series and have somehow managed to get a kill?
For me, it's just been far too often though for him.
Yeah.
By his standards which he sets, Kalkuna can try and match that. A guy which has flown under the radar for a long time, but his duelist packs a punch itself. Only good for one this time, but utility back in to help out Drog. Brady by his side is good for just the one. 3 versus 2.
Stolen, just stalled out, and he has to wait for Viti to come through anyway. Well, Brady puts the pressure on main.
I'm sure you get the spike plant here if you're FMG. Biggest issue, all 3 players in different situations for Apina. It's about formulation picking their battles, and they'll do it well. Riyadh, that opener is as clean as you can ask.
Especially when he's so low, Hazard. You would have to make it as clean as it could possibly be, and Viti, is he able to try and find Riyadh? No, it's not the case. It's up to Brady now, and he's only on a Spectre. Cut down, stricken. That should have been on a Pino Orchesteri to get that over the line. The percentage is in their favour, but I mean, formulation, they beat the odds.
Yep, look, I highlighted it exactly as it was. 3 players from different positions, and there's no forethought of how exactly they want to try and play it. If I'm Kaisi in coach slot right now, I'm smashing my desk to pieces. It goes against everything that we've seen from them so far. Or, you know, where they've looked good is when they've played off one another.
I agree. You're 100% spot on. Frustrating. And that would have been like, if you win that, 9-6, the advantage grows even more.
Look, with the amount of permutations thrown around during Super Week.
This is such a nice alarm bot.
Let's not think about the what-ifs for now. Still a game at hand, and one which Formulation are giving themselves the best possible chance in. Names like Riyadh stepping up. And those names all accounted for outside of C. This should just be the straight-up execute. These guys haven't really looked to fake all too often.
There.
And they're even starting to combine their forces here out on main Hazard. This is definitely looking to be the execute.
Stolen gets one. Jaff immediate response. Kalkuna now revealed, not only by the Haunt, but the smoke as it goes up. Keeping the numbers in front, and Semban here in all of the steps. Knows about this rotation, knows about the waterfall presence. Turret is down. This is his timing.
I mean, this is it, Hazard. Every time we've seen it before, Semban finds his opportunity, but not only that, backs away, creates an issue which Pino Orchesteri have to either deal with or send forward. Trades down to a 2v2. Fully can get on towards site, and he keeps that cam for information, but it's not actually on the site. It doesn't have line of sight yet. You should see the players cross, and Puggy's spam's not hitting. This is not looking good.
They have to get back here. I don't know why we didn't just see the full stick there. The Haunt does reveal Drog. Viti in the end, the one that has to get back on it. And yeah, there's nothing that Puggy can do. I have no idea why Formulation have played that the way they have. Thought that he had the spam, but the plant just wasn't quite correct for it. A slight error, perhaps, but I think you've got to be a little more forward thinking, especially when you get Semban with a backstab like that. Apina play it totally correct. As soon as Brady goes down, he'll be calling for the rest of his team to move forwards and flood the site, knowing that Formulation weren't going to over-aggress. And yeah, the defenders make the most of it. They're coming up to some big ults here as well. It's another one of those which could really shake the balance and set up the rest of this tie.
Whoever comes out on top of the ultimate cycle, in my opinion, will be the winner, Hazard. You look
it's
at
only
the
going to take
economy.
one round, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just the economy state as well. Like Puggy said, the Odin from last round, but 2 Outlaws, a couple Sheriffs. Sure, they've hit their shots before, right? But Nightfall could be used here from Puggy because he is on the ultimate orb.
Interesting part about how Apina have been layering these defensive rounds as well is just it's a different setup every single time, and not often are you going to see Stolen either on the same site or by himself. Players here with him already. First of which, Drog on the initiator, Brady as well, util to support. Stolen doesn't look to need it. He's already found Riyadh, but that recon does put him in a decent spot to clear out Demiurge. Stuck on default, right click at the classic. snaps right back at them. Still a 3v4, no spike plant. That one's going to be heading elsewhere. How much more can Demi get? Plenty. There's a showstopper available for him too. The fuse can't be lit, but he goes out with a bang.
It's the same issue as the B site before has. A look at the 3 players, they're completely disconnected once again.
Yeah, I want to see Brady wrap around fully, join with Calcuna, or just let him shoot them. I don't know, that also works. I think Formulation approached that one a little differently to how they did on the round which they were able to convert in the 3 versus 2. They stayed on spot and they waited for Apina to push in. You understand the mind games there. They weren't expecting them to make the same mistake twice. They did, but this time they get away with it.
They do. And, well, listen, when it comes to 1 versus 1s, it's always going to be that 50-50. And I mean, I guess at the end of the day, Formulation were on the lesser buy. Now they've got ultimates to boot.
Yeah.
You want an ultimate? You want an ultimate? We've all got ultimates, especially if Riyadh gets one ultimate orb.
Opa win frag. Giving out ultimates. Look under your seat. There may just be a play-in spot for you, Apina, if you play your cards right. Demiurge, one of those players.
Sorry, just to interrupt, but like I think the big thing for Apina Orchesteri is the fact that they do have ultimates to counter. But the issue is they've used one early, and I don't think they're going to find the usage that they wanted, the efficiency. Now you're forcing a Formulation towards the other side of the map. In fact, actually has a. This looks like it could just be a fake.
And that's the thing. I think Apina want to draw first there, get the jump on FMG, but it does backfire. Demiurge here does have it. Has to be careful with the vulnerability. One bolt from the Hunter's Fury would kill him off, but one shot of the Showstopper could do exactly the same. Clears out plenty of space, but look at the pivot. Again, Demiurge being used as a probe. They've played the fact that sometimes he's a little disconnected to their advantage because Apina bank on the fact that he'll be more well supported. No, it's the opposite. He's nothing but a cog in the machine.
Oh, Demiurge needs to be careful on the cross. Oh,
okay.
More than so. It's a really expensive round though in terms of the ultimate game. Whoever comes out the victor is going to be huge for their coming rounds.
Yeah, Apina have nothing to work with. For FMG, it's almost a full house from what they've used so far. Rolling Thunder coming in. Reset button hit. Apina leveled back to spawn with no real entry point. Crossfires set up. Drog trying to pull those apart with the Odin, but nobody stands in range. The only one to face will be Riyadh. Stolen also has decent money, so he's going to go for a chance of this Scorched Earth policy and strip away some weapons himself. I mean, look at the credits of FMG. Quite a few players under 1,000 credits, but he can't find any of them. So, an 8th for Formulation, and Apina yet to leave double digits.
You know what they say, has it? In a poker hand, 3 cards are better than 2, and that is exactly what Formulation had in the ultimate game. They come out on top.
Sure.
But the thing is, though, is they used a lot of the most important ones. Your Rolling Thunders, your Nightfall. I mean, for this hand here, they're going to have to go up against a lockdown with next to no counters. The retake here should be Apina Orchesteri's plan, and they're already going to fight for A, and you look how stricken C and B is in terms of manpower.
Well, Apina know exactly what they've got and what they're up against. No poker faces here. Nothing gets past Viti over this side of the map. Brilliant paranoia. Delays off the peak and then sends the rest out the door. Standard procedure for him. 5 versus 2 when that dust settles as well. Jog overstaying his welcome a little bit on the angle. Senburn combining. It doesn't look great, but Apina just have so many players to clear things up at the end of it. So 11 on the board for them now. Have Formulation ran out of steam, or is there anything left in the tank to add one more twist to this tale?
The A-side bouncer, right, Viti? No, the night, mate. Out the door you go. I mean, that's the thing. Like, the set play, the utility, FMG get completely stuck in committing to fighting it, and they just get stuck, lose all the players. What more can you say about that round? A big thing I would say, Hazard. Lockdown still in pocket. Where's he looking?
Oh, it's crazy. Jaff caught, pants around his ankles. Kalkuna throwing another haymaker into the mix. Apina feeling confident now. Sticking to their game. Only a couple of rounds away from pulling off what felt to be an impossible task. Be their first ever win against Formulation in their 5th meeting. The most important so far.
Found them.
Stolen the site anchor, but with plenty of support yet again. Stairs left open. Brady should know this as he rotates to fill in that gap.
It's the stall, right? They're cutting the noise. Brady just holding on to the stun just in case he needs it, and he's already seen the shoulder of Demiurge, creating more and more stall. In fact, nearly gets Riyadh to boot.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the spike's already on B.
I mean, you've had Semburn out in this position for a whole long while now. Drog again playing the C side of the map solo. You don't see Sova on this map all too often, but I think he's really taken up this info role with some serious confidence. His utility, all of it, on that full belt is going to be useful on the way back through. The fight's getting taken ahead of the curve. Formulation needing that X factor to surprise Apina, and it has worked out to give them an equalizing frag.
And I mean, they could even go and invest in Eurotech if they needed to, but it's not needed at all. Just going to get the picks on their lonesome. Drog doesn't have the time and will buy an escape route if he needs it. No, he's actually going to send it forward. Try and get players to peek into him. Scotch their policy, as you'd mentioned before, but this time it's not going to happen. 9 to 11. Still keeping it close.
Apina
End that lockdown, still not getting a chance.
Sure, I mean, look, they're 2 rounds away here, but that's the thing. Stolen playing, heavy with his setup. Apina very quick to call these defenders rotations as well. So what do? They put the turret up on B. They'll know if anybody's tried to make their way through. You've got the ult for the retake there, and you've put 4 players towards Mound, where Formulation have been enjoying early space at times. It's an aggressive maneuver with these Blades once again. Formulation know it, and the Blades were nearly enough to stop it.
It was. They're still continuing forward. Drog, the only rifle, or I guess as a Guardian, but the only real automatic rifle that is there. Kalkuna getting found out. There goes your Blades, the cutting edge gone, and Semburn's out in B main. Something else to worry about. Tap on the door and a swing round Formulation. They find themselves on top of Mound, on top of the round, and on top of C site.
Yeah, Stolen only has the Sheriff here. And look, I would love to have seen Apina go back to that trap play they were trying to execute with the breach ult before.
Yeah.
And play off a little bit of contact there, because again, you look on the HUD, you see the jet knives available. It's only happened a couple of times, and Kalkuna's done pretty much the same thing on every occasion. It's a fairly simple read. Stolen, how much of a read does he have on this one? Jaff up close. First couple missed shots means that he's done for. Double digits Formulation. They've been keeping themselves quiet in this one, but slowly creeping back. And with every chance of evening up the score, Apina call another timeout. It was 4 rounds on the bounce of the first. Does the second look anywhere near as good?
I mean, you would hope so. I just wanted to talk about Stolen for a minute, actually, Hazza, because I feel sorry for the guy, right? Like, he's 9 and 18 now? Maybe 9 and 20. He's having a tough shift. But the thing is, though, he's on the graveyard shift, right? If you actually watch how Apina Orchesteri are playing generally, he's either getting executed into with only one person to help him, or he's holding the site all by himself. Fair enough, you could say, well, he should be dropping out, he shouldn't be getting picked, all that stuff. But a lot of the time, he's left solo, and by the time he gets to the site, he's on his own.
Again, though, it's in the job description, and I'll happily play devil's advocate against you there. How long's he had that lockdown for? How can you realistically expect to ever use it if you don't set up the game plan to try and tailor it to what your strengths are? Varden's already said his piece, and up on his feet, ready to celebrate what could be one of very few FMG victories if they carry on this trajectory. Haven is the final map up, and sure, they couldn't take it away from Requiem, but they've beat Apina there before.
Yeah.
It was our decider in the Beacon finals.
I think for me, Hazard, the lockdown needs to get used soon because we're coming close to the showstopper, Nightfall and Rolling Thunder for Formulation Gaming, and a plan could be made to go and take the space in which a lockdown could be placed.
You felt like Stolen was getting picked on. He's made a couple of friends during that timeout, both of them playing in front of the setup and just trying to feign that there might be a different look to this defense, that it isn't backed up with Sentinel utility, that maybe the weak side is somewhere else.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, like the passive information is now on A, right? So like now you've fought for A, it's backed up by the utility and you can commit towards like the C side, as you're saying, feigning that the weak side is towards the other side of the map, although Formulation still exploring the A side of the map and creating a big question mark as to what is actually behind that smoke.
I think this is exactly what Apina wanted though. They wanted them to play into where Stolen currently stands. He's going to be left by himself again though, and this is where you just need a bit of discipline. You don't peek until that alarm bot goes off. Now he has the info. We'll just guard the smoke instead. Lockdown in pocket. No mistakes made. Wait for the retake. You've got the numbers. Play this one right, and Apina can take 12.
Yeah, but they can all focus on A site. You've got the lockdown as well. Semburn's been totally taken out the game, so you know where the 4 players are. They have to be towards A. Very rarely would there be a lurker on one of the other agents.
They've not used it. Stolen is the first point of contact. He doesn't need the ultimate because his ability is just as good. Finally, it gets called into play. That's not until Vitty's gone, so they can't block the vision of these tree players. They can send them packing though. A different line of approach. So much utility left in pocket. Stolen trying to get the perfect angle on the corner. They can't bodyguard Brady any longer. No chance of winning this one out anymore. Time is just simply too low. Apina Orchestri fumble their opportunity. FMG tying things up 11 apiece.
I can't actually highlight how big a pick Vitty is when on the site take, Kaza. Just because you can't disguise if they're on the spike, if they're not. And it's just easy pickings, and the fact that they let the haunt actually go off, let it bloom, let it reveal, that then just allows them just to have quick peeks. You're already lining it up.
But you did have the drone from Drog first to get Stolen further forward. It was a little risky game that he played to use the lockdown, but finally we've seen it. Got nothing from it. FMG, ults of their own. The haunt goes off yet again and finds information. But it's the initiators, the A presence, Stolen, separated on C with just a sheriff. What more can one man do? He's working the double shift again. Has got to find double the value if they're to have any chance here.
Kalkuna's just hanging on the edge of the smoke. That's a big tag onto Demiurge again. It's the chip that we've got to be talking about. Kalkuna still can't find him though. 4v4. Sheriffs though, they've seen them get heads, seen them click. And with the players so low, I mean a body shot might be enough. Buying some time to get the spike down with the showstopper here, Hazza.
I mean, he's bought so much of it. Look at the response. The players drop back 10 paces, every single one of them. Health advantage for Apina in this 4v4. Where they lack the guns, they will be standing a little bit longer.
There's found Drog more specifically. Somehow Stolen's found himself a little pocket to dance in. Going to continue it though, or is it going to be just a vacuum? And that's exactly it. Apina Orchestri, they can't get their flame going. It's completely drowned out. And Formulation are actually the team to get 12 first. One more round and they can convert their opponent's map pick. Or is it going to be overtime?
Again, I don't think Formulation have played badly by any means at all. But this would be a shock second map result in my eyes. Talk about playing for pride, whatever you like. Apina, the masters of their own destiny, with the rounds that they've had, the positions they've been in. To let this one slip now would be just yet another in a series of unfortunate events. Aggressive alarm bot. Information which Stolen would like to have. Another heads up for the new boy. Going to need every advantage that he can get. Still FMG, you've got to say that Senburn's position clues you into that potential A finish, or even a late catch of the rotate, which isn't going to be coming through because Apina haven't been shaken all too much by what we've seen so far.
I mean, they've put pressure on C, left a player there to hold any re-clear. Now they head towards A, but getting out of it is really difficult because of the one-way. In fact, the Rolling Thunder is going to be what they choose to try and get through it.
Formulation just flip-flopping 4-1 setup time and time. You have Jaff on that extremity with his ult, so they can go elsewhere. But they try and brute force the issue of the A play. Stolen still sitting with that nano now destroyed. Next one up towards Bend. Jaff has a different idea though, an alternative route which gets him right up towards Waterfall. Instead he plays Spawn. Still wanting this fight on Stolen, which he finally looked to get, but the counter flash is a moment too late, so it will go 3v4.
Still with the advantage though, Hazard. And that's the key point. In terms of coming back in, you've got 2 smokes, you've got 1 stun. That's about the size of it. It's not great.
You've got to wait another 8 seconds for Drog to get his reveal back, and they're playing off site. The plant this time is so much better for Puggy's Odin.
Oh, this is it, Hazard. Do or die for Apina or Kisteri. Not a lot to play off of and plenty of stall through the flashes. Time's already low and the Odin isn't hitting. It's not finding the players that they would have wanted. Finally they have to get the aftershock out to bring players off, but it's not doing so. It's only up to Riyadh. We've seen him being good in a clutch before and he's good again. It's Formulation Gaming that equal the score in the series.
Riyadh there could just have been waving goodbye to Apina's hopes of a play-in spot. The Grim Reapers, already dead, want to take another team down to the grave with them. The same one that got promoted through that initial closed qualifier at the start of the year. They could end it off by killing their campaign. A tough pill to swallow if you're Apina or Kesteri, because they were that close on several occasions. But just those minor details not quite falling into place, and more questions being asked of the team performance just when it felt like things were improving for them.
Yeah, I can imagine we'd be hearing a Metasport cheer after that one, Hazard, but it's not all over, right? We still have one map, it is Haven, everybody knows how to play it, and Formulation have already seen a loss on it this Super Week. So it's whether Apina or Kisteri can actually reset after Lotus coming into this third map.
Yeah, look, it's a map which we've seen between the two before. Apina trying to turn this result on its head. The same fixture which always goes against them. As I said before, the first time they faced in Polaris, they won the first map and they got reverse swept. That could certainly be on the cards here. What does the preparation look like? I know Brady does like to clip. I see the clips on the channel. If he has anything to go off from that Requiem game, then they might just have what it takes. But until then, we are none the wiser. To the analyst desk we'll go, but not before a break.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it, yeah, yeah. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing.
Apina Orchesteri seem to always find their way to the finish line, but is it the hardest possible yet? Well, I think so. Formulation Gaming come back to make it 13-11, sending us to a decider map here, Marcus.
Formulation really, really impressed me in this one, and it brings me back to my point where I say, you know, is it because they have nothing to lose, right? They know relegation is theirs. They know they're going to be dropping down, so are they going to be playing a little bit differently? Are they going to be having more confidence? And it feels like they had a lot of confidence in their post plants. They were running the clock down quite a long time until they actually got onto the site, in some cases, and their post plants, especially over on the C site and the A site, to be honest, were impeccable. Sometimes I say the one time we saw Rolling Thunder be used by Rhea to push Apina into CT was yeah, it was beautiful. FMG actually did deserve that win, even though I would say there were a couple of rounds where Apina did, I would like to call it a throw.
Yeah, no, I think that's completely viable. There are moments there, though, where the timings for a small frame would have been, gorgeous plays, but it just has that small of a margin here in Challengers North where it does turn into that way, and it's a hard pill to swallow for some players. And even though it was quite a map for Semba, this one, it was still just beautiful to watch Riyadh play some beautiful Valorant, and even closing it out in the end there as well, just muscle memory on the post plant. Maybe that's all you need sometimes, Marcus.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, I do think this next game is going to get very spicy because of the one thing that Riyadh did right at the end. As he won, he waved
Oh my god.
off.
Is he really foreshadowing this next map? Are you really pulling the script out now, Riyadh?
Now, if people at home have forgotten, if Apina win this, they lock themselves into play-ins, okay? If FMG take Haven and win the series 2-1, Apina will not make play-ins, and Metasport will. So, for FMG, it's like, okay, who do we prefer? Should we just allow Apina to go through? Should we just lose this last one? Or should we actually win it and get Metasport to go through?
The keys of destiny is in their hands, and it's a lot
is.
of power to have. I think every Metasport fan right now is cheering on FMG, the other side of the green. And
yeah.
I'm just sort of in awe of this a little bit. It just feels to me in a sense that when we see Formation play against this particular matchup in Apina or Kasteri, the previous history's there. They've always won, and they've won recent times in a 2-1 fashion. I did mention as well going into that Lotus that, I don't know what's always just yet. I mean, anything could happen. It's Formation Gaming's, secret formula, if you will. And they played pretty much picture perfect second half, in my opinion, Marcus, but a lot more than me. The round 6, though, is one of my key points, though. And that was sort of the table setter for this particular map and mode. And what really was interesting as well wasn't the fact, again, that you just see Demiurge and Riyadh and everyone else collect a load of kills. It was the way in which the kills were traded. I mean, Riyadh gets free here, and then the cleanup's always available with Demiurge on the C site. It just sort of, right, okay, well, Pina Crestrid are walking into a death trap, right? But mentally speaking, that can't be the best possible foot in the door.
Yeah, and obviously that's a round where we see Riyadh get one of his 3 Ks, and he played superbly over the whole game, whether it be kills, aim, whether it be his utility usage. I think, of course, there were some standout rounds, and I haven't got this one on a replay, but one I want to quickly just verbalize to you was Puggy's 1 versus 2. I think that was actually one of the rounds where I actually think turned the tide, because Puggy winning that clutch, I think, definitely set Apina back in their mind. It was definitely a tilter. It was a bit of a lack of discipline. There was some misplays, some solo peaks. But look, it was a lovely round from Puggy. You have to give his kudos where it's due, right? And then we have round 9, and this is a post plan. Now, this is literally, again, something I want to look at in terms of utility usage. So the flank does come in, and I want people to remember this and to understand that, look at this reaction. He knows that Jaff is there, and he uses a rolling thunder on what could potentially be only one person. He doesn't know that. And it was just one person. And to be able to make this decision in the middle of a round is what sets a player from being a good player, right, to a great player. Because him rolling thundering flank, all that does is allows Apina not to be pinched, because that's the worst thing when you're trying to play close part. You don't want to be pinched. He clears the flank, he uses that ult, and he doesn't have it for the bomb, and he still manages to win that round. And that's something that I really, really found, that there were some really nice highlights from Apina in that game, even though they lost.
Absolutely. And the biggest thing as well with a play like that is that it completely offsets your set strategy.
It does, yeah.
And now your only real option is blind counters. And round 13, in a sense, kind of encapsulated it, especially the way the kills went down. That's one thing to mention. But overall in round 13, Marcus, really, where is your food for thought? I'm particularly analysing this one.
Yeah, this was a really nice round. We were both talking about how the util was chucked on A to kind of fake, but Apina, they did not budge. And both stuns from both teams here were absolutely perfect. But the thing you guys need to look at right now is the rotation from Apina. They 4-man rotate to the A site and try to stack it as quick as possible. Yes, it's a risk. Yes, they leave B wide open. That could be the downside of FMG, right? Not being able to read the play. But I mean, the call was made. It was a good stack. And boy, was this messy, Connie backside.
No, it's just incredible to watch Brady open up the can of worms to really give FMG something to think about. And what's even more impressive, again, when you look at FMG in that situation, they still came back and won. You know, they just FMG to Pina Carestri, which, you know, is starting to become quite a key theme here, ladies and gentlemen. But you have to now again center yourself in this decider. Haven's coming up next, and I've got some good nutrition for you in terms of Formulation Gaming. Now, Jaff's someone I know very well, interviewed many times on stage, and I think one of our interviews actually was 8 minutes talking about this particular map, Haven. Jaff loves it. He is an orchestra leader, a conductor for the team. At times, he really can give you some good idea and some good set strategy, and that's the value now that's going to give a little bit of an edge to the Formulation Gaming, going into a map now where there's so much pressure put on, you know, Orchesteri to stay in.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go out on a what's the word? Limb?
On a journey.
I had this conversation with Meg once. It was like, is it do you go out on a whim or out on a limb? Both do work, and I'm gonna say that I think we might see a Gecko on Haven.
That's a really good call, actually. Especially for the attacking options as well for both teams. Right, very attack-minded today. It's been very attack-minded, Marcus.
I feel like we might actually see Jaff potentially come off the controller and go on to the into the Gecko. Now, this is me just guessing. I definitely did not talk to Jaff about Gecko.
Okay, so now you've got to tell us the truth here, Marcus. It's an interrogation.
Look. No leaks. But we spoke about Gecko. We just spoke about Gecko. That's all I'm going to say. He didn't tell me if he's going to play it. He didn't tell me what map. He didn't tell me when. He just wanted to know a little bit about Gecko. And I gave him that information. So, I'm hoping we see it. Honestly, my favorite map, Jaff's favorite map, my agent. It might go hand in hand.
Potentially. And the thing you always have to visit, though, and the decider is what it means for Apina or Steri.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, they're in the driving seat in the first map. Second map, in a way, we summarized it well. It was a throw to a large portion. There were moments where it could have been closed out their way, but it just wasn't to be. And it's been a story which they've repeated so much against Formulation Gaming. It's starting to wear down a little bit on the mental blocks. So this is it. The penultimate exclamation point for Apina Orchesteri, and just what the counters have to be in mind. And who are the star players you need to call up for in a moment like this? I mean, listen, Brady's been playing wonderfully, conducting wonderfully, but will he lead the boys to success?
Yeah, and I didn't get enough time just to talk about it in that previous game, but just before we do jump into Agent Select, hopefully I don't talk it out again. Honestly, Apina showed so many nice rounds during that, especially on defense on A main. And again, it was all based around Rolling Thunder, right? Viti was getting the information by jump spotting. They know that Riyadh had that Rolling Thunder, and all he did was TP away from the Rolling Thunder, and instantly the paranoia came out and the aftershock came out. And it was an incredible round, and probably one of the highlights for me in that game. I should have asked it for a replay. I have a feeling they may have actually thrown that round as well when they were 5-3 in the lead. So
I think yeah. You have to agree. Why do your Agent Select's going to be so special? Ultimately, again, aside from that nutritional seed planted there with is Jaff going to be on Gecko, like the biggest headline so far in Challengers North, it just has to be centered around, will we see glimmers of Jaff last year to now? As a player, he's grown so much. And as a person now being here for so long, it's like, well, I could only really envision last time he was on there, and I was in Paris in Epic 38, and I was watching him pretty much smash everyone at that tournament just because of that map. And when it got put into the grand finals, it was a massive conversation. I mean, even in social media beforehand with both teams, Apina Orchesteri recognized just how important it is. They're taking nobody, undermined. But FMG are a bit more like, we've really improved this split. So they're really kind of scaling their split overall, just on how much better it is than the first. And, they've been through it all themselves, right? Been to Eclipse, promoted back up, joining Requiem, and that's a story in itself, Marcus. I need a cup of tea.
Yeah, well, story in itself, you're correct. I was wrong. There is no Gecko, but we do see Now, this is interesting. This is where I feel like, are they bringing this out because they know this is like it's not a do or die game for FMG. This is just okay, we're gonna see out the rest of this split. We have our final game, and they bring out the ISO and the Yoru. Now, this could be difficult for Apina to work with. I'll be honest, because that is, I don't know. I think Riyadh being put onto the ISO after having a game like he just did on Breach, he's got the aim and we know he does. Do you think he'll be able to pull off the exact same performance like we just saw?
Ooh, I feel like his muscle memory might wane a little bit here. But like he's been asked for so much in the last 2 maps that he's starting to reach the end of his gas tank a little bit. But the ideas that Formulation are bringing in are actually quite innovative. And at this point now, you really want to innovate, and I respect that completely. You know, ISO, Yoru. Not really my first in the mind, same for you. But Jaff is still an Omen. I should have always played Omen. I should
have looked. They did play this last week, or in their last game, should I say? They did rock out the ISO and the Yoru.
Thank you so much. Oh, so they're kind of seasoned a little bit, and I guess now they're still kind of marinating it. Maybe that was the first test the last time they were on with this comp. Now has to be, you know, the full main course, the meat and potatoes of Valorant. They have to really kind of cement it, because this could be really interesting for the other teams really to look at and VOD review, because they're not gonna have so much of a clear idea as to what our Formulation gaming. They're a team that have sort of evolved and morphed so much in the last year, but they've always kept kind of the same composure. So that really is going to be a bit of food for thought for when you go right into the Haven.
For sure, and I personally think we might be ready to throw it across. I think, Connie. I think
so. Well. Yeah. Let's give it to them. Hazard JC and Cairo, map number 3 in Haven. This is the decider. This means everything to Pina Crestry. And also, again, Formulation Gaming, will they upset or will they just continue to streak?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, look, here we are. It's the final match in the regular season for both Apina Orchestri and Formulation. This grudge match hasn't yet ground to a halt. We are gearing up for a decider, which we've seen played between the two in the past, and it's always Formulation which have one final blow in store. Can they deal it yet again, and will it be enough to win Apina of any play-in's chances?
Well, Hazard, there's plenty of eyes on this game from the green camp, and I'm not talking about Formulation, Metasport, they're all in the chat. I've seen a few people talking about how they're screaming for Formulation to get this win, and what a story it would be for a roster like Metasport to actually get the chance and play-ins as well. They've always came close, but no cigar. I mean, the other aspect for me, Hazard, coming into this one, talking about Formulation, is the last time they played this comp 2 days ago, it was both Riyadh and Demiurge, both duelists, at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, we definitely need to see an individual step up from those players. Riyadh already showing signs of life so far in this series. Will there be signs of life for Apina when all is said and done? Or does this write off any chances of moving into the play-in stage? And that match against OnlyFins that waits for either them or Metasport. All eyes on Haven and this pistol round. It kicks off with Kalkuna.
Yeah, straight in, flashed up, and he's completely tagged out. It's utility that does the work in the end. As for the rest of the players, a little bit late to the party. The party does not stop for Apina Orchestri, not on the C side, because it's completely open. And well, the spike is down.
Spike is down, just waiting for Demiurge to re-clear Garage here with the support of Puggy. And for some of that key utility to come back online. Jaff's got the first of his smokes. Still no recon up yet for the IGL. Apina playing with their bodies on the site. They're not at range. They're right up in Formulation's face.
They are. Apina Orchestri wanting to have those party lights pop. The fireworks at the end of the party. Still lots to go, lots of fights to be taken with 2 players left and Puggy being stunned up. Demiurge just left with it all to do. And it's not going to happen. Apina Orchestra will let that spike blow, and it will be the pistol round that's theirs. That's 4 out of 5 pistol runs. It's actually been won by Apina.
The vast majority of those opening pistol rounds. They haven't lost a single round won so far in this series. It's another great start. On the attack side of this map, you couldn't really ask for anything more. Formulation, the comp that they play, the double duelist, Demiurge, Riyadh, both showing moments in that previous round. And for Demiurge, his position was key into that retake, taking up the long space. with it, you already get a look at how Apina want to play. It was players on the site, which I think is important. They weren't willing to give up that space. At least not while Jaff was still alive.
TP for a quick rotate towards A, and actually an aggressive position by Puggy to just check A lobby. Formulation still stuck in position on C just because of the early pressure that's been put on.
Right here.
The reclear coming through, and Puggy can't give up himself up here.
Here.
I think it's fair to say we've moved away from a Sky meta, this Apina comp. You know, even if you forget the player names, the roles, the agents they've picked are different, right? Drog on the Sova, Chuckle was always a Sky player.
Yeah.
They like the double controller as well. So very standard stuff from them against Formulation with this lineup of agents which we don't see all too often. There's usually a reason behind it, a method to the madness. And right now, well, it'd have to be something absolutely insane for Senburn to walk away with the round here. So for natural reasons, that isn't going to happen. Drog locking it in, Apina with their anti-eco.
Not only that though, has I think as well, like there's a reason why this comp is so popular right all through Haven's life cycle. And so far, first couple of runs, you can see its strengths. The Sova reveals and the breach utility have been completely spot on. It's just about how it continues forward. Puggy bringing out his classic Odin again.
Yeah. No guesses as to where he would have been playing, but actually, instead of Garage this time, they leave a gap. One which the turret can catch from the left-hand side on C. So a lobby spam from him instead.
Here.
Senburn in this smoke. Kalkuna again. Just doing his best to gut this one out. How much utility will Formulation invest to try and re-clear it? They're not going to go for it at all, in fact. It's just Riyadh from Link. He'll get traded, but drops the spike in the process. And now Apina have a decision to make. Do they stick or twist?
Seems as if they're sticking, although you do just see Stolen looking on the down A lobby. That's continuing forward. They want to fight forward. They want to get extra space and just get control of the spike. But Puggy is absolutely massive there. Gives Formulation a winning chance in this round, and Demiurge certainly puts those chances higher. It's looking excellent. Up to Kalkuna. Yes, he can frag, but he can't frag enough for this one. The bonus isn't good enough. Formulation are.
Apina, nice idea. Stolen in my eyes. Perhaps goes just a little too early there, I don't know. It's hard to say. You put it under the microscope, but Apina had the right idea. They were trying to isolate Puggy. But everything he's touched so far in this map has turned to gold. Hunter's Fury already available and discarding the Odin for a Vandal, in fact, as well. Playing a little more standard against the setup that we see. Apina still with money of their own, and the Outlaw in play. Unfortunately enough for Kalkuna, it's not going to be anyone on a light shield to punish, at least immediately.
The thing for him is he needs to be careful as a judge in play, which is something you don't see very often on Haven. Placed in towards Garage, and an early Hunter's Fury here in Kalkuna. Only one that's been tagged up.
Oh, Demiurge. Not only will he find the kill, but he's repositioned to support this B pivot where Stolen already stands. You say judge isn't too common. I'd like to play counter to that. It can be one of the most dangerous weapons on this map, especially put in the right hands. How many times have we seen a highlight clip from this corner before? Senburn getting the first. It's the spike dropped, and even the repeat from Stolen can't do anything to offset what we've already seen. Kalkuna will spam back, but this is the situation where you wish there was an Odin in play.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be in a good spot here, Apina. Something similar to what we saw in Lotus immediately after the pistol and anti-eco. Formulation win out the preceding rounds. Upset Apina Orchesteri's by. Now you're looking down a difficult road to walk along if you're Apina, because lose this one, that's it. You're onto the eco cycle.
Yeah, you want to go back as well and talk about that map against Requiem and where Formulation had their chances. They didn't move on to that defender's side until the second half, and Requiem, well, they won 7 out of the 8 rounds that we saw there. Just the one that they were able to pick up. This is already better than that. While Apina have the guns, Formulation seem to have the right read, the correct setup. Demiurge is here, there, and everywhere. Yoru proving why they're such an important agent on this map at times.
Silence
it all
falls.
goes quiet. But they're
Yeah.
straight into the setup if Apina commit.
That's the biggest thing. And they've been dissuaded from going towards B. They want them to hit C. You can see that Hunter's Fury in. It could destroy a few bits of this KG utility, and Jap isn't fast enough. Kalkuna is, and he's already knocking on the doors of C. Utility sent forward. A stop. Brakes have been pressed. Trying to stop out. Demiurge TP. He's not want to get caught in the spam of the Odin. Look to try and fake out towards A.
Yeah, they're a little hesitant to commit. Formulation were there for the flood, to give credit to them, but there's a lot of space here to re-clear with only 30 seconds left. They'll have the numbers, whichever way you flip it. Formulation have been spread thin in the process. Demiurge already spotted, and Kalkuna getting the next visual onto Puggy from spawn. Spike going down.
Spike planted.
Extra player in post. In terms of stall, that's probably the biggest one, is only that's stun. I mean, there's 2 shocks, but they're probably using that in a post-plant positioning already with the dimensional drift. Pinging out the players, have lost one. Riyadh gets something back, and it's the 2 duelists that have to try and rescue this one. There's no chance that that's going to be a formulation round. The post-plant just that much better, has it?
Yeah, it's a brilliant round from Drog as well. Everyone looks straight to the feed and applauds the kills, but that Hunter's Fury was brilliant in opening up the C site in the first place. You just use it as a clearing tool, right? You send those bolts towards several different angles, and combined with Brady's stun as well, they managed to catch off the first, a tag, and then Jaff the second. Blades for Kalkuna this time. But a full purchase from Formulation where we see Demiurge bring out the op. This one's going to be headed towards A, right where the rest are coming through.
Looking to head long though. Still, they managed to find Demiurge with his operator, and Riyadh with his shield. He's got it back up again. The double tap still going. And it's just a duelist to hold this down by themselves. Riyadh continues, you know how good he is on the rifle, not good enough, even though he had his shield. And Demiurge stuck in shot. 2 versus 4.
Right here.
The spam is bang on from Puggy as well. It's only Viti left. A clutch. The realm in which we've seen him operate in a few times before, but nothing quite of this magnitude. This round will, approach a slow pace, grind down to the final few moments. Demi should close it here with the op, and I think that's the point that I want to bring in next, as Puggy will tie back up the score, is that you compare him to Kalkuna, both players who were in the top 5 for ACS and duelists in the opening split. Demi is just so much more partial to bringing this operator in, and the fact that on the Yoru you can have him all across the map on it is really, really dangerous. I mean, Kalkuna there on the blades, as we've seen him before. Riyadh's going to be the perfect counter when he has the double tap available. And, even Drog going down to the op. He has a drone, he has a recon. Apina need to be a little bit more careful about how they approach these situations, because every single round you give to Formulation on this defense is going to come back to bite you when that second half pops up.
I think that's the big thing, right? Although Jaff is going to be aggressive on C long. Peanut looking to react to it, but it's the reaction in towards the operator, taking their time to use the drone to make sure they don't get caught.
They know about the op now, but again, he has the TP, so as soon as you hear that cue, he could be literally anywhere. It is C where he will continue to play from. In the meantime, Formulation have taken liberties for themselves on A. Killjoy set up right through the middle. All bases covered.
Be careful of the cross. Riyadh still has his double tap in pocket, an ultimate as well. They just peek out, and I mean, where was the Odin? Elsewhere, actually left Riyadh all on his own. Now Apina straight on towards site. Puggy can't even get out. Now it's into an advantage towards Apina Orchesteri with the spike down. That's post plant. It's going to be hard to get back into.
Yeah, Drog still has the reveal as well. Just fire that towards the back wall as soon as contact is hit. It's Viti to take the first fight instead, and they'll happily make peaks happen here. Demi does catch him off guard, so perhaps a little bit more discipline required there. It's a fight that he doesn't really want to have to take. Still wins it. 2 versus 2, both players hell. Flash coming in,
Standing.
can't drop to safety, doesn't have the health to do so. Instead, he will give up the game as he moves away. Kalkuna takes him down and restores the lead for Apina Orchestra.
Yeah, I think like again, it's I just wanted to talk about the demiurge point has about the operator and how the value that they're getting from it. I mean, there's totally 2 different types of duelists, right, between him and Kalkuna, and the fact that like I always find it interesting that we'll start to see demiurge move away from what is like the Jets, the more traditional duelist, whereas Kalkuna, I'm always so used to seeing him on Rays, which we've not seen in quite some time.
Yeah, I think I almost have Kalkuna being more of a Jet player in my eyes. I know what you mean though. It does bring out an op of his own here to try and match Demi's firepower. Jav here in Garage has such a cheeky angle. They're going to hear that turret, and so long as Apina don't break it, there's a chance that they take this peak. Whether they expect him there or not, Demi's now been noted, and the re-peek into the same angle with Stolen watching over it is the misstep, which gives Apina numbers in yet another round.
You found that Omen is towards C, and going investigating and formulation gaming are just giving up so much.
I
It's
mean,
easy.
why Sunburn there? Of all players, that's all your mid control gone. Your turret, your alarm bot. Now Riyad's got to try and cosplay what he's just seen and go for the exact same. Puggy, this has to be the highlight moment of their regular split so far. If he's going to stop this one from moving any further, 2 kills isn't bad. Riyad does have the ult to snatch one away. But this position will soon be compromised. Not until Stolen has had his life taken away. 2 players running towards B. Riyad with the shield up in his face, but doesn't commit to the ult, so it's a tool that he'll have to go without when it comes to that situation.
That's the biggest win there for formulation, is the fact that the ultimate goes out. Brings it to 2v1, an open spike plant, and they're burning time just by Riyad's having to clear all the corners. That's the last bit of utility that he had. Won't use the ultimate, obviously, because then it's an easy pickup for Apina. Has to win the 1v2.
He does. First tap comes through. It's a recon. Layer by layer. Apina have quite a bit to fall back on here. The double up is there! But Riyad breaks the balance by himself. No ultimate required. And in a 4v4 round scenario now, that clutch could just be killer.
But Hazza, it's the same story from Lotus. It's the exact same thing that was happening. Apina Orchestra finding themselves in advantageous positions and letting it go. I don't even want to call it discipline. It's just like leaving Stolen here. He's tried to cover off the back so the spike's easily gone down, but they're still in a 2 versus 1. Outrageous stuff.
And now Apina have to try and dust themselves down and go straight back at it. Not entirely a force, there'll be money for the next. But out on a limb in terms of weaponry here, Kalkuna has no 2 feet to stand on. Demiurge, double up. Vitty on the site, but no one comes calling home. That's Stolen taken away, no lockdown, no stability. Riyad removing another. The numbers, twice as good for formulation. The spam, very nearly catching Vitty there as well.
Yeah, I mean, everything about this round is going wrong, from Demiurge getting a double off the choke, unchallenged almost, to just peeking out in the open. I mean, I guess the only asterisk I'd put on is Riyad's kill because it's a 1 versus 1 through the ultimate, but at the end of the day, that's formulation on 5.
Yeah, and to be honest, like with the changes to ISO as well, 80% of the time Riyad should win that. Formulation really well set up there to deal with the aggressive push. It's Demiurge right at the forefront again, and he's afforded himself an operator off the back of it.
I think the thing is though for me, Hazza, ultimates, right? You mentioned it there, but 2 lockdowns available, a dimensional drift for formulation gaming, but again, I was just about to talk about it. The breach ultimate, used early doors, gets the sight, but it saves a lot of util for when we get towards the post plan.
Oh, the spike's been dropped, so you don't get the perfect timing of this one either. Second shot goes in. By the time this is planted, the lockdown will already have expired, Cairo. You've also got to consider the fact that Formulation were always playing retake. They saw the ults, they set up off-site, and now they're ready to go.
Yeah, but they've set up Riyadh on the flank as well as having a man advantage. This is not looking good at all.
You know all about it. Demi's in backside. Can he escape from the second realm? Yes, just about. It plays in Riyadh either way, and Kalkuna has nowhere to look, nowhere to hide. The scoreline says it all. 6-4. Formulation leading on Haven again. It's almost enough to bring smiles back to their faces.
The thing is, though, I'd consider a timeout. I'd be tilted by that round. You invest the ultimate of the Rolling Thunder. I mean, you get Spike, to be honest, in a position where it should easily go down. It's the shock darts that do the damage. Not only that, I mean, yeah, look, there it is. Riyadh on the flank. It just felt as if Apina Orchestra had no control and no awareness, especially, of what was going on.
A Demiurge is just a distraction in the ult there too. And as I said, all part of the game plan. Formulation see those big pieces. They avoid it. Can only give credit to them. Again, Kaisi in the comms. What does he make of this situation? 2 rounds down on your attack side, no less, of a deciding map against that team that you just can't beat. Skeleton's still in the closet. Whether they make it to play-ins or not, they will be bruised.
Yeah.
The question is, can they get there? Because right now, it doesn't feel like it.
I mean, that's it, has it? They can't get the monkey off their own back. They're meant to be the monkeys, right?
I'm so glad you said that final word.
Yeah, come on. I mean, that's the thing though, right? They're not playing off the same hymn sheet. The orchestra isn't playing together, and it's not a symphony, it's quite a bad tune. Looking at what they've got to go up against, everything's there for Formulation Gaming. And well, not everything's here for Apina Orchestra. Couple of highlights being the Guardian and the Vandal, but here comes the Operator.
Oh, Demiurge could be put through the ringer though. Missed shot, calls in his life. Kalkuna has bitten down on a revealed Semburn and gone straight into a fight against Riyadh with zero expectation. I believe he is shielded, can't quite tell by the HUD. It's gone now, so kill contract prepared. But Brady on the angle with the op for the first play through. And that has removed him from the situation. So Apina might not have the guns, but they do have the player numbers.
They're being forced out though. The paranoia is great, and so are the smokes from Ja. Here it is. The delay coming through from a Hunter's Fury. Everybody's getting picked off. It looks so much better for Apina in the post plan. Aware of what's going on this time round. And although Puggy might have got a tilting kill, a frustrating one, it is still going to be their round, and they will find 5.
Apina wanting to try and get away with as many of these guns as possible.
Last round,
which did include the Odin for just a moment. Stolen thinks better of it. And yeah, combo utility once they had the site there, Apina was really good. Hunter's Fury and stun combo again. Really liking this synergy between Drog and Brady where possible. And yeah, I mean, it's one of the times that we've actually seen them go for an explosive execute. It's worked out. One of the few times that Demiurge has missed that opening shot and they've had full capitalization. Into the last one here. Kalkuna does have the blades to fall back upon. On an op of his own.
Has Apina got enough though? I mean, obviously we'll find out the answer, but it starts to worry you when you look at the scoreboard. Like, yeah, it's a good round, but there's not much more. Just one to be exactly. Kill contract being used. Here goes Riyadh. Again, stolen once more. Breaks the shield, but cannot get the kill. And double tap stays alive. Here's Semburn though, completely taking the players off guard. The utility from Formulation being sent forward when Semburn needs it is spot on. Continuing to spam, continuing to catch players off guard. And Kalkuna stands alone. An operator in hand and 5 targets to get shot down. Well, he's only got 4 in the pocket, and fair enough, he had knives, but he won't be able to cut anything down.
Yeah, the half concludes with Formulation 2 in front. Metasport will be watching. Could be a big day for the boys in green. Pino Orchestra as well. Yeah, I mean, even that round. You just look at Riyadh bullying Stolen as things stand. Out of the frying pan into the flames. Pino have been good for pistol rounds before. This is the most important one, which they will play in their split so far. In this year as a whole, because their campaign relies upon it. Formulation given any momentum on the attack side, which we know that can contend with play-in quality, is not a prospect that you want to give any momentum to.
Taking it slow, letting Apina to make the first move. It was finished B on the first attacking pistol round last time round, if you remember, Hazza. They did eventually win it out, but it wasn't without a disastrous start like we see here. It's almost like deja vu against Requiem. No way that Formulation came and lose the 5th pistol round of this series. In a 5v2, the 2 remaining players of Formulation have to try and fight out, make it 1. It's up to Sember. He gets a chance to get 2, but Drog's there to rescue it. 5 pistols from Apina Orchestra, 1 out.
I must say as well, there's got to be some kind of prerequisite to these pistols. Set counters, anti, because you even saw it on Lotus defender's side, stacking up towards B. They do the same here. The util is very well timed from Brady again. It's not been his best showing, but value added in that one.
I mean, that's the thing though, the Formulation did finish on B on their attack side pistol. I remember it well against Requiem.
Yeah,
so, I mean, obviously they've antied it.
They've been taking their notes, and you have to. No slacking, no slouching. Viti with plenty of work to do himself here. The spike is up, but the players don't quite follow behind it. I can already see the writing on the wall. It's the classic 4-1 split. He's called this a couple of times now. Go push A. I'll see if I can get in C. As long as Stolen stays mid, though, you've got heads up on this turret. And yeah, Apina are well prepared to react against just these classics.
You know, it looks like if this round is converted, which you'd imagine it would be, it will be all even. A quick switch to Spectre from Brady, just because he is so low, allows him to continue to fight, be on the front lines, and also get some of those ultimate orbs. Well, in fact, he'll lose out on the chance of that.
Here he goes. It's your time to shine, Puggy. Yeah, he's got the plant down again. It didn't work on Sunset, but it has done here. And for Apina, well, long rotation. You have the alarm bot in garage. Puggy's got past it. There was a gap. And now, Apina may just be sweating. Half an eye kept on it. Takes the step forward. Turret at the back. He's gone past that one as well. This utility is like Swiss cheese. There's just so many holes. And Puggy's filling in the gaps, but the shots are god awful, man. Diffuse for Apina. Just when you wanted to think that something could be made of it, you can think twice. IGL aim for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about Swiss cheese utility. It was Swiss cheese Radianite boxes after all those shots. None of them hitting the body. But yeah, we're back to all even. And the most important half of the most important series for 2 teams in this league. Metasport will be the winners if Formulation can beat Apina Orchestra, or it's the Monkeys to send themselves towards play-ins. The stakes are high, and there's so much to get done. Kalkuna hanging around and long. Formulation playing that 4-1 stack once again has it. This bonus round is dangerous as well. I mean, Drog's got the Odin, an Outlaw in play, Guardian, well, there's stuff to play with. I mean, there's just things that you could use as win conditions. Kalkuna, though, he's dropped already low.
Yeah, that Outlaw isn't within striking distance on any of these players just yet. No chip damage has been dealt. That's where you'd like Drog to come over and put those shocks to work. Still, the most default setup you could get defender's side. Both initiators and the Jet on A. Killjoy through mid, and Omen on C. What can Formulation find? The drone goes through garage, walks away with little to no information. It comes down to this A-hold, Cairo. It has got to work. That's if Apina want any chance at taking the lead here.
Kalkuna's looking to face out.
30 seconds.
Has to come through soon.
30
In fact, I think
seconds
30 seconds is actually the mark for the go button, and it is pressed. Here we go. Big reveal, big engagement, and Puggy's won it out. Site completely taken. I mean, even Kalkuna, he doesn't want to stick around for much, and when you look at the go back in, you've got a paranoia. That's what you need to try and fight through here for Formulation, Hazza.
Well, the turret's been taken off through mid as well, so Semburn already taking the mid timing. Shocks at the feet of Kalkuna. Lives a little longer, but nothing more than just that. Frags back, 2v3. Do they still have a chance here? Time's going to start running low, so the kills have got to come in. Jaff bides his time and finally peeks onto Stolen, which secures it. Formulation on an 8th. Drog walking away with his head hanging low. And Odin in those weary arms. As troubled waters continue to lay ahead for Apina. The setup was right. I don't think you can criticize anything there at all. They just couldn't win the fights, and the fact that they didn't have the guns probably didn't help.
I was about to say, I think it's the firepower that's the issue. And on top of that, you look at some of those players. Riyadh was on 15 points of HP. Jaff was 2 bullets away from getting found out himself. I mean, that's the difference maker in the end. You turn those original guns into rifles, it's a totally different story.
It's also, you know, Drog's job at cycling information, how proactive this Sova can be.
Sure.
You'll have to go back in the VOD and take a closer look at it. But for now, similar setup to the previous. He's through middle this time. Odin in his hands, you can see the reason why. B is where Formulation go, and they're bang on the money because there's nobody home.
Just getting the plan down though, and if they can even take any extra space, because if they get forced back out in the mid, it can be a difficult post plant to play. Players already in garage, you can see what Apina want to try and do, and Stolen getting found out is a big one. It gives them some leverage in the round.
It's all about lobby here. Kalkuna and Brady trying to go back through. Kalkuna getting 2. Still a 3-on-3 in the spike plant, like you say. There's a smoke to take out of the one-way. Kalkuna needs to make as much noise as he can and save face for the rest of his squad. But I don't think it's going to be happening here. Viti, no smoke to make life easier for himself. And up against Jaff, the opposite number wins. 9 for Formulation. The buy is busted for Apina. Few more opportunities that they'll get now to stop Formulation running away with things.
Yeah, this is now starting to create a little bit of breathing room. I think FMG will stand for Formulation Metasport Gaming after this, if they can get this one done. They've even got ultimates to boot. Demiurge's Dimensional Drift to go and grab some information.
Again, Kalkuna bringing the blades out in good company. 3 players surround him on A. Formulation play this one Snow. They know exactly what the stakes are.
Realistically, Apina want to force Formulation in towards A. That's why the KG setup is here.
More than anything else, they don't want to overstep early. They just wait for that react.
I think it's like Formulation, this is why we're seeing them go so slow. You need someone to break this drone. It's not even reached far enough.
Spike is already heading for C. It's just that 1 nano there, and Stolen's not going to do all too much. Demi, how many more can he draw over with this? They'll have heard the TP, so actually the rotate is going to come through for Apina. It's not really done too much for Formulation here. Another late execute, which they'll be calling in. Spike should go down, no issues. I think Apina can actually flood this. They are here right on time.
But the issue is the paranoia. I mean, only Stolen's beating it, and Demiurge has even helped to get rid of him. Here comes Kalkuna's blades, and he's good before. Drog's even got a rifle. This is now starting to become a worrying affair as the players are pushed back, and there's still the Yeoman up, and Vitty keeps himself alive. He can smoke this spike off and actually get players onto it. Now you have to spam, hoping you hit players, push back even further and pinged out by the info dart. This needs to be troubled waters, but it's not going to be the case as Demiurge goes huge, finding 4 and getting formulation to double digits.
Demiurge killing off another Apina chance. They had the numbers in the retake. They knew about the player default. Even just hanging that TP towards the backside. Not faking it, just waiting until the perfect moment. And then that 4th kill is insult to injury. Timeout Apina Orchestra, second one used. And if Formulation want to drag this one out themselves, they can. Nothing yet used by Farden. He'll simply sit back and observe. Not everything needs a reaction.
That's it. And I mean, for Formulation, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For Apina Orchestra, call the handyman, call the engineer, call everybody, because everything is going wrong. They're like causing issues, but the issues are like are being so well managed by the attacking side that it doesn't really end up being or coming to anything, right?
Like, if you want to talk tradesmen, any more nails in the coffin for Apina Orchestra and it'll look like a carpenter's workbench. I don't know how many more hits they can possibly take. This is one of the last. You look at the gun buy that they're going to have, it's the defender's side. Kalkuna's just used the blades. You've not got any X Factor on those ecos. Brady and Stolen will get close to the lockdown and Rolling Thunder, but yeah, you lose here and you're playing to stop 12 with next to nothing. Everything on this round, in my opinion. Formulation's still plenty to go off for the next couple. They'll get close to Puggies, Demiurge, Riyadh, all of them right there. It has to be this. Round number 18 is the biggest one in Apina's 2024 campaign so far. It starts off with Kalkuna in main. He'll smoke to try and disengage, but Demiurge is clipping away at his heels. Thankfully enough, he can survive this time.
At the same time, there's a scale up C, there's little pressure pockets being created all across the map, and Apina are being so reactive to it.
This is the thing. There's one part to play for the retake, the other is how much space do you give them. Riyadh taking liberties for himself again. Huge double kill, but Apina, they'll maintain the A presence. They hear the steps. They know all about it. Kalkuna, Drog, the stars of this show. How much more can you possibly give us here? Absolutely everything is the answer. A couple kills from each of the kids, and they'll keep on dreaming.
Hazza, you demanded that there needed to be everything in this round, that there needed to be the win. And Apina Orchestra found it when the odds were not in their favour. Insane from Riyadh to set Formulation up for the win. But it's the combination, the 2 double kills in the end that find it. As for the ultimate game though, they're not out of the woods just yet. The pack of Formulation have plenty to get this one over the line.
This is where the sun starts to set. Does the day end with Apina in play-ins? Or are they done for now? With these ults stacked up against them. Only one away from the Royal Flush. Demiurge, you're expectant that he can get something here. The orb is there, and if he chooses to pick it up, I doubt anyone peeks. Not got Kalkuna boosted on top of the boxes either, so he can't pivot to this. He is locked in that corner.
It's you and me.
Stolen this time, it's not Drog. In fact, Stolen's been taken out of the affair, and now Kalkuna needs to hide and shot. Stolen again, 3 times he's been taken in the 1v1, and 3 times he's lost. Sure, the odds have not been in his favour. In fact, the Hunter's Fury has been used to try and delay. They know that someone could be on shot, and Kalkuna holding with the op, gets at least one. Brady doubles up and evens it out.
planted.
So now, this is somewhat winnable. Pressure building, a powder keg of a
Right here.
round.
Yeah, Puggy's just going to drop back. Has the Hunter's Fury as that late win condition. Kalkuna already did so much with the op in the corner, but now the rest of these players need to hold on. It's Jaff and Demiurge up close against Apina when they need it most.
Players now finally getting a chance to get into sight, but it's Jaff who's kept the advantage in Formulation's favour. Up to Drog, a player who's been crazy before but knows he needs to clear hell and will get rid of his demon there. Now there's a Hunter's Fury to deal with, but can he manage to deal with it? 3 bolts will delay, spaced evenly, needs to get at least half, but no, the Hunter's Fury will find 11. And Formulation continue to do the work for Metasport.
Drog had the health to take 1 tag, but nothing more. Puggy plays it to perfection. He knew exactly what their win conditions were and stuck to it. Formulation, they haven't bent nor broken yet. Rapina, they sit right on the knife's edge. Drog wants to be the hero, and he has been so far. Will the cape fit? It's just the 1 rifle. Again on A. Formulation finding the gap in mid. This post plant could be horrible, especially with that outlaw in play.
Well, there's your alarm bot and your information on B. Seems as if this is where they're going to be finishing. But remember last time has it, how they just played from B main. They didn't take any extra space, and this time round, Stolen's actually started to go really far forward, denied the spike plant, and if Stolen wins the 1v1 against Semburn, this could be decisive.
Now they try to drag the players off C, which worked. Demiurge is going through. You've still got Stolen in long. Finally, it gets cleared out by the Swede. Viti on spot. Shots need to land. Riyadh was 1, but he still can't make it happen. Apina in the 4v2. Here's Drog's rifle. He's got to come up with something unbelievable. Kalkuna's there with him. Sheriff of his own. Same story as before. 2 needed from each of their own. Gets the first. Rifle back in the hands. There's a smoke there to collect. Kalkuna's done it again, and again, and again. 3 kills from him, and it's on to Puggy in the clutch. The man of the hour, but not the man of the moment. Kalkuna with a quad, which keeps on clawing Apina back.
I mean, has a peanut orchestrated need a hero? They need someone to grab them by the scruff of the neck, pick them up and dust them off. Kalkuna seems to be that man that wants to do it. 2 rounds is a difference, and not just that. There's a rolling thunder, there's a lockdown, there's something and pieces of utility which a peanut orchestrated can find a way to finish over the line. We're a long way away from that just now, but at least they have something of a trampoline round. We are seeing Formulation Gaming on a poor buy. It's the Monkeys who are finally an odds favourite.
The series which defines the season. Drog and Kalkuna stepping up when they need it. Stolen.
Here.
How difficult life has been for him in this one so far. To fill the shoes that walk before him, and for so much more to be done, but the stun is perfect, and the capitalization is brilliant. That's his job done. You can clock out now, because with 2 in the pocket, Formulation are left scratching their heads in this 3 versus 5.
There's no more KG utility, so they essentially have to let them have the A site. And most of the players for Apina are towards the C side. A chance for a spike plant and a setup of the post makes this difficult for Formulation Gaming, or for Apina Orchestrated to get back in. The only good thing about it is the ultimates and the amount of utility they have in pocket.
Yeah, Stolen's played it smartly. Quick shoulder spot. Semburn weighing up his options. Has the lockdown. If they want to trade it out, Drog, no counter. Apina would be forced to push if the situation deems it so. But Semburn will hold for a moment longer and wait for his chance to arrive. He takes the form of the fight instead, wins it out. Jaff and Puggy, what can they do? Doesn't look like all too much. Even this is way, way, way out of Puggy's realm. So 10 for Apina Orchestra. And the big thing for me there is the fact that they didn't have to use much to get that one over the line. So these last couple of rounds, it's ultimates all across the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's the ultimate game, which is going to be interesting in how they use it, how they preserve their chances, right? Because, again, you think back to Lotus and the opportunities which Stolen has, or had, didn't get many of them to use it, and when he did, the round was lost. It's all about the efficiency and what you get out the back. One round between the two before we hit 11. 11 has it.
Shadows traveling.
Onto the breach. Jaff, TP across A. He is sitting solo here for now. Kalkuna invited with the op. Nothing picked up just yet. Onto the angle. Taking so much time to get there, and the possibility of a player crossing keeps Jog locked in position. The C site is where Formulation set their aim. They've struggled with this one a little bit before, but you've got Viti in backside here with that Killjoy utility as well. He can smoke, bunker up.
Deploying drone.
It's standard play. Formulation with all of their pieces. Finally make their move.
I find it interesting that they've given up Garage. No utility to hold it down. Very happy to allow Formulation to have that space when, again, you've got the lockdown, etc. In fact, actually, Formulation Gaming are the ones who use theirs up first. Even get rid of the one on a Peanut Orchestra. Viti now needs to be careful and is actually able to drop out, giving the site up for free. And the spike plan is equal.
I think it's actually Drog that's been detained there. Yeah, in fact, Garage control given away. Senbern's util dropping deep for the long players. So much control afforded to Formulation. Apina have got a decision to make. Their money's good enough, so you might as well commit. But how do you get in? It's just going to be Brady running straight forward. The headless IGL again continuing to inspire some confidence wildly for the rest of his squad. Drog one inside the smoke. Ult going up as well. Senbern needs to deny. I'm not sure if the nano's going to be quite close enough. Viti sticking this one all the way through, while Puggy will wipe the floor. He cannot clean the slate. 24 rounds is where we will go, to the very limit of this play-ins decider, and Apina are keeping themselves in good faith the whole way through.
That's the thing though, the best thing for Peanut Orchestra off the back of it is how they were able to keep their ultimate spaced. Still get a little lace up the sleeve, make that too. The only issue that I would say is they need to be careful because Puggy and Riyadh are getting very, very close to being able to use their own.
I mean, like, even Demiurge as well. These guys, 42 kills between the two frontmen. This is looking entirely different to what you said coming in, right? Like, they were the two bottom performing players against Requiem. They looked outclassed, they looked out of their depth, and on the whole, out of place. This time, though, sure, you can call it individualistic at times, but it's working against this Apina side, which haven't quite been on the same page for the majority of the split so far. 3 retake rounds, 1 in a row, though, and as you have highlighted already, those ultimates which they possess are perfect for doing exactly the same. It doesn't half raise your blood pressure, it also makes for a very entertaining watch.
Yeah. Maybe a trip to the heart doctor for Metasport and for Apina Orchestra after this one.
Well, look, as we said, every round is important as the next. This one will break FMG's money, and then look where Apina would stand. 12 rounds. This would be one of the biggest turnarounds that we've seen with the ecos that they were in, the situations presented before. 1 gun round almost settles it. FMG, again, another contact play, this time into the Killjoy setup, and it's stolen, which we've got to look towards for a result yet again. Hit and miss, he's improved as this map has gone on. But his toughest task yet lays in wait. 5 players on the other side of that choke.
That's it, but still not going. Finally the utility comes in, and Jaff actually almost getting to use his ultimate unchecked. Apina Orchestra just making sure to hold on towards the CT space, not allowing anyone further. And Puggy getting the spike plan and the ultimate orb, And we're actually trading Hunter's Furies there. Not getting the value, but plenty of chip. They know one player's playing long. It's all about the stall. It's all about stopping a Pino Orchestra getting in, but they're getting the information, they're getting the chances, and they're getting the kills. There's the entry. Kalkuna low, but it's entering with an op, which is difficult. It's awkward. It's equal on man count, and it's continuing to be so. The last two remaining players on very low HP. The upholding, puppy spam, and formulation on 12. A meta sports celebration in the end, but we are not done yet. One round to finish it out.
No victory laps. Nothing for certain. Apina on the brink.
Thanks.
It's not going to be the best of buys from them either, just when we were saying that formulation could have been down on their luck. The chance at overtime comes through light shields, bulldogs, guardians. Scraping from the discount aisle. And again, they head towards stolen sight. Even just a little bit of micro there, combining that ISO undercut, the vulnerability with the Hunter's Fury for the off chance they can find a pick in full. That was huge. Now my big question is, if Apina choose to keep fighting A as progressively as they are, if Kalkuna wants to tuck in that corner, we know he's going to face some players in a minute. What does the support look like? Can they afford to trade him?
It's the FPX smoke. A big question mark on A lobby.
Time to jump.
With one player spamming, Demiurge immediately uses the dimensional drift. Knows the B site's clear. The only issue with I have with this Hazard is the fact that how Apina Orchestra are so far forward on A.
Yeah, and Cairo, this is the exact same retake we saw from them before, which failed. Kalkuna coming back in through the window and Brady there with him in lobby. They're waiting for the re-clear, but time isn't on their side. This is the open plant. This is the op in the hands of Demiurge and Puggy with that Odin as well. It's not on your side. You've got to make a move now or your series and your season is in jeopardy.
It's not stolen this time, it's Drog, and he still can't win it out. Formulation gaming, they take the advantage. One player pushing forward, it was Jack just to check the spike, but there's a chance, there's an opportunity, it's Brady. Manages to get himself into a position, but Spike is low. This is looking like formulation. This is looking like Metasport. This is looking like they will take 6th place. Apina Orchestra fail at the last chance.
It's so cruel. And formulation know it. 2 rounds, all the difference on the final map. And again, rounds where Apina could have had a chance. The dream now is gone. Are you watching Metasport? Certainly will be. Formulation making up favours for the Norwegian organisation. And it must be said, again, Apina, they were right there, they were right in it, but it wasn't enough.
I mean, that's it, Hazard, because it comes down to 2v1s which were thrown, 1v1s where it was a 50-50. Chances where Apina Orchestra should have finished the series out. And I'm not talking about Haven, I'm talking about Lotus. I'm talking about maps previous, series previous, where they had given up opportunities. Think back to Apex. Like, that is another opportunity missed. And I feel that I'm being really harsh because the young roster, all in all, has had a great second split, sure enough. Results haven't been there. I'll take that into account. And they are growing as a team, you can see that, but that second split has been so rough, and even after the fact, they still had a chance to make it, but they failed.
Well, like you said, individual performances aside, this has been a split to forget for Apina Orchestra. They started out with a difficult run, sure, Sweet and Sour, Apex, your first 2 opening games, but as I said before, you can't let that define you. They beat Sweet and Sour in the first split. You need a little bit of edge to you at times, and again, they just missed out on that killer instinct, I think. A couple of rounds where maybe misread the play or gone too deep into it. Calcuna and Drog delivering moments. We can't take away from their performances here, but again, still not quite enough, still figuring themselves out. Only one win that they will take in the second half of 2024, and with that, we wave them goodbye. Same to Formulation. Nice result for them to take, you know, coming out of, again, not the situation they would have wanted playing through relegation and Eclipse, but that one also something we've got to be thinking about in the future. Congratulations to Metasport for qualifying to the play-in stage. Not something I think many of us were expecting to say, but there you go. Demio has just done them a favour twice now, not just in the first split by giving them points, but in the second split by taking them away from their opponents as well. We're going to be throwing it over to a break, and after that we'll have the analysts to break it all down for you.
Tell me you love me.
Metasport are cheering for the heavens right now as their equally green and bitter rivals, Formulation Gaming, have won their series, which means they are going to be all right. But being a Carestri, Marcus, I mean, listen, it was a tough one to call and a tough one to watch sometimes.
It's heartbreak for a Peanut, honestly. They showed some rounds where we're like, oh my god, how have they pulled this one back? Like, Calcuna getting the 3k on C-Long was this right here, just absolutely impressive, but still at the end of the day they could not close it out. And I feel like the fact that they couldn't close this out with the performance we did just see from them, it wasn't shoddy, but it wasn't their greatest performance. And I think that just goes to show that, you know, maybe the way they played, they don't deserve play-ins after that. But look, all we need to know now is, can they make it back into Polaris?
Yes, that is the pertinent question, and it's going to be the permanent question for a while. I mean, they play beautifully, there's no denying it, but everything that's been on the line for them is, yeah, it's just, you know, a little bit up there, because you have to view it in a scope of, right, improvement's been the main focus for the split. It is possible, but performance and results are a whole different ballgame, Marcus. Yeah,
they are. Performance and results, you say it perfectly. It is exactly that, and I feel like Metasport will be sitting at home, right, and really happy, because I feel like Metasport have more to show, and I feel like for play-ins, that's what they're gonna do. And I mean, they're up against OnlyFins, Metasport are, in play-ins, so that's gonna be a very, very, very interesting matchup, I must say.
And what's even more interesting as well is the overall feel of Formulation Gaming after that match. Joining us for an interview, of course, is going to be Coach Farden, one of the greatest minds alike here in Challengers North. But hello, Farden, nice to meet you, and congratulations, man. A well-deserved win, but definitely a very close match.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it.
So, let me just rock up with the first question, okay? I wanna just quickly slide this one in here, because when playing up against a team who have qualification on the line, does it make you guys play any differently?
No, not really. We just wanted to play our game. We just wanted to show that we're here to win, and that's basically it.
Okay. Absolutely. I think my question for you more is about today's match as well, because there was lots of highs and low moments. I mean, your head-to-head against Pina or Casteri is pretty much wins, right? But it feels like each time we kind of see an upset happen, it's just Formulation Gaming do Formulation Gaming. How are you sort of processing it as head coach, and sort of how are you inputting it to the players? Because it's just repeat after repeat that head to head you guys beat these guys, but today means so much for them.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's any difference, to be honest, between the games. It's just we prepare for the game, we come here to play, and if we beat them, that's our purpose, that's great. But I mean, they can win whenever, like, it doesn't really matter if we've beat them before or not. Each stays different.
I want to talk about as well the player cams, because obviously Jeff said, I saw on Twitter, he was coughing his lungs out, but even after winning, it wasn't all smiles, right? And obviously I know it's difficult because playing knowing that you still have to go through relegation, that the match didn't really matter for you guys. Is it difficult playing well in a game like that, then knowing that you still have to go through relegation? Because you guys showed us today that you have some fantastic set pieces and some executions and some post plants on site.
Yeah, I would say it's hard, obviously, because in the end, like, you know, you're playing for quote unquote nothing, because we cannot make the play-ins. But I also think it depends on every person, right? Like, for me, I want to win every game. Doesn't matter if it's for something or for nothing, but I just want to win every game. And I think most of them are the same way.
Absolutely, it's a great reflection to have. I feel like from the first split to now, Formulation have grown so much and truly gelled together as a team. Like, I feel like there's lots of good vibes across every sort of element of Valorant that is possible. But what's it been like from your perspective to see these boys grow up in a way, kind of really sort of get into the league and feel it out, and just sort of the lessons to take away?
I mean, I think there's a lot of lessons to take in. We obviously need a lot to improve as individuals and as a team. But I do think every single one of them have like a lot of potential in them to become like really, really good players, even better than they are now. And I think many of them have showed like during the split that they can grow a lot as a player. So I'm happy about that as well.
It's a wonderful take, Farden. As a former head coach myself, I completely understand the concepts and the morals around it, and truly beautiful to hear from you. But thanks so much for taking the time out of your day to chat to us. Congratulations on the win. A well-earned little rest, but back to it again soon, I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Take care.
Cheers.
Thank you so much, Coach. Well, Marcus, you heard it right there from Farden. I mean, overall, it's just a clear-cut analysis, and yeah, go next.
I also don't know if you know, because obviously you've joined us on the broadcast for the first time today, but Farden did used to be a player. I'm pretty sure Farden went through a phase of playing as Formulation Gaming stand-in, I believe.
Okay.
So I think he went from stand-in to coach, or he was the coach.
So he's pretty well marinated in this team to a degree.
Yeah, and I feel like also playing with the players is always going to help you then sit back, right? Knowing how the players' minds work, then becoming the head coach and seeing it from like a bird's eye view. I feel like that definitely helps.
It does help, especially when you have so much input in building the system. It feels like there's 3 IGLs in a way in that team, right? Because, you have 3 voices which can sort of correlate and create a system which will be perfect Valorant, right? To your own ideas. I love the idea, though, in which Farden sort of implemented sort of like perspectives to the players, and just giving everyone a level playing field rather than being a really hard drill coach. He's just allowing space and breathe, because we know how hard challenges North can be, and a team of Formation Gaming have been through so much already. They're okay. They're okay. They're okay. Relegation, but they're okay. I mean, the rounds to look back at, though, again, from this particular matchup, especially when you mention, again, that now OnlyFins and Metasport are head-to-head, and NXT and Requiem are head-to-head. Oh, this is really going to spice things up a little bit here, Marcus.
Yeah, OnlyFins, and I want to... I don't know if I can 100%. Can I quote this? No, probably not. But I'm friendly from Nixon from OnlyFins, and let me just put it this way: he is ready for the play-ins. He said, "I do not care. I'll keep it PG. I do not care who we are going up against. We will win." So for a team like OnlyFins, who we definitely wanted to, I feel like they weren't at their best form. I'll be honest, they weren't at their best form. So when we see that matchup, I really do want to see Nixon and the guys actually come together and show us why they want to make it to playoffs. Right? We have the other match as well, Requiem. It's saying that we're about to watch Requiem play, right? Again, it's kind of this next map, I suppose it is, playing for not much at all, right? But NXT Requiem, honestly, I think that one could go either way. Genuinely, I think that one is probably going to be the closest matchup I think we might actually see during Split 2. I think personally. Well, I think we should look back on the previous map there and kind of replay a few key details we pointed out. I mean, when you were watching this as well, it was lots of like thrill and awe, because Apina Orchesteri just like showed so many signs of life. But round 17 is a good one to look at, particularly round 17. And I'll mention one clear detail for it. It's just showcasing the ability they have, but the way in which they use it. I mean, Demiurge in this spot again was the most important thing for Formulation Gaming. Absolutely. And used Yoru so well here, Marcus. Yeah, I mean, considering Apina wasn't exactly on the greatest of buys, just watch Demiurge right now, okay? So he's playing right from the back with his Phantom. He's got the TP ready, and obviously with everything going on, no one can hear it, right? So he has the option to TP right now. He got scanned on the dart, the stun comes out, and look...
Still stunned a little bit.
Yeah, like in that situation, it doesn't matter if he heard the TP or not, because all that does is makes Brady move. All he has to do is do a 180, and then Brady is literally got his back to long. So him TPing there does not matter if he made the kill or not. It was a perfect TP. Yes, the timer was already maybe too low, or it's getting low. Again, it's those little things that I like to see from players such as Demiurge, and I think he showed us why that was a good win.
And a good win as well was round 20. Okay, round 20 in itself, when me and you watched it, we had to jump out of our chairs. It was quite exciting. But it's more for Apina Orchesteri and their resilience here, Marcus.
Yeah, I'm obviously difficult to catch all the kills here from Calcuna, because you don't really expect him to find 3 with a Sheriff against a 4-buy, right? It's not something you expect. Of course, the first kill on Sunburn, he's not exactly ready for it, but then off screen we see Calcuna find Demiurge through a wall and then Jaff, leaving Puggy to fight for his life against 2. But the advantage is Kalkuna has the Blade Storm and can literally rain down fire. And it was a very, very nice retake from Apina, mainly Kalkuna, and that was a round where we honestly thought, okay, this could be where the tide turns.
Yeah, the tide sadly didn't crash onto the beach as much as we'd hoped, but it gave so much hope. And Kalkuna, alone in that movement, I think it was just solely like one straight line he walked, but the aim was gorgeous and simply what you want to see to try and get your team into the promised land, right? And I don't know, that matchup in that series in general is going to leave a lot of question marks right now for Peanut or Casteria and where their state of mind is, but I'd say there's a lot to be proud of there. Lots to be proud of. It's just an unfortunate way of life slapping you in the face sometimes, right? It's just, you know, the biggest lessons we learned here, and they'll be back for sure, hopefully, fingers crossed. But, I mean, Marcus, any sort of final thoughts on that one that you sort of conjured up?
No, it was nice to see Formulation kind of end on a win, keeping up the streak against Apina. You know, I feel like it was kind of like it was meant to happen sort of thing. And I know it's sad for FMG knowing they were playing not for much. They just solidified that they are a team of good players that do deserve to come back into Polaris. So fingers crossed for them when we do see them play out relegation.
Of course, but coming up for you, our next match of the day, it's going to be Sweet and Sour versus Requiem. Don't go anywhere. For a short few moments, we'll be back with that matchup and the end of Super Week. How sad. We'll see you all in a moment.
Tell me you love me.
Well, this is going to be one of the more interesting matchups for us today, Marcus. Already set the tone a little bit earlier in the day, but Sweet Sour versus Requiem. We have a team promoted from Beacons from Tier 3, overachieved by all the hallmarks, and Sweet and Sour are returning. Second place finishes in Split 1, looking for a much better split, on track for it, and already beaten Apex, which is just, a magical achievement so far, nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that in itself is probably the best achievement we've had so far, I suppose, when we talk about Split 2. If we are talking about overall achievements, we have to obviously give it to Apex, who can go a whole split without losing a map. But look, that's in the past. It has now been ended. The streak has ended, and we are looking at the team, like you said, that has beaten Apex. But also, I think we have to give kudos to Requiem, because coming up from not from relegation, just through the promotion, right?
Yeah,
getting into Polaris, to then coming in and potentially keeping third place, right? That's the thing I want to focus on. Requiem being able to come into this and being third. I think you have to give the credit.
And it was unexpected by everyone, all the pundits, all the fans at home. Everyone behind the scenes was looking at Requiem and was like, okay, they can stay in, it's an achievement, but they really are just here to, fight everyone. They are doing so well. They're not here to take part, they're here to take over, a wise man once said. But now, Sweet and Sour is going to be our first conversation point. And exactly what do they bring, Marcus, in terms of their presence?
Sweet and Sour. Well, this is one of the teams where I don't want to... Look, I don't want to say it like I always do, right? But I'm going to. Tempo, right? Tempo and Ticey as a duo, I find that if one of these pops off, they usually take a win. And if both of them pop off, it's usually dominance, right? But you can't just focus on Ticey and Tempo, two of their key players, because all of them are putting in God's work when it comes to playing in Polaris. Obviously as well, unfortunately losing Athan and taking on Halfbeat, who we did see last split on Metasport. Look, Halfbeat is a superb player, a fantastic IGL, having one of the greatest performances in Polaris on Omen we've ever seen. That was on Sunset. I will never forget it. And then giving credit where credit is due as well. Creamy, Dreamy, I hate saying his name, but is that's his name. We're gonna go with it. Creamy. He is putting in. He's putting in a shift, and I would say he's one of the most open players on Twitter when it comes to maybe giving his emotions. And I think as a player, I think that's something that we as fans like to see.
That's a little bit of homage now, because Requiem have a very similar storyline. I mean, Requiem as a topic itself is one of which I've followed now for the whole year, I feel like. All the way from Beacons to qualification to Eclipse, I've seen them blossom into a beautiful flower. They've made such an impact in such a short period of time. It's one of the greatest debuts in terms of drawing eyes onto a new team, new faces, and a very young squad as well. Pretty much one of the youngest squads we do have overall in Challengers North, and they just keep showing up every single time. I mean, their biggest storyline, of course, for reference, was against that Metasport roster, all the way down in Beacons. It was pretty much those two guys at the top, right? And the Metasport roster won every single event for a period of time, 4 months. Ianto and Co, as they were originally known as, pretty much lost to all of them. But the turning point was that Eclipse promotion tournament, round number 1. They took it all the way, 70 plus rounds, winning it on a Sunset to then go through and eventually win the whole damn qualification tournament. And they've got such a great staff behind them as well. You see Genie there looking excited. That is a good way to instill confidence in your players. But Requiem as a whole, a lot of youngsters, a lot of untapped potential, and they really do look out for one another. These are players now that you will not forget after this season. And I can tell you now, whether or not it's going to be similar storylines when we go to play-ins, Requiem are a force to be reckoned with.
Now don't quote me on this one. I'm pretty sure it's Toba, whose mum is a big supporter of his career, because I swear. Now, I would love someone to correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I was watch partying one of their games, right? And Toba's mum was in the chat, and everyone was hyping her up.
I also have a mum as well as in esports, just to watch on an account. like what I do, but it's like one of the nicest things to have if you're a player as well, because it's an extra bit of support system and backing that, you know, gives you more confidence outside the server, which does of course translate into
I have
Marcus.
it too. I have So Father, I have So Mother, you know.
Wonderful!
Yeah.
Did you put him on the naming scheme as well?
No. It was definitely Dad called himself So Father, and then he said, right, let's get So Mother an account, and yeah, it was it's been like that ever since. So I know exactly how it is to have, you know, a supportive background. So for Toba, I think coming into Polaris playing as well as he is as a team, genuinely, I think it's a beautiful thing.
And it's something that now you're going to have to look at and think, well, okay, Sport Network's there. This team has achieved 3rd place in regular league phase.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that pretty much in itself deserves all the round of applause you can think of. I think, though, when it comes to the in-game leaders, that's been mine and yours conversations, I'd say, for the last 2 matches, right? This one's Yanto versus Halfbeat. 2 very different leaders with 2 very different styles. I mean, Yanto's a little bit more down in that beacons and has come into this one with all the momentum and energy to perform and lead a team, and Halfbeat's coming in to replace one of the greatest players, Ethan, you know, and it's been pretty much similar sort of dynamics and numbers across the board here, Marcus.
Yeah, the thing is, obviously Halfbeat coming in as I suppose it was, can you call him a sub? He was a call-up, because obviously Ethan, unfortunately, not being able to play anymore. I suppose they got Halfbeat in, and he has been doing well. We'll leave it there. He's been doing very well, should I say. And I think you have to give credit to both of these IGLs. Yes, the stats might be a little bit different, but the main reason I wanted to pop these 2 up was not to compare, but to showcase, okay? Because both of them did have pressure on their shoulders, right? Requiem, they wanted to, or Ianto, sorry, wanted to lead his team to the highest level they possibly could after coming up from promotion, and then Halfbeat also having that pressure on his shoulders to, can I keep Sweet and Sour at a good position? And they went and beat Apex. So you have to give credit to both these IGLs, because everyone knows that trying to IGL and aim can be difficult.
Yeah, and of course a sort of nod as well for the coaches too and the backroom staff, because lots of preparation has to go in when you're facing top tier talent. And I feel like as well, from the top 4 teams in Challengers North, I've only really noticed one key difference, and it's the duelist every single time. I feel like we're gonna have a lot of focus on Ticey today, but also a little bit on Toba, a little bit on Ianto. I mean, it just comes down to, again, who's gonna have that star-studded match and who is really gonna carry lots of weight on shoulders. These vetoes, though, only aid that discussion.
Wow, split band. Who would have thought, guys? Who would
Not
have
me.
thought?
Not me.
However, but honestly, Sweet and Sour, when it comes to split, I can remember Ticey having a game on Raze, and we will call it a game on Raze, because I just remember, I'm pretty sure they won the series. We had an interview, and I can't remember who it was. I think we had an interview with Creamy, and he just said, yeah, when Ticey's feeling it, he is feeling it. And I'm pretty sure as well that was the same series in the same game that Creamy got maybe one of the nicest 4K sheriffs that we've ever seen in Polaris. It was very similar to the happy with the 1D. No, it was exactly like that. You can't forget it.
I was born into esports from that moment, but I'll tell you what, Lotus is still a new one for me. First map of the pick, Bind as well. Okay, very nice. I'm quite liking Requiem's ideas here. Interesting to see how their composition is going to really flux out of this, Marcus.
Yeah, so obviously Requiem selecting Lotus, then Sweet and Sour selecting Bind. Haven being opted to be banned. That's interesting. But also very nice to see Ascent banned. We then get the Ascent version 2, which is Sunset. It's the good old B main.
Let it go, Marcus, man.
I will never let it go. But we're going to put our attention onto Lotus, right? And we've seen these guys play before. Sweet and Sour, they have won 3 out of their 4 Lotus games. And we have Requiem, who have won 2 out of 2.
Yes, so 100% records, nearly enough, right? I mean, one important detail as well across the whole data pool is that Ticey pretty much in rating as a top 3 player in the whole league, right? And this now is an opportunity where we do rank numbers and players. I mean, Ticey's going to do that guy today that is going to shut everyone's lights out. I mean, of course, to mention the small sample size that Requiem do have, 2 players ranked 12th and 20th. Of course, it's Yanto. So, yeah, plenty to work with there. Composition, though, Marcus, what are your eyes looking at so far?
Yeah, so we're looking at double controller like usual, like a lot of teams run. You got the Viper, you got the Omen. We then have both teams on Cypher. Of course, I didn't want to point out the obvious, but it is a mirror comp, guys. It's I feel like we've been pushed into a meta where most of the time on Lotus, unless you are going for a quirky composition, again, don't want to name drop them, Navi, they love to run some absolutely crazy comps, even the Brimstone sometimes, but no. I don't know how I feel about, you know, some of this. I personally find that it's better to have a better initiator than Fade, but that's a personal preference because Fade can work very, very well on Lotus, like we've seen from most teams. I think I'm just biased because I want to see Gecko.
I mean, why wouldn't you? But two people to walk us through the battlefield today, of course. It's going to be two that you've seen day in, day out in Polaris, and two that we've all very much grown to love and enjoy their work. Hazard and Cairo talk you through with his first map here in Lotus.
Thanks, guys. Love you too. But heading into this one, of course, we're going to be speaking a little bit about the comp change for Sweet and Sour. This is the first adjustment, bringing the Cypher in on tempo, that we have seen since the start of the first split.
Yeah, I mean, Hazard generally, like, it's not too much of a massive change. It's global utility compared to, like, the stall that you get with the KG, right? The fact that the Cypher will be therefore allowed to rotate all throughout the map and really support it on those site retakes.
In Split 2 so far, 1,287 rounds, 65 maps, 28 matches, and now 4 teams confirmed for play-ins. 2 for playoffs, and 1 final game in our 2024 regular season. It's second versus third, it's Sweet and Sour versus Requiem. Here we go.
Well, Hazard, for me, Sweet and Sour are the evolved version of Requiem, coming up through the promotion system and then immediately taking the league by storm. They've not been able to upset the top dogs, that's their next target, and well, Sweet and Sour are probably the easiest to do it against. Toba strikes first, there goes Ticey. The only issue is Famzam struck straight back.
Yeah, Spike's still not planted. Presence for Requiem towards C-Mound. They can swivel back through the door if they need, but Tempo there to fill the gap. Sweet and Sour on a venture of their own towards Plat. Can't get rid of Toba just yet. This is the Cypher that we're looking at right now in making the most difference. Equally so for Tempo, but he's been spotted and Harambe has him dead.
All the players look stuck in towards Hobbit. It's really hard to get out of a journey perhaps into what is a sight of hell and fire. Requiem, they find the first pistol and a little shrug is all that's needed from Requiem.
You have to remember, even with the comp change and Sweet and Sour still engaging with those checks and balances, it was 13-11 the scoreline that they took out of a game versus Metasport, which again, we've got to say, 3 new players in the last 3 weeks. They've shown improvements, but they're far from the quality we expect of this Sweet and Sour team that we hold to new standards which they created.
Feels as if that's something that we say for a lot of these teams, right?
True.
A lot of newbies, a lot of rookies, they create their own standards and now we hold them accountable. Already you can see the Cypher setups from Requiem though. Using the Cypher trapwire to stop anybody scaling all the way up through A main.
Yeah. Just pistols that they're up against here, but you can't write that off, especially when it's Ianto's Ghost that is the first line of defense. Not yet fully tested. And this will only be the second time Ianto's ever played against Sweet and Sour. Alongside Deck, when they were on Insight, that was a 2-0 defeat. Sweet and Sour through the upper bracket to qualify for North back in 2023.
I think something that's obvious is that all these players run about the same age. A lot of them I imagine friends, so a little grudge match maybe for personal bragging rights. And Tempo already getting rid of Ianto. The only issue about the re-rotate back over Hazard is that there is players close by, and Soren, being one of them, gets rid of the lurking Sentinel.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour dividing their resources a little bit. Requiem defense is spread thin, but the firepower still cannot be matched. Soren 3 kills for him on this round, and the next 2 pickups should be fairly simple. First appearance against his former team. Of course, he was part of the Genkai roster, formerly that now of Sweet and Sour, which, you know, made it here in the first place. So it's off his own merit, and 4-2. What better way could you possibly choose to start?
Yeah, and I think as well, like we've already spoken to Soren in one of the interviews, and he was saying there's no bad blood. Taylor Swift reference for those Swifties in chats.
You've ruined it.
Sorry, mate.
But yeah.
Just had a bit of a bang.
No love lost, you know what I mean? Or, well, love lost? I don't know how you say it, but either way, look, the guy doesn't care, he just wants to win.
Yeah.
And for Requiem, that's all that this really counts for. For Sweet and Sour, it's a chance to place second. Or place first in the group stage, I should say.
Yeah.
They've only ever finished second in an event. They've never won anything with this core. They'd be the second August team to do so, in good company with Le Petit Buffon from last year.
Yeah. A real dark horse. No, but gonna have to shake it out off the site. Just careful. Toba could be caught early doors.
Trade through B main, Harambe taking out Tempo, a weapon to be recollected, and it goes into his hands, Harambe. Pistol, Guardian swapped over, 4 versus 4. It's Anto through the flank that you're looking at here, and maybe sees nade combo towards the back that could cause some issues. Would flush a player towards the Anto's direction. In fact, it takes down Halfbeat. Ticey with numbers in his crosshairs, though, this target-rich environment is very quickly leveled. Soren on the tap can bait out a peek, but there's so much more work to be done, and he's rolling his sleeves up and getting it there. One more to find. Famzam is down and out. Soren again delivering a blow. 3 for him and 3 for Requiem.
That bonus converted. Sweet and Sour are really feeling it now. They're going to have to now reset back on an eco. Requiem, well, they lost all their players, plenty of money in those back pockets. Sweet and Sour being made to sweat, and has the crazy thing about this is if Requiem win this series, they move up to second in the group stage.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, right? For Sweet and Sour, establishing themselves. You lose another game like this against an additional play-ins team. The only defeat, mark on their record right now, only Finns. You can kind of forget about that one. They've always had the read. Sweet and Sour never win that game, but to lose this one would certainly be a kick in the teeth. And a dampener going into playoffs, because they're an extra phase ahead of the rest of the competition. Well, you could say that maybe time is what they need. They never look good after a break either, so really, you want to keep things going as long as you possibly can.
Toba's Outlaw has plenty to shoot at. Tempo, Sheriff not quite hitting the way it usually does. It seems as if Requiem are just having their way. It gets harder and harder. 2 versus 4. Seen it been done before. Harder on the attacking side, obviously, improving by Soren. Seems as if Requiem have a real bone about this one, and they're certainly chewing down on it.
Yeah, they're really getting into their groove nice and early here. 4 rounds on the defender's side. A team which, you know, as of yesterday, we got the first look at their coach, Jenny. A very animated character. Sweet and Sour, nothing of the sort. And that's where someone like Halfbeat is so useful. Gonna come in and call time. Hasn't got off to the best of starts individually, but I mean, no one really has. 4 rounds down in the thick of it. Couple ults for both teams, of which they have the same. But in terms of what Sweet and Sour are doing wrong, it's hard to say at this point in time, because they're taking a lot of the same fights they usually do. They usually win them.
That's it. I think at the same time, you can always have a bad day. First 4 rounds isn't necessarily a bad day, but maybe just a mental reset. Stop, chat about things. Usually though, the reads are a lot better. Requiem just seem to be able to read almost out of the hymn sheet that Sweet and Sour are all singing off of. Like for instance, the pistol round that and the anti-eco. He knew exactly what Sweet and Sour wanted to do, and the question then comes, is it the predictability of Sweet and Sour's Lotus? Because played it quite a few times, there's not a lot changed. I mean, we've spoke about it, the only real change being from KJ to Cypher, right? And it's not dramatic in the sense that it fundamentally changes how the comp plays out, and default-wise, I mean, you're probably going to keep doing the same things.
Well, you're going to make them sweat in this default. Requiem, early incision on C, doesn't allow for them to set up, and then they quickly draw the numbers elsewhere. Door's going to open up for Ianto. He puts a blocker in place. It's just the solo snakebite. And he owed him there with it. Trap for Toba, kill off the Outlaw. It's a brilliant start to this round for Requiem. They're pushing Sweet and Sour into the corner, but finally they swing back.
Nightfall to get straight back in and push Sweet and Sour onto their heels. It's about the riposte. The way that you fire back, and it doesn't seem as if it's going to be at the moment, and with that Odin just waiting to fire on down range. Needs to be careful. Again, no, they're pushing into what is a double stacked site.
Sweet and Sour right now are in that position where they look so non-committal towards both sites. They are just waiting for an opening. Finally they get it. Nightfall not catching any player heaven, but all the while they are so softened up themselves. Requiem should find easy pickings here. Saying that, Ianto down to 1, has to be careful. Snakebite won't just kill him off yet. Arambe peeking with the shoulder, half-beat on the classic, burst good enough. Ianto blindsided as he turns his head. Famzam cleans up. Sweet and Sour, not the best of rounds by them, by any means, but as soon as you get on the board, that's where the party starts.
I think, like, as well as like the non-committal issue can be really tough for them if they allow themselves to get caught in a bad spot there. Requiem could have punished them very, very easily, and I think it's that the actual micro, the way the players play off one another, that actually got them out of a bad spot, because while they're not sending it forward, if they get stalled out, time gets slow, things become dangerous.
Can Requiem find an instant response? Dex still repping this Outlaw. Up against 60% of those light-shielded opponents on the Sweet and Sour side. It can certainly pack a punch. Harambe through the door, kills off Halfbeat, finds the spike as well. Showstopper reinvested on the back line, so no extra space can be taken by Sweet and Sour. Just players in the same position as we saw on that pistol round retake as well. Crazy shot from Creamy to kick things off though.
And still more utility being sent towards main. They're managing to fight their way off, although Toba trying his best. Actually combining with Ianto, but although Ianto will not find the kill, it seems if there is going to be the pressure released in main, and Famzam to put a little cherry on top.
Great utility from Sweet and Sour.
Yeah.
The C's that came back through the door in B main, the nade on top of it, and that's now 2 in a row. Requiem can't afford to get comfortable here. It was exactly the same at the start of that first map against Formulation the other day. They were up 6 rounds to 2, sure, they ended up winning that one. But you've got to maximize your advantages. Again, nothing is given away against these guys. But you've got to give so much credit to Sweet and Sour. The same way that you do Apex, that's why they are accredited the elite status that they have within North at the moment.
Bring them down.
It's not always about doing the right things, it's just there being a lack of errors.
Yeah, I mean, cleared out B and now comes the re-clear now. They would have heard the Prowler heading forward, but they won't know about the fact that the Raze is positioned there as well. And just a tap of the door is actually enough to send them towards A, especially since Cypher camped so far back, and Ianto now knows that he's in a dangerous spot. Where the judge somehow finds Tyson, more players sending it in, and it's just easy enough. Halfbeat at least TPs across and finds something of a retort, but it has the advantage already taken. Sweet and Sour already taking massive space. A big 1v1 between Toba and Tempo.
Toba has the information here though. Still has the cam for his sight. Tempo couldn't break it. Decides to tag him out rather than playing through it late. You just got to be looking at the work Ianto did there though. Shouldn't have got 1, let alone 2. So it gives them a 4 versus 3. They have the numbers. They'll come back in with ultimates of their own. Does Harambe use the showstopper? Yes. Does he find anything? No.
Oh, that's the biggest loss about it. Sweet and Sour being allowed to fight back into the round, although Deck finding a couple of his own. Peeks out just before the tags come in. And that will be Requiem finding their 5th on what is, again, 3-site map. Always going to be inherently more attacker-sided.
Again, Soren, Mr. Consistent. Took up the duelist mantle in that notorious double duelist setup which Sweet and Sour were running for the entirety of their campaign throughout Beacon when they got promoted. Lotus was one of the maps that they really struggled with and constantly changed compositions on. So the fact that this new look version of the roster has made only 1 change throughout 2 splits of regular play and the playoffs behind them, I think says a lot about the way that things have changed. Not too much to go off in this one. Tempo's got a rifle, so has Ticey, and as Marcus was saying on the desk, both of these more than capable to change around. Creamy making noise elsewhere, has rotated Soren over. They've still got the setup through the middle of the map though to give them information.
With a passive Omen out on C main so far, like you're going to be immediately able to gamble on the A play. I mean, getting so much information from Toba's shoulder peeking, but he's cost himself his life and the site. Should be easy enough for Sweet and Sour to get this over the line, considering the numbers advantage and the utility that they've got in pocket. And we're looking at Ticey and Creamy.
They're just finding it so easy to scale up on A as things stand. Soren, nice smash and grab operation, half-beat gone. Creamy playing spoiler, deep towards rubble, needs to take the timing and take it right. A little too early for my liking. Nothing done there. Tempo lost. Another one of those rifles missing. But Ticey still holds a firm grip to his. And with a couple of dome pieces shattered, it's on the duelist the opposite way. Harambe to make something happen. Can't say that clutches have been part of his operation so far. Little out of his wheelhouse. Creamy the first that peaks does go. The spike has been halved, but Ticey should have no trouble cleaning up, and he will. A 3rd for the duelist and 3 for Sweet and Sour.
I wonder if Harambe could have stuck there. Again, it's the Ticey show, right? Coming through, and you've already highlighted the ease in which E is being scaled up and pressured. The worst part about it, Hazza, is the fact that it's Toba that's holding the site. That's who you want to be there. Now Yanto moving over just to combine your site anchors as well. I'm wondering if it's maybe better for Requiem to try and be more proactive, take the fight to A main.
And this is the thing too, if they're going to make a game of it, Tempo and Ticey, maybe it's all that you need. I don't think it's going to look as dominant as Marcus was suggesting, but rounds like that when you don't bring in too much, your star power goes a long way. Just noise on A this time. Sweet and Sour don't want to follow through on this, or at least it would suggest. Leave Tempo to bookmark that one for later.
Sweet and Sour head over here. Harambe's just standing, looking down the shooting range.
Very nearly walked into it there as well. He's only got a Sheriff and the one-way's gone. Deck wants to save his smokes for now. The A1 goes back up. Creamy's making the noise. Harambe may just be calling a rotation or at least dropping deeper in the site. Sweet and Sour go back or through B.
They're only going to get 1 tag as well.
It is
That's
B.
only Tempo, straight in. This is now Deck getting 2 Bucky kills. There's no chance. It's not happening again, has it? We've had nightmares about this Bucky later on. The spike's still down and there's still 2 players to rescue this round, one of which is Creamy Dreamy, and that is a player who does have clutches in his wheelhouse. 2 players with not the greatest of buys, and the satchels, and it's just perfect. Well-placed utility. Creamy forced to try and take the fights, and Requiem guaranteed an even half.
That's so smart from Requiem. Made Creamy to look a mug there as he's constantly getting pushed off of the spike plant. Really, really well played. And Harambe 3 kills from the Sheriff. And Sweet and Sour, they tested both extremities and they end up finishing B. I would like to have seen them just fully follow up the C exec there. I guess when you've not dealt with that much utility, you still had the threat of the Nightfall, the Fast Flood. If Requiem were equal to it. It's a timeout from them here though, which brings us our second break in play. And it's not exactly like these last couple of rounds have been too much of an issue, but perhaps Jenny's seen something which needs to be addressed. So given the time of day to make those corrections.
Could just be calming the boys down, you know, Hazza, like something as simple as that. You know what it's like after you clutch up emotions riding high.
Sure.
And again, as you said, like maybe there's perhaps an adaptation off the back of it. I mean, how many times have we seen Harambe being able to scale all the way up C Mound? And again, there's always the question of being more proactive towards A.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a roster which has always been highly regarded. Continuing to subvert expectation, though. I mean, wins against the likes of OnlyFins show the strength that they have. Been able to kill off a team of good quality before. And again, you don't put this completely out the question.
I was gonna say, it was just just about like how, like when Sweet and Sour faced Apex. Oh, sorry, when Requiem faced Apex, they didn't have the full roster. Well, they have their full roster now. Sweet and Sour on the entry. Very easily find that C site.
Yeah, I like this Prowler as well. Tempo so often being spotted towards B main. You gotta hunt him down. Paranoia invested to try and capitalize, but no kill picked up. And you walk into a crossfire when you go through that door. Either Requiem choose to move this one forward as they do, or they end up losing for time because there's not much left to play through here. Deck in the clutch. Almost fancied his chances with a Bucky there than a Vandal. No way he was going to get that one over the line. So Sweet and Sour right back in this.
And with the ultimates to boot, has it. The ultimates to push themselves over the line. But both are equal to each other. The only issue is that Sweet and Sour probably just have the better of the two.
Yeah.
Here.
Requiem may not have done themselves a favor by taking that timeout. We'll just have to see. Bucky is back. So are those Sheriffs. Rambe has the ult, looking for his chance to move through here, but they've already pre-fired it, so he's gone. Out like a light, no chance. This should just be a simple one from here on out for Sweet and Sour. Boombot's gone straight past him, other side of the smoke. Deck didn't get spotted, and yeah, you know he's playing on this shotgun, so there's no reason to try and walk in there. You just wait, look around the edge, see what you can find. Funnily enough, that happens to be Soren.
Plenty of noise being given away as Deck tries his hand, his luck once again. Just creates little balls of anxiety on the site. You don't want to walk into. You can see the patience from Sweet and Sour. They know they have the numbers. They don't want to give Deck anything. It's just again, due diligence, the attention to detail that they're paying, the respect to their opponents.
Yeah, Deck, smoke after smoke, trying to put up a house for himself. But the big bad wolf, Sweet and Sour, knock it all down. 5 on the board for them now. And still 5 ultimates to play around with. Didn't need to use a single piece there. There's a very real chance that we see 9 used in this final round. I don't think Soren's going to be getting his anytime soon.
Yeah.
This is... well, this could be a Valorant round, a trademark one. Get ready, ladies and gents.
Here.
Where's the free cam so that we can have a big streamer react to the round? What is this, man? What is this? Oh, it seems that the first one already being used. Showstopper sent forward into spawn. Famzam's just sitting up high, didn't get spotted by the jump, and Harambe's ultimate not really finding the target either. Fair enough, there's a load of damage being done to Creamy, but it's not enough to really win them the round.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour reacting the same way that they have done so many times, taking the B space and knowing about the mound presence. They find those kills. Sure, Deck gets out of dodge for a moment with his ultimate, but that's all it is. It passes them by. Tempo taking down the last two, equalizing the score out of the opening half. Requiem up 4-2 at one point, but again, that advantage was lost in the exact same way that it started against Formulation a couple of days ago.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Sweet and Sour are just as good on their defence as they are on their attack, as we've seen it before. I mean, in fact, that's what impressed me the most when we saw them in their first ever matchup against Metasport. To think all the way back, their discipline, the way that they play together, their setups.
Yeah, it's definitely something to think about, right? And that's how it all began against Metasport, what feels like a very long time ago now. When you look at the stats coming into Super Week, they had the second best defender side and the joint best attacker side, so really there are no faults to this game. In terms of the pistol, Ticey's on a Sheriff, the rest, classics, ghosts. Toba's brought one up for the attacking side. No trips needed. Just that one cam on B to double check for the re-aggression, but nobody there to back that up.
Here.
Needs to be careful that Yanto doesn't move into the trip that they were placing. In fact, that's probably exactly what he's looking for. When you're top of the cage and you're starting to burn through the Cypher utility, and Ticey's just seen everybody that's out on C hearing the bullets as well. Whether he calls for support is another question entirely.
Anto gets spotted. Tag comes in, and the paranoia with it. Brilliant set piece. Sweet and Sour snagging a kill, but that's not where the execute's going to be coming through. Doesn't seem like Requiem even know. They were thinking about joining up with Toba in main. He'll be late to the party. It's a C-site spike plant, and they trail by just the one for now.
The question is, was it too heavy of an investment using that paranoia? Doesn't seem to be the case as Ticey gets another 2 players to the good. Toba, everybody trying to somewhat make it in their favour, but it's Sweet and Sour in the end, Taza, who gained the initial advantage.
Really nicely done from them too. And this is the thing, with the Cypher changes, you hear the low hum when you're being watched by the spy cam. Yeah, just tagging up Ianto, kind of forcing him to remove it because of how wall-bangable that area is as well. Even then, it would only have been a Sheriff, so yeah, I don't know. Look, whichever way you try and dissect it, Sweet and Sour have a few little set plays like that that they can go for on this defender's side. And having won the defender's sided pistol as well, Requiem get the plant, but they don't force. It's Outlaws on Ticey and Tempo.
Kill them.
Yeah, they'll have a wheel of a time against some, or against this spy.
Yeah. Ticey's been that guy too. Like, he was consistently buying the operator even on this map.
Spike down, C.
Tempo, back when he was playing Killjoy, think how many times he would spend out big on that one.
I mean, that's the thing though, like Tempo, again, was way back when, was the chamber player for teams, and
next in line.
Different role entirely, yeah. I mean, more next in line, just in general, like, is no stranger to the biggest gun in the game.
Already finding one from it. It's Soren that goes. Got to be a little more front-facing. Got to face check any re-clears that Requiem want to go for here. It's a long way to the A site. Hearthbeat can continue jump spotting, and there's not a single gun that they have right now which can take him out with one bullet. Supported by the Viper Wall as well, Decay coming back through. It's just slowing Requiem down to a snail's pace, and all the while the rotation's coming in to consolidate this A hold.
Yep. Players just having their aim labs routine, I guess, as it's only Toba left in the tree position. Easily found and easily picked up anything that was lost. So, all in all, not a bad round from Sweet and Sour. Requiem, they tried their best, but they just didn't move Sweet and Sour enough, has it?
Sweet and Sour will want this game as much as any other. Sure, they've already secured the playoff stage. They can wait another 2 weeks before returning to action. But just proving it against a roster like Requiem, which have trailblazed their way through the league very much in the same way that Sweet and Sour did Split 1, just makes you think that little bit better of them. Because again, I hate to be that guy, I'm just not fully sold on them. Like, you know, there can still be an upset here and there, whereas we know that Apex have dropped off, but at the same time, it's kind of like you expect that of them. Do you know what I mean? If they lose, it's a much bigger occasion than Sweet and Sour.
Still just trying to move, control the map. And the mid-round has been decent by Sweet and Sour. They've found the Cypher and the Cypher camp. They know where the lurker is, and they've held plenty towards C so far.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yep.
Reveal over the top from B site from Creamy, and then Famzam, inside of his own poison cloud, finds the player. Starting to fan out onto B here, and Tice's Outlaw, not the best gun for the job against Toba. Tempo seems to think so. Trades back and forth, 3v3 in post. Do Requiem have enough time to set up? It certainly would appear to be so.
It's about where Sweet and Sour go. Again, it's not playing off the back of the paranoia that's come in, and it's allowing for a wraparound from Harambe, who picks up Creamy quite easily. As for the rest, it's Sweet and Sour who finally almost get themselves into a spot where they can fight together. But it's not before Harambe himself takes a player out of the pit. Now 8-7. Again, you're seeing those starting signs for Requiem and what they actually want to do. And Sweet and Sour has it. They were nearly spot on their read.
Again, like I said before, Apex with a big bounty on their head, but Sweet and Sour having to work to hike up that price. Requiem taking their chance to cash in on what wasn't the best performance the other day against Metasport. All it does is make for a more entertaining playing stage.
Well, I thought you're talking about bounties. It's just reminded me of like One Piece when it's like the greater the pirate, the greater the bounty.
Oh, Tempo. He's a bit of a swashbuckler himself. Snags that one. Finding a player buried outside a lobby. It's Harambe gone as well, and he's been so useful for Requiem to just get in the site. Even just the paint shells, to be honest. We're going a long way in giving them a little bit of extra time to set up. Right now, you're going to be right up against it because rotation's being called. Tempo's here again with this Odin. The spam should have deck dead, but he does get through.
Somehow, there's plenty of players in towards CT. Hello Toba and hello Ticey. Here we go. Showstopper in. He's got another. And back to safety. Back to Heartbeat. And back to Sweet and Sour's chance of winning the round. But it's very short-lived. Yanto there to rescue Requiem out of a tough spot. The Sweet and Sour just started to heat up.
Yeah. Requiem with 2 big game players so far. Toba and Soren. As he said before, Soren, a former servant to Sweet and Sour. Toba carrying on in what has been a brilliant breakout year and a bit now. Put Sweet and Sour's money in the bin, but they will fight. As for here, Showstopper called into action early. Famzam's Guardian stopped it in its tracks, delivered them a weapon right to the doorstep, but not one that's going to be able to get picked up because Requiem will put their foot down, pedal to the metal, and not step off the gas.
Yep, the reveal confirms that they can gamble towards this side of the map, but the only thing is, though, Hazza, it's the B side that is where the spike is looking to go down. Needs to be careful, Famzam, and you can see him already looking to back up as Requiem are scaling so well. Extra information, something to change the position and actually support Famzam now.
They have no extra space though, really. It's all on Ianto to be this probe. You've lost your A presence, Hearthbeat is waiting towards grass, and sure, the spy cam will tag him. But Ianto's now gone. Brilliant headshot tempo. It's rounds like these which Sweet and Sour will pull the rug from beneath your feet. Requiem need this, or their chances may just go along with it. Deck and Toba, the response is resounding. His work is not done yet. Creamy in the clutch and the plant's not for him. Can get half here at the very least as Deck needs to reload. It's a full stick to secure it. And as I say, you can never get comfortable against this group of lads. 9 on the board for Sweet and Sour.
And Hazard, there was 9 seconds left in that defuse. That's how easy it was for Sweet and Sour in the end. Plenty of time to get off the spike and fight if needed, but it never came into that spot. Now again, Requiem relegated to a lower bye. Sweet and Sour starting to get back into their ultimate cycle. Nightfall 1 away. Viper's Pit soon to follow.
Crazy. From rags to riches, Sweet and Sour get everything back, and Ticey is actually the one to take the Odin this time. Util set back in, trying to fight forward. Sweet and Sour cleaning it all up. Sheriffs will do nothing on this occasion. It is as airtight as you like. Flawless is how that one ends up. But even just the fact that Sweet and Sour feel comfortable to shift the setup in the way that they do, show the flexibility of this team. The playbook has continued to extend, and that is one of the merits when you keep your composition the same and only make minimal changes. You can continue to develop it further and further. Just Ticey having the Odin on A and faking out the idea that it would be Tempo or Famzam, a list of names which have played the same position before. If you have any kind of a read on Requiem's part, then there's like 3 different options as to what it is you're actually up against. There's no easy tells.
Yeah, it's the whole like Fnatic thing, isn't it? Like you keep playing the same comp and develop your strat book even deeper, because the understanding is always going to be there. Innovation doesn't necessarily have to be new comps on every single map. It could be the way you take space or the way you make plays.
Yeah. Those pages are double-sided.
Toxin screen down.
Think how crazy they would be if they had a coach. Again, as I said before, word on the street is they're trialing one, but look, don't know what you've got to do to impress Sweet and Sour and get that job. Certainly will have high standards of their own. Slow pace to this round. Ianto's got to be careful where he stands though, up against this Odin spam. In through one side of the door, Tempo goes out the other. The trade is there, and with the hat off the head, the penny will drop that it's a C-site execute.
I think just if we didn't see that pick come through on B, you would have seen Sweet and Sour in such a good spot.
Yeah.
Just gifting ones here.
Sure. It's a round plagued with individual mistakes, the widest of wide peaks from Toba. Tempo won't take any disrespect and make sure that he stays dead. 4v1, 3 players in front. Wants to face. Honestly, this would be symptomatic of the round. Didn't look like Sweet and Sour knew when enough was enough, Cairo, and you said it there yourself. I think Hearthbeat, even from the 3v3, peeking back from C-Spawn. Not expecting Toba and Mame the same way that Requiem were so acutely aware of Tempo so many times. Need to see a couple of improvements because that was an uncharacteristic round.
That's it. Usually a team so disciplined. I mean, that's their pick, I guess. Like that could be the other thing. Like maybe there is a good bit of anti from Requiem. Something I just wanted to talk about, just looking forward to the series, though, has us. Bind 2 which was originally banned out. Like first time for Sweet and Sour so often. It's suddenly become their insta pick if it's ever left open.
Yeah. The thing for Requiem too is you speak about the anti there. Of course, they want to come in and play their own game, but you would actually be well prepped for this because you needed to win one of the 2 matches that you had, whether that was Formulation or these guys. Head-to-heads obviously make things a little bit more complicated, but it's his 2nd versus 3rd on paper. Ticey now bringing the op out. Sending off a warning shot towards C. Hearthbeat behind it, with the tools to disengage himself. Requiem really haven't minded this B play when they've had the chance, and they'll go for it again here.
And it's not only that, you're investing the Vipers pit off the back of it. Sweet and Sour haven't really moved at all, though. We're waiting for the definite guarantee of the spike going down. This is a lovely play from Harambe.
Cerebral.
From elsewhere, the players try and come in through Hobbit.
It's instinctive play as a duelist to take that timing, but it still may not count for enough. Dex got one of his own, needs to cash out and go big, finds both heads, and Ticey chasing him down is the next to be shown the nearest exit. 10 apiece, 20 played, and these teams still neck and neck, but you can only say the momentum is at the backs of Requiem right now.
I feel as if even though Sweet and Sour have just turned on the switch, it's not consistent enough, right? It's all been Requiem. Again, another timer.
I mean, look, you want to talk about consistency and change? Sweet and Sour, sometimes if you're just playing so many different rounds, it can be hard to get a read of what exactly works and what doesn't. If you're consistently changing that setup, and you see it here, they've not got much to go off, so I don't know what this round's going to look like. Again, half a chance. And Requiem, their usage of timeouts, I think, in this map compared to some of the ones that we saw against Formulation, I'm not really as on board with. Because before it felt like they were calling a break-in play at just the right time, that they had the adaptation and then they kicked on. Here, they've just won 2 in a row, the same way that they did before, and they're allowing Sweet and Sour to talk about things as well. This is their last timeout with, 4 rounds left to play at a max.
I think when you're being so liberal with your timeouts as well, I mean, like at the end of the day though, Hazard, if the results come off the back of it, then there's no way that we can judge it.
Sure. Only they are going to know what works for them.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we are towards the back end of the game, and if Ginny does have something that he wants to provide to the team, then fair enough, because he's not really going to get another chance. And if Sweet and Sour do go 11-10 up, there's always that chance you let them back into the game.
That's the thing, right? It's just before the eco rather than it being the gun round, so Sweet and Sour can actually invest a little bit more time into what they want to do here. Half-beat TP up on A. Common position for the Omen anchor, but haven't seen much of this from him so far. Other side of the opponent's wall, just about getting out through the Hobbit door. Bangs his head along the way, it'll leave a bump, but nothing more than that. Now this is something you've got to be aware of. Sweet and Sour on these defender rounds through the middle of the map, liking to get proactive. Ticey's gone so far up on the other side of this box. He's going to have information and a backstab from main if he needs it.
It's just the tension. The fact that Ticey could pop at any moment.
They're going to clear it.
Yeah, Toby.
Well, you would bloody hope so.
30
yeah,
seconds
well, the
left.
spike's going down on B though, has it? So while Toba's going elsewhere, and Ticey doesn't have an actual clue about what is going on, so that's a late backstab that's been planted. Ticey can go for one of his own. It's just no one's checking it.
Hey, Anto's turned his back as well. He's the next to go. The sound has been cut, and Ticey is finally in prime position. 2 big kills, and with the showstopper online, there may be more from the kid. Yeah, there is. 3rd on the board, Hearthbeat full stick. There's no one there to challenge, and Requiem have lost their heads yet again. I can't help but feel it's that timeout, bro. Overcooking just a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they've stuck a bit of meat in the pan, and they've forgot to turn the cooker off. Pan fire, everything's gone up in flames.
Literally the one angle that he could have been in, and then when Ianto turns back his head as well, it's the other one spot that he can be in to not get revealed. Yeah, you had both trips A side and a player moving up C mound. I don't think you can be too critical of Requiem there, but again, for me, it's just the fact that we've slowed down the pace in these last couple of rounds when they were picking up speed. The runway is Sweet and Sour's now, and it comes down to this one gun buy.
And I guess the only thing you've got to say there, Hazza, is you've just got to firm it, right? You've just got to commit to checking things out. The thing is, though, they commit to checking Heartbeat, they do. He's left all on his own. Thought he could get out, and he's overplayed his hand. The thing that I like, though, is about the pace change, Hazza, is that they're now letting Sweet and Sour make the mistakes, right? They're cutting noise, they're playing out, seeing what Sweet and Sour do, and they're going to get paid out if Toba looks the right way.
He will have that notification if they hit the trap here. Pending he doesn't walk into their field of view here, Sweet and Sour. Yep, now he knows 2 players that he's got to face up against. Toba is excellent. Executes 2 players. And well, speaking of executes, B is where this spike looks destined for. And up 5 players to 2 with no kind of sleuth maneuver, secret play that Sweet and Sour can bank on. It should be all but said and done. And it is. Toba to close.
I think this could be a record amount of B finishes, by the way, that we've seen, because I always feel as if every second round we're back there. Again, the good post plant, and on top of that, fair enough, Toba does well to get the 2 picks that he got, but he's essentially played out from the Requiem pause.
And just as soon as I was saying that Sweet and Sour were changing setups all the time and it can be a benefit, as soon as they did start to get consistent, look how well read Heartbeat's position is, right? There's absolutely nothing he can do there.
Yeah.
Requiem establishing themselves in the process. And back to C they go.
The Viper's picked to respond to the pressure. Tries to lock down one of these positions, although they are going to keep sending it forward, and Famzam's in a tough spot and easily cleared. Paranoia a bit late from Heartbeat and frustratingly allows Requiem the site.
Well, I mean, Paranoia doesn't even do too much there anyway, because in the fumes you have a limited range in your view distance, so yeah, not quite set up for success. Into the post plant, Nightfall available for Soren in terms of util to fall back on. Paranoia as well, and it's that molly in the hands of Ayanto, which could be enough, but he's moving forwards.
Usually you'd expect him to try and at least get one out of himself, but it's actually Deck that does it. And we're left up to Heartbeat. Clutch Meister might not be the captain, but he's certainly a leader in the server. IGL, you name it. But this time, it's gone a little too far. The spam's there, and the Anto in the end is the one that finishes out. We'll finally hit 12 in Requiem. Look to finish off Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, Requiem wanting to equal Sweet and Sour's 5 series wins in this regular season. Puts them in a better position on head-to-head, and it's anybody's guess where they finish at that point. Think about NXT right beneath them. Again, none of this makes any difference to the seeding for play-ins. The same teams play the same teams. And it's that British organisation I was just talking about, which will be the one they face, or DAC organisation, British roster. Benelux organisation. I actually don't know where they're from, just that they love generating photos.
They certainly do. Sweet and Sour love generating easy plays. It seems as if when Sweet and Sour win, it's in a fashion in which, like, it's all Sweet and Sour, you know? There's no like spicy rounds, it's just always in their favour, and as expected it will be flawless, pushing us to overtime.
And here as well, I know that we're joking around on the commentary, but that was such a big opportunity for Requiem. You have the Viper wall up there, and 3 players walk through, take the decay, and nobody clears close left. You just look at the replay, it's a stinger. And Creamy has got almost 3 players worth of damage off, which is unheard of. So overtime is where we go. Harambe takes the hit. It's a glass cannon for him. Deck by his side, one way. Will it help? Will it inhibit? Well, we'll just have to find out. It's in overtimes where Sweet and Sour typically thrive. You don't see them lose too many of these. Same reason why they're top of the pops.
Very rarely do you see them lose at all. Deck though, looking to be the upset. Gets the entry but immediately traded. Only thing we'll say about that, Hazard, is that's your smoker gone, which could be even more frustrating when you lose your opper on the C side. Numbers dwindling ever so slightly, and Soren now looking to try and make matters in Requiem's hands, but can't do it. It falls further and further away from the newest promoted side to Polaris, who've taken the league by storm. A similar storyline to what Sweet and Silver were able to do. Requiem have to send it forward. It is OT. That's how you get into the site with so much utility stacked against you.
Yeah, you almost have to wait out this start cover. Toba goes in with a shorty close range. Players towards the backside of the site. Tempo Creamy holding the cross. It's just too easy for them. Sweet and Sour manufacturing success again from the C site. Taking the lead in the process, putting Requiem on the cusp of losing their own map pick. And, well, should we go to bind, then I don't really know how their chances look all too much. Difficult to say. I think both of these teams, as you mentioned, cut from the same cloth. They carry so many traits, whether it is former players or just the fact that they are so similar in storyline.
I think as well, like, you could argue that they're very similar in playstyle as well. Just like how aggressive they like to be. It does really feel like a Sweet and Sour, just the evolved version of Requiem, right?
I've dropped the spine.
Charmeleon versus Charizard.
Exactly.
Oh, Hearthbeat. Talk of Pokemon. That one can't be traded. Gets away with it, and the TP on the second time of asking means that Creamy is here to help support him. Tempo's trap is still up, and there's plenty more where that came from.
Still plenty of bite in this Requiem side. An easy triple swing. Creamy trying to do something of his own. It's not going to happen, and now up to Famzam. Yeah.
He's done. 4v1.
Yes.
Going to be going overtime again. And like you say, I mean, Requiem peaking in unison, making the most of the advantages they had. And if you're Famzam, got to throw absolutely everything at it. Throw caution to the wind, but still, as calculated as he could have been, it just doesn't add up when you're versus 3 players. So 13 each, and we go again.
I feel as if the thing for me as well, Hazza, when we think of like that storyline of Sweet and Sour being the evolved version of Requiem, is that if you think back to it, was Ianto and Deck who debuted in the season which Sweet and Sour won Beacon, came second in Beacons and got promoted.
Yeah.
And then, like, you think about it as well, like the Tech Fleece Trooper roster that Sweet and Sour used to be many times ago. I'm really throwing it back here.
You are. We all love it when you throw it back, Gyro.
Here.
So
Thanks.
keep
Take
on
back now,
doing it.
y'all.
Yeah, I
One
mean,
up
look,
this
just
time.
the names of some of those mixes are just crazy. I think some
That's
of
the
them
thing,
better
like,
left unsaid.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, like, realistically, at the end of the day, both of these teams were buffed from ranked mixes, ranked stars at the end of the day. Ticey being the biggest one.
Yeah, right there with Creamy. Used to duo together all the time, probably still do. And it's between that bunch that they've got to crack the code to the B site entry. Toba still holding firmly on, at least towards Waterfall, and that's your A presence gone. Harambe right in for the kill. Seas does miss out on Ticey, but all bodies on the site, all hands on deck to try and stop this one from happening. It's Soren instead that finds the double, the triple, which might just have done enough. Nonetheless, Tempo has an ace clutch for us, but we're yet to see the light so far, and perhaps we won't. 14 to 13, Requiem get their defender-sided round at long last.
Is that the round that's going to win us the game, Hazza? Because at the end of the day, it's the attacker side which both teams so far have won on OT. It's this round, the side where you would favour someone to win as well. So you need an incredible performance from Sweet and Sour. think I got it wrong. I think it was unsigned puggles, is it not, instead of technically shows?
Look, call them
I'm not
whatever
gonna talk
you
about it.
like. Nobody in chat is going to know any better if they didn't already. May
Sorry,
as
I
well
just
be
had
speaking in tongues.
I had a moment of doubt.
Like, you know what the names are? It's always just the name of the star player plus dirty little filthy rapscallions. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, Tots and friends.
Toxin screen down.
yeah, I think that one is best left in the past.
Ah, definitely not. Big up Tots.
Definitely is. I don't know if you've been keeping eyes on the
Oh,
timeline.
no, I'm not. Oh, apologies.
Anyway,
Yeah, we'll leave that one. Anyway, let's talk about the game.
like that sketch where he opens up the time capsule and it's just
Yeah.
all outdated stuff. Like
I know exactly
oh yeah, that
what you
one's
mean.
gonna stay in the ground. Anyway, 5v5.
Yeah.
Look to the present for now. What could be a very positive outlook in future for Requiem. Moving towards this A site though, and if I was to hazard a guess, this stack is right up against them, and Creamy's in a great position to find Yanto as well, and he will.
As a fact, he's walked away through the labyrinth of Viper walls that's been created on the A side. Sweet and Sour combine has a lovely to a nice bloom. It seems as if there's not much to make a difference between the two.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I said, I'm no fortune teller, but you go into that A site, 9 times out of 10, Sweet and Sour are gonna have you beat. They've been stacking it pretty consistently. Tempo, or Toba I should say, will be the Cypher player that goes there on this round. Back to the attack. And it's that man Tempo who's just broken 30 kills. Just like the desk was saying, look, it's not been dominant, but it's enough to get you the win.
A win's a win at the end of the day, has it?
Not there just yet.
Never.
VALORANT to be played. I like this from Sweet and Sour though, especially getting that poison orb out into the choke of the site. Look at the utility that they're having to reinvest here. It is just the Prowler from Soren before he turns his back on the whole ordeal.
There's a Cypher cam as well, which will be at least like another 30 seconds now until that comes back up, which is going to be difficult for if the retake does come through.
Now look, Horn goes B main, but actually, Tempo's managed to dodge it. It's A where they start to move. Can't quite wrangle the hose pipe there of the Odin spam deck. More choice weaponry for him. Not the intended outcome. All eyes on Toba. He could be everything here right now. Ticey's got to clear it, and the Rocket does exactly that. Goes out with a bang. And that's the numbers for Sweet and Sour and the spike plant.
I mean, there is still players lingering around. A flood site take could be all they need. The utility in. Players found. Heartbeat with a paranoia will delay perfectly. Yeah, and Heartbeat can get himself into a new position, and that reposition gets him an extra kill.
Could even replenish the smoke, but instead goes dry. 2 versus 3. Still a chance here. Lingering for Requiem, but Ticey is out on A, as you say, and they don't have any idea of these player positions. Sweet and Sour here will just do the classic peek 1 by 1 and let that time tick on down. Tempo the first to go, Ticey with him, and the 15th round on the board. Map point for Sweet and Sour again on their opponent's pick. So Requiem have any more overtimes left in store.
Could be here all night. Get your feet, get your deck chair out. Hope you've had your dinner, mate, because you could be here a while.
I had 1 sausage roll between the series, so if we carry on at this rate, yeah, it's not looking pretty. Either way,
But you're the type of guy to have a Waitrose sausage roll.
I'm not. I'm actually not.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was from the cooperative. So there you go. Other brands are available, and if you're listening, then you too could be the sponsorship face of goods for Polaris. Sweet and Sour waste no time seizing the day. They're through B. Trap is up there though, and look, if they break it, they'll know. Actually leave it, and oh, it's a jump over the top from Ticey. He's in behind, but Toba's having a think. I think he heard the blast pack. Yeah, right on the money. brilliant kill, 5v4, and that door is shut.
It seems to be the site will be as well. Tempo though seems to have the key. It's now getting a little bit worrying because Famzam's managed to lurk his way through into a smoke, and Tempo though just gives himself a great chance in soaring. Lucky on the third, but there's no luck involved in the first two. Perfect skill. We go again.
That's the thing, right? Look, Tempo has that skeleton key to open any up any situation, turn any player to a corpse.
I think both teams have the ability to do that.
I mean, 33 and 20. He leads the way not only in kills, but he's died the third least amount in the server, and the other two players are on his team. Tycee and Famzam still in the teens.
Shadows traveling.
This looks like a much quicker play though, Cairo, from Sweet and Sour. They're heading quite swiftly towards the A side of the map. Rotation will be called, but they're already out, and it's only Anto here. What can he do?
He's not being caught in the seas, so there's plenty that he can do, although Tycee, just as always, is good on the entry kills, on the swings, Tempo as well. Advantage taken and Spike down, time ticking away.
Yeah, Toba just stepped out, didn't fully commit to readjusting his position. Harambe filling in the gaps right behind him. Pounds his chest. One back, 3 on 3. Boombot yet to reveal Tempo, playing late, and he'll take Harambe at just the right time. Numbers for Sweet and Sour, Creamy, repossessing the smoke from Requiem, ready to finish this one off. He won't even get the chance as the rest of the team have done their job. So for the third time now, Sweet and Sour taking the lead in OT, hoping that they'll have what it takes to see this one off this time.
I don't want to say it right because I know there's going to be a few people who dislike me. But Sweet and Sour do hold the record for the longest overtime in Polaris.
Polaris history.
Yeah.
And pretty close to Challenger's history, I'm fairly certain as well.
Can we get there?
18-16, if I recall.
Shadows traveling.
Something along those lines.
Okay.
Tycee with a spam.
Toxin screen down.
Anto unperturbed. He'll keep on carrying on here.
I think there's a call actually to fight back into you.
Yeah, they're just looking for their opening, right? Sweet and Sour have showed us so much of the 31 rounds we've already watched here. There's a manner of different setups that they could go for. And I think as long as they're not doing something aggressive right out the gates, time is on your side to pick and choose. 5 players towards A now, but again, when have we seen Requiem be successful in post here without someone dropping a multi-kill to assist them? Cypher setup still there, and Tempo well out of dodge, so Tycee can fully capitalize with this Odin.
You allow it to happen, has it? Tycee could get revealed up and charged down. Exactly the case that has happened here.
Nice.
And then it's just a train to come over.
It was a lot of utility that they burnt through in the process. You've just got that poison cloud left. Last blast pack has been used by Harambe and couldn't even take the space from it. Traps mean that no one's moved in front. In fact, it's all towards the tree side where they stand. Sweet and Sour on the way back through. Going 1-for-1 in the first fight, but Harambe has all of the rest. The showstopper won't be the curtain call, but Toba is there. And as I said before, it only takes one man to do it, and thankfully for Requiem, he steps up at just the right time.
Well, we're only 2 rounds away from the Polaris record. You can see it's going all the way there.
Yeah.
Again though, only 2 defensive rounds have been won in this overtime, has it?
Got to go back and have a look at it. It was 20-18, 38 rounds back on Breeze.
Bring them down.
A map which, even during the start of the split, Sweet and Sour neglected to play. They removed it from their pool. Requiem one which they felt comfortable with as well.
Comfortable is kind considering how heart-raising some of those games were, Hazza.
It's true. Tempo taking out the camp. Presses the off switch. Requiem can't afford to fall asleep at the CCTV here though. They need to lock in. More rounds to be played. Records to be broken, perhaps, who knows. We were there for the last one. See if we can set a new high score. For now, it's Requiem on that defense at the start where they have struggled. They've won only one of these 4 overtimes that we've seen so far from this position. And Harambe spotted. Deck can TP out. Nade invested by Sweet and Sour, but still so much utility. You contrast that to Requiem on their offensive rounds. They go through it pretty quick while their execute comes through. And it's actually this contacting which has looked pretty good at times. They can just walk into A and have it for free if they want.
Oh, Yanto's got to check him.
That sweetens the deal.
That. Yeah, exactly. Spike's going to take a bit longer, so there's an opportunity for fights to be taken to, but one of those players. You can see how aggressive Sweet and Sour are setting up just in case it is the key. It is anything Flood-like. Tempo just hiding and drop. Ticey's baited for him, and there you go, a combination. Lovely stuff. The last 2 remaining players from Requiem stuck in stairs. No way of getting out.
This has to be unbelievable if there's any chance left. But Requiem know it. This one is dead in the water. Toba takes the first. Plenty more of those if we're to have any hope here. So difficult to clear out the position of Famzam. The rest peak in unison. Sweet and Sour always dialed in to go off the back of one another if you give them enough room to be in that kind of position. They have their 17th now. One away and not for the first time.
Yeah, again the question is it enough? Defensive side is the thing that's been upsetting both teams. The trip. Attacking side has been fairly easy in the end.
Yeah.
Couple of pings out on B main. This is something that we always see Creamy being the B main player just because of like mid-round and finding information already done, so.
To our 4th overtime now. We need 3 more to break the record. But Creamy could kill the game off from where he stands. Toba instead, the one who has just not stopped, unrelenting on this Cypher so far. Same can be said for Tempo. He's still alive and is about to have a fight on his hands. It's Famzam instead that takes down Ianto. So a 4 versus 4, and utility for Requiem this time is a lot better. You've still got your nade and the C's. They know about Famzam, but they still can't stop him, not until Soren does.
But whole players have been funneled into Hobbit Hazza. This is not looking good. Now you get 3 players watching Harambe. It would have to be special, and special is not enough. 19-16, or 18-16, sorry, I can't count, as the final scoreline. Sweet and Sour just edge it.
Just about. Sweet and Sour will get through. It's another long overtime, but as I said before, they don't lose those. You do not beat those, Sweet and Sour. They're like, the amount of times that they've done it. It's the same reason why they do stand top of the sheets and why they did in Split 1, why they were as competitive as they had, because there were so many series where they could have taken a loss. Hukar's the one that we referenced. Other situations, think of Pina as well. Yeah, these guys are good, and as I said before, they are only 1% off being the best team on both halves of, you know, every single map that they play. So yeah, they're incredibly strong. Requiem knew that coming in. They still gave us a great performance. I think they can be happy, but it's the story of North, missed opportunities that you don't get too many of against the region's elite Cairo.
And that's it. I think the thing is though, like, I think everybody underestimates the mentality of Sweet and Sour, because a lot of the time you hear a couple of young guys going, "We are the best," and flaunt it, right? I think for me, Hazza, the thing is though, at the end of the day, they believe it and they get it over the line. That's it. That's it.
Well, they've managed to pick up the first map, Sweet and Sour, but if that's anything to go off from earlier today, doesn't mean that they've won the series just yet. We've got 2 more maps yet to play, potentially. We'll have to see if the analyst thinks we're going there or not after the break.
I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and slice it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Or shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, how we'll end up making last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. You just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. But forgetting how to talk. Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, it's done.
Pigs are mostly kept as pets, though many breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or Swiss streets. A third of our households worldwide have a pig. This makes the domestic pig the most popular pet on the planet.
I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself. A love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone
If you love Valorant, and this matchup is surely turning into a spectacle. 34 rounds in Lotus to decide who was going to win this first map, and without shadow of a doubt, I mean, it could have gone either way, Marcus. Sweet and Sour just about squeaked through, but for a game it was close and tense.
You know what they say, this was a game of all time, you know? It was one of those incredible performances from both teams, and honestly, we could take so many different rounds from each team and praise them, right? But at the end of the game, it came down to Sweet and Sour managing to close out 2 in a row, which unfortunately was the fall of Requiem.
I know, a matchup that was tipped to be bragging rights for these two teams, given already the context beforehand that they are very close friends. And this one for them, they really know that third and second is their destinations. But they're really putting effort in like they're in a relegation scrap, and I love to see it. I think the biggest encapsulating point is Tiempo's 41 kills there, Marcus.
What did I say at the start of this? I said a game can be turned by Tempo or Ticey having one of their best performances, right? And what just happened? They both popped off, but 41 kills. Now that is crackers.
Now, I'm not familiar with the Polaris or the Challengers North kill record at all, but that's got to be in the top 10 for sure. I mean, but it sets up for that in a way. I mean, throughout the broadcast, the fellas were mentioning that they were close to the actual longest score line possible that we've seen so far in Challengers North. I mean, 18-16 is only tying it, to be fair, but man, I mean, honestly, I think both those teams need at least an 8-hour nap. You know, an 8-hour nap and some Weetabix.
Hazza will 100% fact check that for us. I just know he will. Hazza, I know you're listening. Fact check Tempo's kills, please. Is that the most we've ever seen in an overtime game in Polaris? Thank you very much. So guys, make sure you wait until the game starts because Hazza will, in fact, fact check it. But look, there were some rounds during this game that we want to talk about, right? And I know there was one that you saw, which was round 3. So get that replay rolling. Hopefully you can talk us through that one, Connie.
Of course, this round is more of a table set of what we saw in this Galactic matchup, but to simply put, I mean, Ticey had a wonderful start and really got his team in a good position, but Soren's just being Soren. You know, a simple 1v2 clutch, just a light one, Marcus, to whet your appetite for what we saw in this matchup. And bear in mind as well, it was 3 rounds on the bounce converted for Requiem and 3 all-important rounds at the start of the game.
Exactly, yeah, and I feel like standout plays like that is the reason that we see some of these rounds get chained together, right? Because a round like that can seriously bring up the momentum of a team and the mental, right? Because if you can go 4-0 up against Sweet and Sour, the team that beat Apex 2-0, you're going to be feeling good. Yes, of course you didn't win and it was your map pick, but there were other things that potentially went wrong we didn't know about. It's only the first map, but let's have a look at round 21 as well, because this one was the flank, right, Connie?
It was the late lurk. Oh yes, look at Ticey. Just look at Ticey, and you will understand just how patience is a key virtue there for Sweet and Sour. I mean, listen, Requiem are committed to B regardless. Sweet and Sour started rumblings of rotations. It's Toba's check here again. That kind of would have changed the course of the round, in my opinion. I mean, we were anticipating it was going to be a clear here, but no, a re-wrap to C to reinforce a site and even a lane of control. But Ticey just went unchecked for a long period of time. And even there and again, you know, no one's looking at Ticey.
How did Harambe not see him, though? Like, Harambe was so close to actually spot. The Nightfall coming out's perfect as well, because that's planned. Like, the second that Nightfall comes out, right, it's gonna be so difficult to focus on all your surroundings. That's the whole reason people use it. You get hit by the Nightfall, you get deafened, you just don't know what to do, right? And the last thing you're gonna want to do is check the flank.
I know, and so much utility was baited out from both sides. It actually forced a lot of readjustments to be made, and it made it even more interesting on the actual post-plant procedure of it all, because the most impactful thing there was Ticey's 2k from the late lurk, because no one saw him, and then even getting Showstopper as well, just to try and eliminate a few more players. I mean, again, it's impulse here, but round 30, I think, again, this sort of shows you how well staged we are into that map, because round 30, by the way, just get that into your head, is where, again, the overtime started kicking in and the team started throwing the strapbacks out the window, and the defaults were gorgeous, Marcus.
Look at, like, I just want to obviously highlight the main reason we wanted to see this flip, and it was Soren with the 3k, right? Just it's sometimes things like this, or was it a 2-piece? No, it was. Look, one bang. It's
where that last bullet even registered. There was no hit scan on that. It just felt like, you know, just Mate,
It's so
sorry.
snappy. It's a short clip, but it's something that we want to highlight to you that you can lose a game. These players are still having standout moments and solidifying to us the reason why they are in Polaris and they are currently number 3, right? And hopefully they can take some of this into the play-ins, because as we know, they can't, even if they were to come and reverse sweep this, they cannot make playoffs straight away. They are going to have to go through play-ins. But again, let's end this segment, I suppose, with the final round, because I wanted to kind of show you guys.
Please, Marcus, I need to hear your thoughts on this.
It was when the round ended, I was like, oh my god, they finally. The first thing here, right, is Yanto. Does he need to take that fight with Famzan? That's the real question, because
I believe there was advocate that it was a really small window, so there was no time for adjustment.
Yeah, could also be that, but the one thing right there, that is the one thing that I feel like is what lost them this game, or lost them the round at least, was that initial reaction to all run Hobbit. Because you've given up so much space on site, you've given up every single direction that Sweet and Sour can come from, right? You've been boxed into Hobbit, and it felt like it was maybe a call made by one of the players, and maybe people, do you know what I mean? Like, I look at it, and maybe they weren't 100% confident on the call. It felt a little bit scrappy on the site there.
And the scrappiness was also a continuous theme throughout the large portion of the overtime rounds. And I can understand it. Again, there wasn't really much deviation from the weapon selection, but the Odin, of course, is always going to be a continuity. And particularly as well, Zam is just, so good at predicting player movements. It actually makes you sort of wonder, how do they develop that? Now they're going into Bind, they're going into Sweet and Sour's pick. Repcrim starting on defense for you all at home, ladies and gentlemen. The usual predispositions with Bind is a strong defensive half in the first half, thumbs up.
Yeah.
If not, you might as well pack your bags.
It's difficult, because I feel like we talk about Bind, we talk about the defense side, and it's like, look, if you can't wrap many rounds on there, then you feel like, okay, maybe we're in for a game, we're in for a tough one. But I feel like it's kind of swayed the other way when it comes to tier 2 and pro play. Tier 2 and higher, I feel like it's a very common rank theme where Bind if you can't get the defense rounds. I think that's a very, I'm not going to say it. I feel like it's like
Please
a
do.
sense.
Just frame it in like, 3 words, Marcus. I know what you're going to say. You might.
Look, it's like a scent, right? If you struggle on defense.
Did anyone at home expect that?
Yeah. If you struggle on the defense on Ascent, it's going to be difficult sometimes to get those rounds on attack and build that momentum. And I find Bind a very, very similar one. But of course, it does change in pro play, because at the end of the day, you've got coaches behind you, you've got people that can see from a bird's eye view. And look, I think when we do look at Binds, the key things we put on here is we're going to be going back to the roots now, guys. The use of the teleporters, because sometimes overusing these can be so readable. But also the second thing is potentially the use of fakes, right? Faking on this map is super important, again, because the rotations aren't exactly that long, are they? And Sweet and Sour bringing out the Gecko and the Yoru. Just from looking, they are the things that they're the agents that are really catching my eye. Of course, Ianto being on Gecko as well. I think this is his 7th time on Gecko in Split 2. So both of these Gecko players are going to be very experienced in that retrospect.
I feel like Yanto and Gecko just seems like a match made in heaven. I mean, of course, the first time we saw him was back in the Eclipse qualifiers and that Sunset against that Metasport roster, and he was the most impactful player on that Gecko. And he's also a player that rotates between so many agents for Requiem just to deepen their agent pool. Yeah, very crucial to mention, and it is pretty much a mirror composition, barring the duelist. Taisi on Yoru, though, Marcus, is actually quite an appetizing feature, and I'm excited to see exactly how he's going to utilize that agent across the map.
Yeah, I feel like when Yoru was first picked on Bind, I'm pretty sure it was from Paper X, and ever since then we have seen Yoru been played so many times on Bind. It's kind of the norm now. If you really want to spice things up, yes, you can have Raze, but like if you want to really spice things up, Yoru is the one to go for.
Well, either way, we are going into map number 2 now. It's been 2 series and 1 sausage roll converted by Hazard JC. Hoping he can sink his teeth into some more jaw-dropping Valorant coming up now on Bind.
Thank you, Connie. You say it in such a mouth-watering way. But yes, that's right. We have a second map up for you here. And what could be the final map of the 2024 regular season. We're going to Bind. Requiem, they've only shown it once. It was an overtime win against Metasport. For Sweet and Sour, it's appeared multiple times across both splits. They have a 75% win rate here. And, well, actually, it's a 100% win rate. But they've only used one comp. I think that's the big thing. They used a bunch of different comps in the first split. Finally found something which seems to work for them, though.
Yeah, I mean, they were insta-banning at the start, whether that was they were working on it or they were hiding it for the Apex game. It seems to have come in at the end at the perfect time, has it? They have everything in their heads. Requiem, though, the few times that we've seen them play on Bind, has it? It's usually gone all the way. It's a pretty hot and cold map for them. Good performances and bad. It's whether they can find themselves at a win here to push us to the third map. Already pressure being put on B and a slow scale into Hooker.
Yeah, again, when we were just saying that half of the map pool Requiem play have Yanto on this Gecko, Famzam playing it here too has been one of the key pieces to look at. Already the Dizzy forcing Tempo to take up a position backside, or deck I should say. He'll go down alongside Toba. That's the site control and the spike plant, but this heavy flank from Requiem heading towards Hookah might not do as much as they like because this is such a difficult position to get out of.
Having to jump out, flash being used, Famzam committing to his position, but he's being moved by the nade. It's Soren trying his best to get some kills. He's actually found it after the IGO flash. It's just easy for Heartbeat to collect with his classic, as it usually is. And now it's a crossfire established. Taisei, Famzam, it's the latter of the two that ends up getting the pick, and it's pistol round SNS.
Yeah, Sweet and Sour, important pistol round for them to pick up. Part and parcel of their trade, been so good at it. The attack side here on Bind as well, great way to start out. And look, as I was saying, this is the one unbeaten comp that they've managed to show us so far. We had ideas of Deadlock in the past, and as I previously said in the last couple of times that they showed it, Taisei's Yoru, how good was it going to be?
Yeah.
Because it's not a standard pick for him. Everything has been answered for me at this point, though. Just going to see how it's going to play into this default. I mean, this round's not really too much, I imagine.
I have to say, I'm excited to see what Sweet and Sour bring out when we get to the, if we ever get to see Haven. It was a map that they were good at. Yeah.
That's the thing, right? Like, you've even got to be considering that best of 5 in the grand final if they get there.
Yeah.
Much deeper map pool. They've not yet shown it. They floated it in the last couple of series that they've played since it's been active. So there is still definitely some kind of prerogative to play into it at some point. I think they'll be quite happy that they haven't had to, though, like you say.
Yeah. And it's just more the fact that, like, historically they have played the not the primary comp, right? The one that's cookie cutter.
That they were one of the first teams to introduce the double wall comp to Northern Europe in terms of, you know, the circuit and who was playing it.
Yep.
Got a nice couple shots on this round from Soren. Has brought it to a 3 versus 3. They've not managed to collect any of those weapons though, and Sweet and Sour very quickly fill the void.
Still wouldn't count out the Sheriffs of Harambe and Toba.
Spike planted.
A couple of spam shots towards the hobby will collect Creamy. Now we enter treacherous waters.
It's Toba that I'm looking at as well, man. Sheriff just looks so dangerous and has the smoke here with the nade as well. Could be dangerous. They've already tried to lock some players out the site. They're all on lamp side, Cairo.
They are. It's about getting round and getting round the corner. Taisei now 15 points of HP and found by Toba. There it is.
Gone here.
A little bit maybe too nonchalant, and the Sheriffs get it over the line. As easy as that.
It's actually a third second round conversion where Requiem lost the pistol round in as many maps. They did it twice against Formulation. They managed to pick one up here on Bind, so a great way to offset the early momentum. For Sweet and Sour, It's hard to say what went wrong. They played a slow pace. They got the punish coming out of Hookah there. But then in the latter stages of the round, Requiem hitting their shots, and sometimes that's all you need, especially against these guys.
Technical pause introduced.
Who is it? Who threw the mouse? Who broke the keyboard?
Dicey. I mean, everybody's bought, so there's no signs for me.
Yeah,
I guess that's another thing though, Hazza, because we can start to talk about. I mean, me and you have a chance to wax lyrical about play-ins because we have all the teams confirmed, and
sure.
Obviously the positions all up for grabs. But who do you see making it out of play-ins?
Well, that's the thing. We know the draw, which is important because it's only one best of 3 that each of the teams will play to secure their spot. The grand final is for seeding between the final 2. So for me, I think Requiem probably have NXT beat in the rematch. I just look to be a little bit better. NXT still shaky in my eyes. And in that OnlyFins versus Metasport game, I'm actually less certain about who wins that one, to be honest, because Metasport have improved, and it's only going to take a couple of those rounds which have knocked OnlyFins off their feet in this second split, which comes with such little security. Here we are back to Requiem, though, one of those play-ins teams, and yeah, it's far from ideal how this one starts. Classics running in and getting the going rate of a 1-for-1 is not too bad at all.
It's not. It's now Creamy, who's had it. His pistol clutches was with Sheriffs though, and the Classic ain't gonna happen.
Clean work for Requiem in the retake. Keep all the guns, no big losses, lead is theirs. Not much really you can ask for more than that. Coming into the next one, I want to see how Sweet and Sour play. Do they opt for a default, or do they want this pace change? Because we've spoken about it so many times before, and this composition gives you those opportunities. If you can strike the site well, you've got 2 controllers to reinforce it. If you want to play slow, well, you've got 2 controllers to set up that precedent. The initiation power is strong, and Ticey can be everywhere at once. With that TP prepared for the B extremity, it does look like they're just going to be trying the shower space early, but nothing committal.
Again, taking it slow, getting people on orbs, but the recommit drops the decoy as a way to try and get an advantage in the gunfight, but Rappi uses the wall as an advantage. At the same time, there's a scale up shot, ever so slow. And the 1v1s are just being won by Requiem every single place. Creamy continuing to try and fight back. There's one at the back of sight and he's been found. Deck hiding behind his orb, he drops it at the perfect time, looking for more, but no, Creamy's there. The real MVP of this round for Sweet and Sour. And we're even getting the Seekers invested to find out where the rest of the players are hiding.
Orbital Strike won't land for any damage. Yanto's here, but it's a long rotate back for Toba. Still have 25 seconds or so to work with by the time that he arrives. The Dizzy crosses the site, early info, no one triple. You now got to look a little bit deeper, and with Halfbeat's Molly still in pocket, just sent out to deny this spike, you want to get it half pretty soon. If he can headbutt this Yanto, it would be perfect, but the fact that he misses it means that this is a missed opportunity. Round is going to be going to Sweet and Sour.
Yeah, that's what you would expect it to be. Creamy on for the ace, looking to convert this out, and there you have it. An ace for Sweet and Sour, which will bring Creamy 2 points of towards his ultimate, which he's already used, which is incredible to see.
Yeah, I mean, you want to speak about ultimates. The big thing for me there is that Sweet and Sour had to change their game plan and mid-round it a little bit more. Ticey got the dimensional drift up early, and with the TP towards B, I don't think A is where they really wanted to finish, but it's those individuals that step up and make the difference again. Creamy finds 2, and, well, it's an ace in the end. Mixed buy for Requiem, ults of their own. not too far off of Ianto's Thrash, but he's the hookah player. He's not decided to move along with Toba, so no chance of that. And finally, the dimensional drift comes through to garner site control.
It's not just that though, Hazza, it's the information they get off the back of it. He's just not getting a trinity, but thing is though, Dex scaling up well. And we've seen him with a shotgun in his hands before. The thing, right, Ianto, just in, hookah, getting players walking in by their own. It's going to be easy to stall out. Here comes Dex, dropping guns and dropping players. Spike is down on itself, up to Ticey. It's just not happening.
It's another round where Sweet and Sour weren't able to stick to the pre-round call that they wanted. The ultimate does get invested. It's in fact also combined with Creamy's Trailblazer to stun up the site player, which was Deck with the Judge. No capitalization off the back of it. They head through the TP, and Requiem were well set up as Ianto had Toba's support. Now they're the ones back down onto a crappy buy. And I mean, look, rifles for Requiem, one away from a couple of ults, 2 for Dex Pit. Not really too much more you can ask of them again in a situation such as this. They've just been very reactive and dealt with everything thrown their way.
I think Bind is just a difficult map in general to attack into. I mean, obviously, historically, as times have been more recent, things have changed. You can always find yourself falling back into that old pattern.
I mean, look, it's the reason why you have Ticey here to be a constant threat, but I don't think they've made full usage out of that so far. Toba peeks in. It's onto the Sheriff, though. Again, against this kind of buy, you cannot afford to be making those kinds of maneuvers. It has given Sweet and Sour an opportunity and a gun in hookah. Thrash available.